time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! That's just Game Awards! I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You dude, fucking What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from kind of cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs, it's an incredibly important day. And is it because there's already a car chase happening early in the morning? No. Is it because I don't know, I'm looking real cozy with it? Is it because I shot another episode of the Fear End podcast last night? Are those the reasons? No, of course not. The real reason is because it's a very special day every time this day, and every week, as a matter of fact, because it's Friday.
It's Friday then.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is January 17th, 2025. It's Friday. We are getting closer and closer to Japanuary starting. It's a Freaky Friday. It's Frick Chatter's Mom Friday. It's Friday. It's Fry Slays the freaking weekend, baby. And we are going to have immaculate vibes on this. It's Financial Fraud Friday. That's right, Chatter. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is going to be a freaking-tastic, bricked up Friday. The vibes are immaculate, and I'm telling you right now, nothing can hurt it. We got it all, folks. It's Flat Frick Friday. This is a time for a lot of you to feel a sense of autonomy that our forefathers fought long and hard for. The labor, the blood, sweat, and tears put in to fighting against the treacherous nature of capital to ensure that you have a weekend. And we are going to celebrate it regardless, as we do every single week. When are you going to sing Jin Shang Yuan? What, this? Oh, this song? Dude, I need to learn how to sing this. This is crazy. A dude at the gym. Hassan, get a haircut, brother? I know, I'm going to get one tonight. How about you calm down? What are you, my mom? Okay, we said immaculate vibes. A dude at my gym just busted out this song out of nowhere, started belting it. It's one of the craziest things I've ever encountered. Like, and this dude is not like particularly pro-China or anything like that. And I need to learn how to sing this. I need to learn the lyrics of this, and I need to learn how to sing this convincingly in the, of course, convincing ways that I sing. Yeah. 我们今生注定是坎上，生注定是沧桑。Oh, 生注定是沧桑。Anyway, are you sure that guy isn't just you? No, I wish, dude. I wish. This dude just started belting it, dude. It was so sick. Learning Mandarin is so cool because then you can just like start randomly popping off and everyone will be impressed. Everyone will think that you're Lamau. Oh, I'm racist. Great job with Sean O'Brien. Thank you. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. You already know what's happening, okay? You already know what's going on. You already know what's going on, baby. So, as far as personal news goes, I ended the broadcast last night at 7 p.m. I ended the broadcast last night at 7 p.m. And what did I do? I'll tell you what I did. I shot the Fear End podcast. That's right. We had a full stack episode, no guest this time, but I really like those episodes regardless. Lord of the Rings update. What do you mean? I already finished Lord of the Rings. Yeah, we did the Fear and we did it. Okay, we did the dang thing. Full stack episode, full tilt episode. It was actually a banger. Okay. Also, the latest episodes of Fear and are performing fairly well. Like they're all in the 300K plus range, which is cool. The Streamer Wars drama, the real Streamer Wars episode. Look at that. Almost 300K, 368K, 333K, 300K, 271K, 250K. It was pretty good. We were falling off for a little bit and now we're falling back on. So that's chill. Anyway, it's because I started watching again. Good. Thank you for your watching. Thank you for watching it. It's very kind of you. It's very nice. I'm so happy that you're watching, and please keep watching. Please don't ever stop watching. Never stop watching. Xiaohongshu is the best app ever. My For You page is only muscle mummies, cats, and communism. I still have yet to sign off on Xiaohongshu. I do not have a Xiaohongshu account, but maybe one day. So, where was I? Yeah, personal news wise, went to bed. What did I do? I shot the episode. After that, I watched a little bit of this new anime that I've been watching. I've been watching two different animes. I've been watching on the one hand, I've been watching Mashal, and also on the other hand, I've been watching Zom 100, which is really anti-capitalist, which is kind of cool. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this anime, but Zom 100 is like it's about a dude who would rather prefer the freedom that comes from a zombie apocalypse than being exploited at a corporation in Japan. And like he tries to find himself and find what his like life's reason for existence is within a zombie apocalypse by setting up a bucket list for himself. And it's pretty cool. It's a very interesting concept. Anyway, did you finish Delicious in Dungeon? Yeah, of course. But yeah, I woke up in the morning, early in the morning as always, and immediately got to work. Immediately got to working out. You already know what it is, baby. You already know how we do it around these parts. But you know what it is. You better work, bitch. That's the name of the game, right? Zom 100's production unfortunately fell victim to the very things it criticizes. Wait, really? That's not very shocking, but you know, it is what it is. Have you read Absolute Superman? He's in a labor guild. No. Massive Crunch Anime Studios. Yeah, they're pretty crazy in their conditions, in their work conditions. Are you gonna watch Sakamoto Days? I watched the first episode and it was a banger, and I'm interested in watching more of the episodes. As a matter of fact, I liked it. Just a slight check on Canadian social crash out news. Sure. Everybody stop telling me to watch Fear, and it's not going to happen for the time being. Okay, I got a lot on the docket right now. Calm down. All right, calm down. Where was I? There's also a live police chase happening in Los Angeles apparently, but it might actually end already, which is pretty crazy. Did it stop already? What's happening here? TikTok CEO responded to the court decision. Yeah. Honestly, there isn't much going on in my life, in my personal news. I am a little late because I had to, lift my freaking face off this morning, and I'm feeling pretty good about that. Put up on a super high incline, put up 205 pounds for 6, but like, you know, but the incline was fairly high, so difficult task to begin with, but I'm happy with the results. My legs are so shot in general. They are like the workout that I did with the journalist. The workout that I did with the journalist was so crazy. Like I feel like my trainers were trying to kill the journalist, honestly. Like I felt like I felt like they were just trying to end his life because I can't walk at all. Like I just, this is my day 3 of my recovery, I guess, almost. And it has been very difficult to like poop on the toilet, to just like kneel down or pick up things from the ground. Creatine monohydrate, you taking, Unk? Yeah, I am taking the creatine, but it's been cooking me up a little bit. What is this? Oh my Lord, what the hell is this? Had the vision and had another coworker edit this for my friend coworker needed to share it. That's amazing. When are you leaving for the Japans? Soon, chatter. Soon, in a couple days. Creatine is awful for your liver. Do not take it. Yeah. Suck me is my answer to that. Creatine is the best supplement. It is the most. It is the one supplement that has the utmost, like the maximum amount of empirical evidence, the maximum amount of data suggesting that it's actually positive. Like it's creatine and whey are the two things that absolutely I recommend without any fear whatsoever. It's not like it's crazy that there are still chatters who are like, nah, dude. The only problem with creatine is like the potential for hair loss. That's it. It's the most researched supplement out there. If you have issues with creatine, you have issues with science. Apparently the locals hate the go-karts in Japan. You guys might want to consider it doing that. I love that you're just suspecting that we might do the go-kart thing, and that you're already talking about how the locals might be upset. Like, there is no point where I said I'm going to Japan and doing the go-karts, but it doesn't matter. You still are like, nah, you're probably gonna do the go-karts, and you probably shouldn't because the Japanese locals hate the go-karts. Like, that's cool, man. Thank you for your concern and consideration for the Japanese population. All right, I like that. I like the future parasocialism. And the potential for like misgivings later down the line. I work with Scott and I'm so happy you finally connected. That freaked me out, chatter, what you just said. That's crazy. Would you rather be bald or have a muscly build? I would rather have my hair and also be muscly. Not to be that annoying guy, but have you thought of texting Dean back? Thank you for being that annoying guy. He just sent me his number like recently, I think. So no, I haven't been able to text him yet, but thank you. I like that. You know what I love, chatters? I love having 30,000 micromanagers that come from all different backgrounds, that have no idea what my schedule looks like, that have no idea what is going on in my life, but still turns around and chooses to be that guy while in the process of saying they don't want to be that guy. Good start to the Friday. Immaculate vibes are upon us. Okay, we're not doing immaculate vibes this Friday. I've decided we're doing Parasocialist Friday, Freaky Friday. Everyone start quickly, micromanage everything I'm doing now. Do it. Yeah, we're just gonna do messed up vibes on this Friday. Talk to me about how I'm not treating Kaya right. Talk to me about how my mom actually is being enslaved by me for cooking me delicious meals all the time. Talk to me about how I shouldn't be drinking coffee because coffee gives you gut cancer. Hell yeah. Is the sound off? Is the sound a little weird today? Is the microphone not working? Don't worry, you'll get the last laugh. Dave Chappelle on SNL this weekend. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that whole thing. Chat is going to be in meltdown mode, okay? I know already that chat is going to be in absolute meltdown mode, like straight up. I suspect that they're going to be losing their brains. They're losing their minds. That's going to be great. Anyway, Freaky Friday, ceasefire process continues. TikTok ban pushed to Trump admin by Dems. SCOTUS follows TikTok ban. Confirms TikTok ban. Xiao Hongshu reacts. What else? You were China posting way before the TikTok Zoomers? Yeah, I know. I reposted this TikTok. Poster for checks on Xiao Hongshu? No, I will not be doing that for the time being. Yeah, we got the Union doc as well. I just haven't had time to watch the Union doc, so I've just been skipping it, but hopefully we can watch it today. Freaky Friday, ceasefire process continued. TikTok ban pushed by Trump admin by Dems. Pushed to Trump admin by Dems. SCOTUS confirms TikTok ban. Xiao Hongshu reacts. And so much more. Get in now. Stop yapping and more gaming. Pet Kaya more. Hug your mother. Okay, guys, I was kidding. You don't have to actually be you don't actually have to be annoying. You know, I didn't mean like chatters took what I said to heart and we're like, oh, you want me to be parasocial? Like, I can show you parasocial. I can show you micromanager. Like, you will never. I will get so crazy. I will get so crazy with my micromanagement that it will destroy your life. As a union organizer and a film school dropout, I have some major criticisms of the union film. Yeah, micromanage documentaries that I haven't even watched yet that I'm saying I might watch in the future. It's crazy that the chatters actually, it can't help it. Freaky Friday. Ceasefire process continue. TikTok ban push to Trump admin by Dems. Here, retweet this now. What? Ceasefire on your Twitter post? What? Oh, I misspelled it. There's a typo. Not a typo, but I updated it. Okay, shut up. Ceasefire was broken already. It hasn't started yet, and Israel always ends up destroying Israel always ends up blowing stuff up right before the ceasefire is implemented. Anyway, yeah, this is I was Xiaohongshu posting before it was cool, you know what I mean? I was Xiaohongshu posting before it was cool, you know what I mean? I was scrolling to Xiaohongshu yesterday, and they literally have a term for small head, broad shoulders called double door refrigerator. Is TikTok actually getting banned for real? I mean, we'll talk about that. I still don't think it'll get banned, but why is he like this? You see, Todic is now in LA. You got a link up for b-ball. He hates playing ball with me. I'm gonna be honest with you. China's official state media, People's Daily, recommended on American TikTokers version to Xiaohongshu. Red note: President Xi says the hope for U.S.-China relations lies with the peoples. In the age of globalization and the internet, our community of shared destiny will only become closer. Rather than call them refugees, let's call them villagers of Village Earth who have found a new home. I love that. Wonderful message. I'm on board with that. It's always so funny because, like, regardless of your criticisms of the Chinese government, and some are very valid, you'll have the Chinese government be like, yeah, we need to do prosperity for all people. And then there's immediately like 700 people in the replies being like, what about prosperity at Tiananmen Square? What about the Uyghur Muslims? And it's like, you click on their profile and they're literally like, Israel should go harder. Israel should go harder on killing these terrorist children. And it's like, dude, I don't think you care about the Muslims at all. What? Like, what? You just wanted to destroy any opportunity of people just having like a good time with one another across cultures, you know? So much of the CIA's work being flushed down the toilet. Yeah, I mean, not really. This is not, I don't think you guys understand the mindset of the average American in terms of like how they see the Chinese, okay? They're not white enough, bro. They're not white. The average American does not look at a Chinese person and go, oh, they're just like normal. They're normal people just like us. I don't think you understand. The average American still despises the Chinese. They think the Chinese are like an alien species. Okay?
And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic.
That is what she said. Unironically, when Mao sent his family to the mines, he said, put me back in, coach. I will learn. I will atone for my reactionary sentiment. I will atone. I will learn the process. I will learn the ways in which the rural farmland can be improved. And I will use that. I will use that personal experience in an effort to uplift all of China.
I'm so lucky you, baby. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you,
you agree this sudden popularity of Red Note as a Chinese psyop, right? Has to be no? No, I think a lot of people love their treats. No, I genuinely think people just love their treats so much that they think it was like TikTok's algorithm was so good that the very fact that the American government is planning on banning it made The very fact that the American government said that it was planning on banning it made people go, okay, well, I'm going to find another Chinese application to go and utilize. And I think that there is also a great overemphasis on, how many people are actually going to Xiaohongshu, or how many people are actually like learning to love their Chinese counterparts. That's it. It's not like a psyop. Not everything has to be this like broad, like secret initiative, And I say this about like the American government too. Sometimes you guys will say that about like even the American government, where you're like, oh my God, this must be a psyop. By the American government, it's like, nah, it's not. It's just how things are. Once you understand what human beings are motivated by and recognize that most human beings have the exact same motivations in general, I think it makes a lot of things easier to dissect, easier to comprehend. The fact that Erewhon is so expensive for a smoothie, why would you ever get a smoothie at Erewhon? That's your fault. Dude, it's like going into the Equinox sauna in West Hollywood and not sucking a cock. You're there to suck cock, okay? You can't be like, wow, why are there dicks out here expecting to be sucked? Like, you can't go into an Erewhon and get a smoothie and be like, oh, it's so expensive. Like, bitch, you knew what the price point was. Why are you going to Erewhon even at all? Fair. That's a good take, Hasan. That's a good take early, Hasan. I think these videos, what is Will Neff saying? Why are you saying adding Will Neff? I'm not a chainer. I'm not a China hater. I love Xi. I just think that you're so good at spotting American psyops, but I think we're having trouble seeing psyops from non-Western countries. Dude, you have to also understand, what is the psyop? Like, what is the psyop that people go, oh, wow, Chinese people are just like us? Like Xiaohongshu, out of the many different applications readily available to the Chinese population, Xiaohongshu, from what I understand, is also like the Chinese urban, the urban Chinese class that is like more liberal, more like, many of them have traveled to America. Some of them actually went to school in America. It's probably like, it just happened to be like a perfect way for Americans to be introduced to Chinese culture, because like a lot of the people there speak English. Okay. I don't think that it was like a deliberate, I don't think that it was like a deliberate psyop. Also, what is the psyop? The psyop there is what? To make Americans think Chinese people are not, to make Americans think that Chinese people are not like weird aliens that live in this like hellish dystopia, and actually just like normal people that have Pinterest accounts in the same way that you do. Is that what it is? Is that the actual psyop? Like, what's the psyop? What's the goal here? You know what I mean? That's what I don't understand. Americans interact with urban Chinese who study in the US, and we're surprised they're the same people. Yeah, that's the funniest part about it, is that like the people that they're interacting with on Xiaohongshu, for the most part, are people that they literally did not interact with in college, but had every opportunity to do so. Because half of those people on Xiaohongshu, from what I understand, are already people that like went to American schools and then went back to China, So you're not meeting anyone new that you, I mean, it's just that because it's a Chinese app, I think that people are probably more, I think because it's a Chinese app and the app is literally in Mandarin, it was not created for a Western audience, that it quite literally is designed to, for Chinese people to be more free about their perspective. Because as far as like talking to Chinese people living in the Western world, and this is something that like my Chinese chatters will probably also, will openly admit here, okay, is that many Chinese people are a little afraid of, expressing any sort of pro-China sentiment in the West. I wonder why that is the case. Like, I remember talking to Water, Jake's girlfriend, for the first time about like my actual, my honest opinions on China, and she was legitimately shocked. She thought I was like messing with her. She thought I was joking. And I was like, no, I'm not joking. Like, this is what I truly believe. And she's like, I've never heard, she was literally like, I've never heard an American say that. because most Americans have like an insane number of like crazy opinions, and this is, I think, I will say this, the most charitable interpretation is this, okay? We have the capacity in the United States of America to look at other countries that do the exact same thing that we do, but then somehow treat it as though it's like this super secret, super nefarious, super evil thing. It's the dynamic that I have is a dynamic that I've mentioned before. It's the dynamic between gulags and work camps versus slave labor in prisons in the United States of America. People criticize slave labor in prison in the United States of America, but many people understand it. Many people think it's good. Many people actually defend that principle. Whereas like gulags or work camps where, 10 billion people are dying every day in the salt mines. It's the same thing. You just gave it a different name in order to say like it's scary when our foreign adversaries are doing it. If you have a criticism for it here, then you should have a criticism for it there. But many people don't have a criticism for it here and actually think it's like an entirely different thing over there. That is my frustration for the most part, because there are valid criticisms that you can launch against China, and I do in many instances. But I always take the position that this is still like normal state stuff, right? Normal states. Like big states, this is how they operate. And then people will turn around and say, you're clueless. I know. I'm so clueless. I know. How could I ever? Instead of saying that, every state has shortcomings, including but not limited to China, okay? I should instead just lap up like insane things. China's not a good country. America has issues, but that does not make China's human rights abuses any better. There is no point where I said China's human rights abuses are any better. This is what I mean. You're missing the point that I'm making here. The point that I'm making here is that I criticize America all the time. I have no motion in actually changing things here. And I criticize the administrative state of the Chinese government as well. But the difference is a lot of Americans, a lot of people in the Western world in general, genuinely think that, it's just like so much worse over there. It's so much scarier over there. My job is to try to explain to you that, like, no, there are issues in China. Of course there are. Every single state has a litany of complications, a litany of issues. And that it is not all that different from the issues that we foresee and we experience here. And in some instances, not as bad even, right? That's the difference. I think one of the greatest examples that I can deliver to you in this duality that we talk about, one of the greatest examples I can point to is the fact that if Israel operated in the brutal surveillance state mechanisms with re-education camps that were set up for what the Chinese government perceived as the separatist movement of like radicalized Muslims in Xinjiang, if they had done that in Israel, I would still be critical of what Israel is doing, just as I was of what China was doing. But the entire global, the entire Western world would declare Israel to be the most peaceful nation on the planet, and would be falling over themselves to offer Benjamin Netanyahu or whoever implemented that as many Nobel Peace Prizes as they physically possibly can. Why'd you ban that guy who said you're clueless? Do you understand what I mean? I unbanned him. I don't know why you banned him, Anaphase. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Think about what Israel's been doing in Gaza right now. Although the surveillance mechanisms that were implemented and the re-education camps and all this stuff was like completely unacceptable in Xinjiang, okay? If Israel operated in the way that the Chinese government operated against like what they called the separatist Uyghurs, okay, that were radicalized or whatever, if Israel operated that way against the Palestinian population in Gaza with the interest of still full-blown integration, everyone in the world would be literally cherishing Israel as the greatest country on the planet. Do you understand? This right here is perhaps one of the best examples of this double standard, this hypocrisy. Hasan, brother, why can't Vietnam make such a great social media app if China can do it? We never talk about how Vietnam is one of the technologically advanced Southeast Asia, bro, right? Yeah, I love Vietnam. Most countries dislike Israel. What are you on? Yeah, we're not talking about the global south, big dog. We're talking about countries in the Western world that still dominate the planet, okay? Whether we like it or not, whether we want to, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, doesn't change that reality that like the Western world still dominates the globe, okay? Anyway, this guy said you're clueless and then nothing else, which is sad. And then when mods ban these guys, which is understandable because they're derailers, they will turn around and be like, oh, your mods are so censorious. I get it, but how can you be so sure that the Uyghur Muslims are really treated better than the Palestinians? Wait, what? I'm sorry. Have you seen what's going on in Gaza? Is this bait? Like, what are you talking about? What? The connotation is that China is much more secretive. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, you think China was doing a bombing campaign in Xinjiang where they dropped multiple nukes worth of munitions into Xinjiang with the express purpose of like destroying every building while they simultaneously trapped the entire captive population of Xinjiang? No, you know what they did? They built high-speed rail into Xinjiang and worked specifically for integration. And to be fair, that process was incredibly brutal, and it still continues to a certain degree. Like, the surveillance state was unacceptable, the re-education camps were unacceptable. I don't disagree with that at all, especially because when the Chinese government decides to do something, okay, the Chinese government decides to do something, well, everyone's going to have to follow. That's it. That's just kind of the modus operandi, as best to the best of my ability of like explaining this to people. If they decide to do something, you just got to do it. That's it, right? And a lot of people, I think, in the process, a lot of innocent people in the process also get captured by this dragnet operation, which is like something that I, on principle, take issue with. But it's kind of, I was listening to this Chinese scholar talk about Mao and like what Mao did, right? Oh shit. I gotta get the door real quick. 1 second. Anyway, we'll talk about this in I'll continue talking about Mao in a moment. But in the process of building a dam, Mao was like, yeah, this entire city's gonna move. And they did. There's nothing you could do about it. But now that dam is the dam that gives water to Beijing from the north.
Upheld the law that could ban TikTok. The justices ruled the law does not violate the First Amendment. The popular video sharing app now faces a ban in the U.S. unless its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, sells to a U.S.-based company in the next 2 days. Let's bring in senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer for more. Devin, does TikTok have any legal recourse left, or is this it? Sell or be banned?
Well, this is the final word on this law, Diane, and the Supreme Court just moments ago handed down a unanimous opinion that was not signed, meaning that it was supported by the entire court. We don't know who wrote it, but it does look like Chief Justice John Roberts saying that TikTok's argument that this law passed by large bipartisan majorities of Congress, signed by President Biden, does not violate the First Amendment rights of the company or its 170 million users here in the United States. The justices explain at length how a law like this one meets a significant government interest of protecting the United States national security for a number of concerns over Chinese collection of Americans' data and also their alleged use of the platform to spread propaganda in the United States. And therefore, by this decision, the Supreme Court effectively says that this law can stand and the ban against TikTok can go into effect on Sunday unless the parent company ByteDance, that's the Chinese-owned company, sells its stake to any other buyer that is not a foreign adversary of the United States. And there's, of course, a lot of swirling headlines about the possibilities there, but the Supreme Court definitively saying that this law can stand and a ban can go forward, Diane.
Brian, I know you're still reading through the decision, but what do you make so far of how the justices came to this decision?
So when it comes to First Amendment violations or the allegations of such, what the courts will do is look at what is being banned and how it is being banned. What they're describing is what's called a content-neutral ban, meaning that the government didn't go out and say, you know what, any information that talks about X or Y should be banned. That would have a higher level of scrutiny. What they're saying is this is actually not a direct ban. If anything, it's telling a company that they need to divest in.
Yeah. Cope. I personally think is so ridiculous. I think it's so ridiculous that they have the audacity to claim that this isn't like a ridiculous enforcement with the express purpose of taking TikTok away from its current owners. Like, it's just, it's not just a ban. Oh, it's not a ban. We just want them to divest and change the product entirely, or at least like they can't retain ownership over it. I'm so confused. Is Hasan really saying the Chinese didn't treat the Uyghurs badly? Wait, what? Was there a point where I said that? Where did I say that? What happens to people's ears? There's never been a single moment where I have said that. I just got here. Okay, where did you hear that? Can you clip any part of my commentary on this where you thought I said that? Where does this come from? Like, I genuinely don't understand. I feel like this is just such a strange phenomena that you have to deal with on a daily freaking basis, dude. I don't get it. Like, what's going on? How does this occur so frequently? I thought the person you were talking to about Palestine was talking about them in comparison. Yes, there is no comparison to be made between an act of genocide. Like, both are bad, but one is significantly better. And the reason why I gave the example of what Israel-Palestine is because if Israel was doing to the Palestinians what the Chinese government did to the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, the entire Western world would be would be celebrating the humanity of the Israeli government, the morality of the Israeli government. While I consider both to be unacceptable, one is glaringly, obviously, significantly worse than the other, considering that every single structure is still standing in Xinjiang, including but not limited to like the Chinese government's surveillance apparatus exclusively working with dragnet operations that are completely unacceptable, re-education camps, rather than like complete death and destruction of all people in the region with the express purpose of ethnic cleansing. It's an insane comparison to make. It's a totally and utterly insane comparison to make. Anyway, it's crazy because it's like people will look at like Hanifying mosques or whatever and consider it cultural genocide, which I understand. I think there's a decent argument to make that. Okay. Meanwhile, Israel's blowing up the mosque in its entirety. Like, obviously, one is simply like if you have criticism for one and nothing to say about the other, as a matter of fact, you defend the other thing, then you are not like a morally consistent or a serious person at all. You just don't like China and you love Israel. That's it. While I still criticize the Chinese government, okay, it's ridiculous to make this comparison as though like what Israel's doing is somehow better or even in the same world, even in the same universe.
In order to be able to participate in their company within the United States, or they're completely gone. They're not selecting specific speech. And so when
a dragnet operation is when you go into an area, it's kind of like what the American government does in terms of like their immigrant apprehension programs, where they go into an area and they suspect people of like being political dissidents or being undocumented immigrants in the case of the United States of America, and they cast a wide net and basically drag everyone and prosecute every single person without previously conducting an investigation. It's the reversal of like the normal process where if someone is supposed to detain you, they're supposed to detain you after they've conducted an investigation, or at least have probable cause to detain you because they suspect you of doing a crime. It is, by my understanding, a violation of international humanitarian law anyway. And yes, the Chinese government absolutely did do that, for the record. I'm not like an Adrian Zen's defender or anything like that, but let's be real. Now, having said that, it is unimaginably hypocritical for any American to sit around and just be like, that's really messed up. Also, I support Israel. Like, it's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Or I give a lot more permission to Israel to do whatever they're doing. But I do think that most of these people are not looking for some integrity or intellectual consistency. They're just simply looking for a way to move your attention away from the wrongdoings of America, because understandably, a lot of people want to think that our government is just like not responsible for a metric ton of evil, but simply they're doing that because, there's just no other option. They really don't want to do that, but they just have to sometimes. When in fact, these past 15 months should have shown every single person that, like, no, we do love the violence. Like, we genuinely don't mind it. We actually like it.
Doing that, the court is saying, one, this is technology that we're not too familiar with. We're rushing in some sense to get the answer out here. Two, this is content neutral, and it's not about the specific speech that's being made, but the manner in which this data is being collected. And as Devin pointed out, the security risks that are put forward here and that the government is worried about outweighs that of the risk of violating or potentially violating First Amendment rights. So it's well written out. I'm still kind of going through it, but that seems to be the consensus as to why we're here.
So because the ban is aimed more at
There is nothing funnier about this than it has such a funny Western world flavor to it where they just have to do this legalese, right? In an effort to make it seem as though there is like a valid reason. And this is not disruptive. And it's not like purely an insane move that the American government is engaging in that's like ultimately censorious, right? Xenophobic and censorious. Because that's precisely what it is. It's xenophobic, it's anti-competition, it's censorious. It's all three. It's the triple Monty. It goes against like the principle of American enterprise. It goes against the principle of freedom of speech. That's what it is. But because we have to always behave in a way where like this is done within the confines of a legal structure, it's not pure autocratic control. It's actually done at the best. It's actually done within the legal structure. So it's actually totally permissible. The media and all of these like legal scholars have to play this song and dance of like trying to find some sort of legal reason for it that makes this appropriate. The reality of the matter is there are no backdoors into TikTok because it is, at the end of the day, a Chinese corporation. There are no ways in which the American government can control the flow of information on TikTok. Okay? But also on top of that, TikTok has an incredible algorithm that is better than all of the other algorithms combined. And the American tech CEOs are desperately interested in either undermining said algorithm, destroying it, or purchasing it so it becomes an American competitor. It is in the hands of an American CEO so that they can use this as a weapon to wield down the line. Okay, does the same go for Tencent? Never heard you talk about Tencent ever? No, I have talked about Tencent quite a bit. I've actually warned that the American government will probably go after Tencent in the same manner. You know, why aren't you upset that China has blocked Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram? Because I'm not fucking Chinese. Hello? Because I'm not Chinese. Does it make you, does it strike you as odd? Do I look Chinese to you? I know I fucking pop off with the red sun in the sky when I sing it. So you must have thought I was Chinese. I'm American. This is another thing that I can't describe to people. For some reason, I'm like, dude, I'm an American citizen. I'm a tax-paying American citizen. Okay, I pay a fuckload in my taxes too, and I have a decent amount of motion, right? I have a decent amount of motion in this, in a community with like, you know, tens of thousands of like-minded people, and I can't even get the fucking Democratic Party to do the right thing to win a goddamn election. What makes you think I have any motion in China? I'm trying to fix my fucking backyard. And you're over here being like, but what about the Chinese government not allowing Facebook? Like, I don't know. That's not all right, dude. They should, okay? All right, what can I do about that? What can you do about that? Are you Chinese? It's so weird. Like, it's such a weird thing to just be like, well, it seems like the Chinese government is censorious. I know, they are. And I disagree with that, okay? I've openly talked about this many times. I think that China, considering that they are a global hegemonic superpower at this point, do not need to be as censorious. It's understandable if you're like a tiny island nation in the ass cheeks of the most violent superpower on the planet. It's understandable in that situation when that like most violent superpower is constantly waged war upon you, both economic war in the form of a massive embargo since your successful revolution. Okay, but like, yeah, if you're China, you have a lot more bandwidth for free speech. They don't do it. It's not up to me. I can't do anything about it. But ironically enough, I can't even do anything about the American government. And the irony is, you guys think the American government is democratic. You think the American government in our current structure actually cares about the majority opinion. It clearly does not. Because if it did, first of all, the abortion ban would have never taken place. If the American government or the American structures of governance actually cared in any way, shape, or form about the wishes of the majority, TikTok wouldn't be getting banned right now. None of it matters. We wouldn't be funding Israel's genocide. None of that matters. But when I'm, as an American political commentator, when I'm trying to describe this stuff to you, go, but what about China banning Facebook? Yeah, that's wrong. That's bad. That's messed up. They should also have their boomers get their brains warped by AI slop on Facebook. They should do that, okay? I agree with you. But what can I do? Am I Chinese? No, shut the fuck up. There you go. Meanwhile, the Mark Dick Zuckerberg is running around the Joe Rogan Experience to be like, yeah, I hate trans people. I promise. We're not doing any fact checks no more. We hate fact checking. We hate fact checking. And it's like, okay, like, I don't even want my parents to be on Facebook. And you're like, no, the Chinese have to be on Facebook. Like, no one should be on Facebook. I'm over here trying to get you guys to literally implement Chinese Communist Party style restrictions on your parents' internet consumption so that their brains are not so goddamn warped and they don't think that like Korean Jesus is saving dogs from a flood that took place because that's the only thing that shows on your Facebook timeline, okay? And you're like, no, the Chinese must enjoy the Facebook AI slop. It's crazy. Half of your parents believe in chemtrails. Half of your parents became anti-vaxxers because of the lack of regulation and no regulatory standards whatsoever implemented on these platforms that just feed them full of goddamn slop. And you're over here being like, we need to fuck the Chinese brains in the same way.
Data collection and who owns the app versus what kind of speech is happening on it. It's not a First Amendment violation.
Correct. And when you talk about First Amendment, you often talk about how someone is being limited, what is being limited, and what means it's doing so. And it seems like the law here navigated those rules of First Amendment violations and the law in a way that the Supreme Court said that this is not about First Amendment, this is not a violation, and that there is an interest in which the government does have in protecting.
Yeah, like I said, the funniest aspect of this is that, like, people will be like, well, the Chinese government bans Facebook. Okay, that's wrong. But you understand that that's wrong. So is your argument that it's only wrong if China does it, but it's right when America does it? Like, what is the argument there? Do you think it's wrong or do you think it's right? Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's what it is. At the end of the day, it's precisely what it is. It's like they don't want such a successful social media company to be owned by a foreign adversary, a big foreign, scary foreign adversary. That's it, okay? That's it. That's it. They have no backdoors. There's no way for them to control the flow of information. And the straw that broke the camel's back objectively was the ADL doing a final push because they showed how much teens were being radicalized about the Israel stuff, where there is this massive divergence between those who are under the age of 35 and those who are over the age of 35 at this point with respect to how they analyze the genocide of the Palestinians in the hands of Israel with our tax dollars. That was it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Donald Trump's administration wanted to ban TikTok. People have been wanting to ban TikTok for quite some time for the reasons that I mentioned. Okay, there are multiple different factors at play here. Other social media tech giants want to own TikTok, understand its algorithm, and want to basically not have that be competition. Okay. That's why YouTube Shorts is popping off. That's why Instagram Reels is popping off. Like, they're trying to actively TikTokify their own social media platforms. But because they can't outcompete TikTok, they want to eliminate it. On the other hand, from the State Department interest, they're worried that, you know, TikTok is not controllable. There is no flow of information that they can control on that platform. So they don't like that kids are getting radicalized. Okay? Then they claim that it's because, like, oh, well, actually, they could just, like, have compromising data on people that inevitably become, like, members of the security apparatus or senators or whatever. But they're actually using, if they're on TikTok, then, like, the Chinese government can blackmail them down the line. And it's like, none of our data is actually private. They could just go to a data broker if they want to do that anyway. It's ridiculous. The irony, of course, is, and this is the reason why I don't think TikTok will be banned inevitably, is because it has too many American institutional investors that make money off of it, okay? That's why I think it's, like, ridiculous that these guys are even having this conversation at all. But yeah, I mean, this is it. I've played this before. We've heard the ADL private conversations before. But the notion that, like, 7 million small business owners have popped off of TikTok, you're just going to cast them all aside. And the billions of dollars in revenue generated off TikTok, you're just going to throw it aside because it's owned by the Chinese. It's owned by a certain percentage of it is owned by the Chinese government or ByteDance, which then still has to go back to the Chinese government and do whatever the Chinese government wants, is ridiculous.
Why has the PR been so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It's said it's all the other way around.
Why won't they eat our propaganda as readily any longer? Why won't the kids believe our propaganda any longer? That's the name of the game here. That's what the actual point of contention is here. Okay? You don't get it. You might never will. TikTok sheds light on the horrors of the genocide that Israel is committing, and that is horrible. Facebook empowers genocide like how they did in Myanmar, and that's obviously good. Yeah, I don't get it.
I mean, typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating the realities there? And
we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond. And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact.
They're not even talking about like context, history, and facts, by the way. They're just straightforwardly talking about like their version of events. That's it. They are only talking about their version of events. That's it. They want to only have one set of facts that are readily available for all. And that's what they want. They want to be able to consistently have a faucet of propaganda. And TikTok has its fair share of this as well, by the way, like right-wing propaganda, reactionary propaganda. The problem is it also has some left-wing propaganda. It is the only platform in the United States of America that has some semblance of parity within the ideological left and right spectrum. That's it. That's what they're afraid of, and that's what they're terrified of. That's what they do not like. The fact that, you know, leftist sentiment goes above 20% on TikTok as opposed to every other platform where it's basically completely dominated by right-wing narratives is what's so scary for a lot of people, because God forbid young people, because of the way that like TikTok operates, because of the way that the TikTok algorithm operates, they don't care. It just doesn't matter what the ideology is. There's no markers on like what kind of ideological predisposition you have. If it's just like something is popular, something is readily consumable, people watch it and people blow it up, and that's it. That's it. So that is terrifying.
Impact of images dominates, and we can't discount that. But I think it also,
Reddit is pretty left too, though. Reddit is literally the most specific type of. Reddit is the most NatSec liberal website out there. It's worse than many other platforms in that respect. Reddit is not left, it's liberal, okay? It is very liberal, but it's also incredibly national security focused. Like, no matter what you try to do on IG or YouTube, you'll eventually find yourself back in a right-wing algo. Exactly. So much of the American-owned platforms, so much of the Western-owned platforms are just like far-right slanted. Reddit as well, for the record. Not far-right slanted, but Reddit is like basically a think tank in and of itself, and I mean that as a pejorative. Like, when it comes to foreign policy, Reddit is like neocon central. When it comes to social democracy, domestic policy, Reddit's pretty progressive, right? They love Bernie, but they also are like, everyone in China, everyone in China is out to get America. I mean, people talk about Reddit as though it's like a very progressive space. Literally bring up the issue of Israel in 90% of subreddits. See how it goes down for you, okay? Reddit is incredibly pro-NATO, incredibly pro-American empire, incredibly Western chauvinist, incredibly anti-China, incredibly pro-Israel across the board. Part of that is also because Reddit and the way that Reddit operates as a platform lends itself to botting pretty easily, lends itself to brigading pretty easily. So like 100 people that are designated to a task can like truly undermine an entire very popular subreddit. Like they can just change the dynamic in its entirety. It's so simple to do that. It's so simple to bot Reddit. It's so simple to brigade Reddit. It is very, very easy to control. It's very easy to control the narratives on Reddit, and people do it all the time. It happens all the time. What? Why are there 3 million accounts? Wait, what did you say? Are we gonna lose our free speech basically with Trump being the president? I mean, this is happening under the Biden administration. So one might even suspect that we are losing our free speech under the Biden administration as well, and the Trump administration is only going to accelerate it. This is not a partisan thing. I don't even think it has anything to do with parties. Okay, you know what I think? I think it's because America's strength out the global stage is waning, and when the American strength goes away, when America is no longer the dominant hegemonic force, they get scared. And when our leaders get scared, they're going to start behaving in this way. They're going to start tampering with free speech. Free speech is something that you can only have if you are so dominant around the planet that you don't care. Okay? That's what I've tried to always describe to you guys. Like, I get to say the things that I say because I have no motion, because I do not threaten the powers that be. Do you understand? I do not threaten the corporate hierarchy. You can only have free speech, and which is never fully free, by the way. Remember, obviously, Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange, and many other examples of America going, okay, too much free speech for you. Okay? There's never been like a full-blown free speech. It's just that like free speech in the way that I understand it, free speech in the way that I see it, is a permission structure for what is allowed. Okay? If you are too disruptive with your free speech, if you are a whistleblower, a real one, that actually identifies some of the horrible things that the American government is doing, for example, that actually harm American interests, then they will imprison you. Then they will punish you. Maybe sometimes you might even get the CIA award for journalism, as people like to say, when you end up, committing Sudoku with 2 bullets in the back of your dome. It's just, free speech existed before the U.S. was hegemonic. Oh, my God. I do love the notion that America had free speech at a time, especially before America was hegemonic. Do you think that we were more open to free demonstration? Are you crazy? Do you know anything about the anti-communist initiatives that this government engaged in? There is a reason why there is no semblance of labor in this country, labor power in this country. Okay, because this is the heart of the Red Scare. This is the heart of empire. This is the heart of the anti-communist sentiment. This is where the Cold War was fought and won. Yeah, that's why it's so funny. Like, the American history is riddled with straightforward assassinations of people that have demanded more. Things that we actually take for granted now. Literally, the weekend. Why do I celebrate the weekend every Friday and say that our forefathers fought long and hard so that we could have a sense of autonomy, a 5-day work week? How do you think that happened? There were demonstrations. People died in the process,
Has a very, very, very challenging effect on the narrative.
Yeah, a small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
That's the thing I don't understand. Like, in terms of people just defending this like TikTok ban, okay? Defending this TikTok ban while simultaneously operating under this notion that like, well, the Chinese government does it too. Okay, you have an issue with the Chinese government. You're an American. You're not Chinese. And you're advocating for the American government to do so as well. Like, it makes no goddamn sense to me. Here, let's listen to this this private correspondence within Jonathan Greenblatt in the ADL. That's why he's still tweeting about you? Wait, he's still tweeting about me? It is pretty crazy that this man has spent a good deal of time tweeting about me as, one of the leaders of the most significant institutions in the United States of America combating anti-Semitism. supposedly, in air quotes, anti-Semitism. I saw one from like a day ago. Wait, really? It is pretty wild that oh, because Bernie was on my stream. What did he say? Yeah, Bernie was being anti-Semitic, huh? Me and Bernie, just two anti-Semites. A lot of people seem to view you as a dangerous anti-Semite. No, that is what's so disgusting about this, okay? No one, and I mean no one, sincerely believes that I am anti-Semitic, okay? That is so incredibly insane. No one actually believes that I am sincerely anti-Semitic. The amount of time and effort that I have spent actively combating anti-Semitism, the fact that anyone would actually entertain the notion that I am even remotely anti-Semitic is so psychotic. And that's what's so insane about this. Okay? What's so insane about it is that this is a pure fabrication. It is a very cynical weaponization. It's not that I'm anti-Semitic. It's that I'm anti-Israel. That is what is terrifying. It's so frustrating, dude. The idea that Bernie Sanders would voluntarily sit for an interview with Hassan Piker, an individual who routinely has used his platform to spread anti-Jewish tropes, amplify propaganda from a designated terrorist group, and promote toxic anti-Zionism says an awful lot about the senior senator from Vermont and the normalization of anti-Semitism. Like, if my girlfriend saw that tweet, she would just assume it's true. Okay, let me explain this one more time. I'm saying that Jonathan Greenblatt, who is familiar with my game, okay, does not sincerely believe that I am anti-Semitic. Maybe other people who don't know who I am hear Jonathan Greenblatt say this and think that, but the people that make a big fuss about this sort of thing they do not actually think I'm anti-Semitic. I know for a fact that Jonathan Greenblatt does not think I'm anti-Semitic. Okay? He is simply utilizing anti-Semitism allegations in an effort to combat his true fears. Someone who is not anti-Semitic, who is actually saying correct things about Israel. I am, in that respect, a much larger villain for Jonathan Greenblatt than someone who is deeply anti-Semitic but pro-Israel. Okay? Between me and the likes of Ann Coulter, who is deeply and unconditionally pro-Israel, while also simultaneously incredibly anti-Semitic, I am a far greater threat. You want to know why? Because his nieces and nephews tune in and listen to me talk about Israel and go, hey, I know this guy's not anti-Semitic, and I think he's making a lot of good points. That is infinitely more terrifying. Do you understand? That's it. That's the real problem here. As a matter of fact, I'll take it one step further. If I was outwardly anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel, I would not present as big as a threat to someone like Jonathan Greenblatt, because you can immediately point out someone like that for being insane. This is why the likes of Dan Bilzerian and even Candace Owens sometimes get a lot more motion in mainstream institutions and mainstream media, because you can so easily just go, well, look at that guy. They're talking about the importance of the importance of like how this is so directly related to Judaism or whatever, and the cabal and the Jewish cabal and the elite pedophiles or whatever the fuck. That's it. For someone like Jonathan Greenblatt, especially because they have a very short-term benefit attitude when it comes down to things like this, someone like myself, or God forbid, even scarier, an outspoken anti-Zionist Jew is significantly more terrifying. Okay? That's it. An anti-Zionist Jew or an anti-Zionist who's not Jewish, but certainly goes against anti-Semitism and routinely combats anti-Semitism is absolutely worse than someone who is overtly anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel. Okay? 100%. What? Please stop calling her that. You can acknowledge she's a terrible person without using racially charged nicknames. Candace Owens? You're joking, right? You have to be joking. What is happening right now? Quite literally a white nationalist. She's a black woman who is a white supremacist What is happening? Okay, you're officially woke of the day. Take a day off. Woke of the day for the chatter. Anyway, let's finish this video. Like, the funniest aspect of this kind of conversation is that, like, they'll say things like, well, they're saying the same things that Hamas is saying. They're saying the same things that Iran is saying, not recognizing that actually, for many people, unironically, legitimizes the perspective. If your goal is to undermine Hamas, or if your goal is to undermine Iran, you cannot actually present their perspective as the valid one in terms of Israel. But instead of trying to separate, if I was to do propaganda, okay, for Israel, which that's what the Apartheid Defense League is there to do, historically at least, in the 90s, they quite literally got into trouble for spying on Jewish anti-apartheid activists and collaborating with the apartheid South African government. Okay, just that's what the ADL was doing. Okay, the Apartheid Defense League. But if your goal is to solidify the obviously anti-Hamas perspective that is broad in the United States of America, or the anti-Iran perspective that is very popular in the United States of America, then you can't hand it to them. You know what I mean? You can't present them as the only people that are saying Israel is doing a genocide to us. Okay? Because the reality of the matter there is, for many people, when they see what's going on, they go, oh my God, this is unlimited bloodshed. This is unlimited brutality happening with our tax dollars. You have to present a reasonable position. This is why I've always maintained the position that, like, liberal Zionism, to a certain respect, is supposed to give Israel much more bandwidth to be cruel and maintain the apartheid. But people supercharge their attitudes, their anti-Palestinian sentiment, their anti-Arab sentiment, their Islamophobic sentiment in the aftermath of October 7, and forgot that, like, that is the way you're supposed to do propaganda to the West. Just completely cast that aside. That's why one of the most dangerous, weapons. That's why one of the most dangerous weapons against pro-Israeli sentiment and Hasbara is the translate from Hebrew button. Okay, like this person has no way of comprehending that for many people like myself. Okay, they had at least some understanding. Well, not myself, but like many others, had at least some crumb of understanding of the dynamic there with the apartheid. And of course, immediately we're like, this is only happening because of 75 years of occupation, brutal occupation. What do you think is more likely? That people have an accurate assessment of Israeli history and settler colonial violence, or that Hamas and Iran deployed a multi-million-dollar propaganda operation completely without, like, the American State Department ever figuring it out? This complex multi-million-dollar propaganda operation to brainwash the American public. What do you think is what happened? And also, if that's the case, are Israeli historians like Ilan Pappé or Avi Shalom, are they also operating with Hamas propaganda in mind? People like Norm Finkelstein, they're all doing Hamas and Iranian propaganda. They're getting paid by Iran and Hamas. It's even funnier to say that they're being paid by Hamas. Like, Iran at least is a nation state in and of itself, but Hamas is a resistance group that was born out of endless occupation and works within the confines of a concentration camp. They have very limited motion outside. Yeah, Noam Chomsky being paid by the Iranian state and Hamas. Gabor Mate, Holocaust survivor, being paid by the Iranian state and Hamas. Or maybe plenty of these scholars, okay, plenty of these academics that have spent their entire lives documenting the atrocities have come to this conclusion because they have a moral compass that allows them to see right from wrong and aren't simply invested in the maintenance of an apartheid, settler colonial apartheid state. I'm confused by this. Why are they shadowboxing? Ignoring reality won't help them achieve their goals. No, ignoring reality and suppressing any kind of like information that counters the Hasbara narratives has been incredibly effective for 76 years, or well, at least for like 74, 75 years. it's this last year, or since 2021, I would say, where things have started changing. Major U.S. Jewish groups backed bipartisan bill like a TikTok ban. Jewish federations in North America says it supports the proposed law due to concerns of anti-Semitism proliferating on the platform. Not on Twitter, by the way. Anti-Semitism proliferating on TikTok. Now, I'm not going to tell you that anti-Semitism hasn't been proliferating on TikTok. It certainly has. Sometimes I'll see like a new dog whistle that I didn't even know existed was 127. And I had to dive a little bit deeper into figuring out what this meant. But I saw this like dude doing like, not 127, my number, my autism score, 127,000. Okay, not my autism score, dummies. I think it's 127,000 or something like that. That's a new dog whistle. I don't even know if the ADL database has it, but I didn't know what it was at first. I was like, why are people saying 127,000, or maybe it's a different number, something along those lines. But it turns out they're saying that, or 217, is it 217 or 271? It's not 100 it's not 127, it's 271. Okay? Yeah, it's 271. It's 271. Sorry. That dog whistle is the Holocaust revisionist, Holocaust denial dog whistle that claims that only 271,000 Jews were killed. It's a dog whistle to deny the 6 million number. Yeah, that's the new dog whistle. And I found out about this dog whistle from TikTok, as a matter of fact. I saw the dog whistle on TikTok, and I was like, what the hell is this number? So, don't act like you don't know. No, what? I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, it's also kind of, it's still insane that they're just saying like only 270,000 Jews were killed, not 6 million. Oh, okay. Like, I mean, it's already incorrect, but even then, it's like a psychotic thing to say that is like supposedly acceptable. Like, what is the argument here? But anyway, listen. The point is, TikTok, of course, also has anti-Semitic sentiment, but which platform do you think has more open, overt anti-Semitic sentiment than TikTok? It's Twitter. And I've never heard Jonathan, I've never heard the Apartheid Defense League go after Twitter, okay? As a matter of fact, after Elon Musk openly seconded one of the most common Nazi ideals, the notion that Jews are doing unlimited third world immigration into the Western world to destroy Western superiority, okay? When he said, you have said the truth to that argument on his own platform that he owns, on his own platform that he's unbanned every single Nazi on, Jonathan went up to him and was like, yo, you got to be pro-Israel, dog. What's this about? And Elon Musk was like, no, I love Israel. And Jonathan Greenblatt was like, yeah, Elon is he's a good guy, and defended him. It was so ridiculous. This moment and this argument, this glaringly obvious instance of the Apartheid Defense League refusing to actually combat anti-Semitism, but instead working to, defend the apartheid, okay, was so frustrating that the previous president of the ADL was like, what the fuck are you doing to Jonathan Greenblatt? The previous president of ADL, who's also not exactly a good guy either, Even he was like, dog, what are you doing? When Donald Trump was like, if I lose, it's because of the Jews. I've given everything to you, Jews. Why won't you actually give back to me for once? I've given you Israel. I've given you everything. Jonathan Greenblatt, nothing. Just like a subtle nod, being like, Mr. President, Mr. Trump, sir, you have said something that maybe is being misunderstood. I apologize for even criticizing you, but dude, TikTok is not anti-Semitic. All the Gaza stuff just got shared a lot. No. I'm not saying TikTok is like overwhelmingly anti-Semitic. I'm saying that every platform has a decent amount of anti-Semitism in it, TikTok included, of course. But if there's one platform that you could designate as the most anti-Semitic platform, it's Twitter. Like open neo-Nazi shit goes viral on this platform virtually every single day, where there's another gif of like Adolf Hitler and people are like, we have to apologize to him. Anyway, I think the cold feet around the TikTok ban reflects that there never really was any specific security fear around it, but beyond, it's a weird Chinese app, Chinese-owned app that's popular. And that's true. I think that is the case as well.
Its citizens and its data, and this law does stand.
Devin, the Biden administration says they're leaving this to the Trump administration to implement, but the ban is supposed to go into effect in 2 days before Trump is sworn in. Trump has said he's going to save TikTok. So how is this all going to play out now? What are you watching for?
That's the million-dollar, maybe multi-billion-dollar question, Diane. As you know, TikTok is one of the most popular apps in the world. It's certainly here in the United States. So many users, half the country, if you believe the statistics, have used this app on a monthly basis. So that's a remarkable number of people turning to the app. Now, TikTok's attorney said during the oral argument just last week that the app will go dark on the 19th if, in fact, this ban does take effect. So we'll see what that actually means. There's been a lot of debate, a lot of speculation about how it will work. But keep in mind, to Brian's point, that this law actually was aimed at ByteDance. That's the company that it addresses. That's the company it regulates. And the Supreme Court today said that foreign companies, ByteDance is owned by the Chinese, don't have First Amendment rights. They don't have rights in the United States. And so, you know, really the law is forcing ByteDance to sell, and now they have 2 days to do that. We should say, you know, a deal of that magnitude very likely couldn't be executed in 2 days. But the law does include an exemption for the next president of the United States, well, either President Biden or President Trump, if in fact a deal is at hand. If ByteDance does decide in the next few hours to sell, there's a buyer that's come forward. If sufficient legal arrangements are in place, then the government can move forward and take that at its word and extend this ban, delay the ban for 90 days. So that's another possible development we could keep an eye out for here in the next little bit.
Brian, in the meantime, you've seen a ton of TikTok users start migrating to other similar apps. Also, I think most, if not all of them, also owned by Chinese companies, if not ByteDance themselves. So what does this decision mean in terms of precedents for other social media apps and other kind of TikTok copycats?
One is very difficult because I didn't even know how to use TikTok. I was trying to figure it out. Now we have to move to a whole other platform. But in terms of the narrowness of this decision, think of it this way. The Supreme Court is saying is if it has two wings and it has feathers and it has a bill, then it's a duck and it cannot apply in this way based on the law. So if other organizations come out and say, you know what, we have two wings, but we don't have feathers and we do have a bill, then the narrowness of this decision may not apply to other entities. And so what you're seeing is that the precedent's going to be narrowly tailored to the way in which ByteDance operated TikTok and the way in which TikTok collected information. If another company, foreign or domestic, decides to just go a little bit different than how the Supreme Court decided, that company may still exist. And I think the precedent is going to be other companies looking at this decision and saying, how can we exist with these rules in place?
So is this going to be congressional whack-a-mole if they try to ban them all? Is it just going to be some new company comes up and Congress has to pass a new law if they want to ban that one too?
Pretty much. It becomes a situation of if a different company comes at this in a way that ByteDance didn't, and they're operating in a way that the court did not imagine or did not contemplate, or that this law that is basically telling ByteDance that they need to divest in a different way, then yes, Congress might have to come up with a new law to adjust that. It's the way technology works.
Everyone knows you're anti-Semitic, dog. I was talking to a girl on Hinge, and she asked what I watch on YouTube. I decided to take a chance and mention you with a couple mainstream names, and she promptly unmatched with me. Okay, cope.
Technology grows, we find new ways to regulate and enforce and ensure that they're safe for all people participating.
Devin, so what's the immediate impact here? What are you watching for in literally the next 2 days?
Well, Diane, if in fact this goes forward in 2 days and takes effect, we are led to believe that American-owned companies that facilitate TikTok, so sites like Apple and Google and their app stores, won't be able to offer the app legally for download there or any future updates, at least so long as the ban is in place. So that'd be the first thing. The second question is what happens to all those people, those 100 million people who have TikTok on their phones? That's more of a murky question. The company says the app will go dark, but it's not entirely clear what that means. They haven't confirmed whether they'll flip a switch and turn it off. It is not illegal as of Sunday to have TikTok on your phone. It will not be a crime to use TikTok if it still works. So that will still be, plain.
I like that they had a good old-fashioned, before people get mad at me, I'm going to use a term that's problematic, Mexican standoff here. Okay, I actually don't even know if that's problematic or not. I'm just, being woke of the day ahead of time. But and the Chinese government, or rather the owners of TikTok, ByteDance, was just like, yeah, no, we're not going to divest, dude. Like, that's crazy. Okay, we're not going to divest. You're delusional. As a matter of fact, I'll take it one step further. We will close down our servers. So 170 million Americans that currently enjoy their treats will no longer be able to have access to their treats. And basically the American government was like, we didn't realize that we didn't have motion like that. Excuse me, you can't do that, actually. So now they have to, pass the buck to the Trump admin. I think it's so funny because if what they're saying is true and China wants to influence Americans with this app, if they don't sell it and it just goes dark, Americans who have used the app are going to be mad at the American state. That would mean China would win either way. Soft power goats. This is so dumb. Yeah. It's just, there is no way to look at this. Like, there is no valid reason for this other than we don't like that a app that is not owned immediately, like not owned directly by an American, but indirectly owned by many Americans, has this level of motion in our market, and also simultaneously has the capacity to change people's minds about certain issues that we want to control the flow of information on. We can't put our thumb on the scales. And I don't like that. What's also crazy, indirectly owned by many Americans, Fire. I mean, it is owned by many Americans. Why do they not have the same attitude towards Twitter? And I'm not talking about Elon Musk, who is obviously South African. I'm talking about the Saudi government. The Saudi government is a major owner of Twitter now. That's who actually bought Twitter. Elon Musk didn't front the entire thing. He went to Saudi Arabia and got their sovereign funds to put up billions of dollars necessary to purchase it. Why do we not have that same issue? Yeah, 60% of its parent company, ByteDance Limited, is owned by global investors. 20% is owned by its co-founders and 20% by its employees, including thousands of Americans. Saudi's second largest investors in Twitter after Musk takeover. Yep. Kingdom Holding Company and the private office of Prince Al-Walid bin Talal will maintain their stake in Twitter after Musk took control over the social media company. Saudi Arabia Kingdom's holding company, KHC, along with the private office of Prince Al-Walid bin Talal, will continue their ownership of Twitter shares valued at 1.89 billion after Elon Musk take over the social media company, making them jointly the second largest investors, according to a statement released by the Saudi prince. Bin Talal, who shared the statement on his Twitter account on Friday and made reference to Musk as the chief twit, stated that the deal was in line with the long-term strategy of KHC. Because China is not an ally, maybe, dog? Brother, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's the point. Reddit is also owned by a Chinese company, Tencent. Why is it not banned too? Because Reddit ultimately is still controlled by Americans. Okay? That's why. So much of, then what don't you understand? Wait, what? Do you think that every single time I ask rhetorical questions, I'm simply asking a real straightforward question because I don't know what the answer to that question is? Or do you think I'm using the rhetorical questions as a tool to further solidify the argument that I'm making? We do too much trade with China. They own, like, Chinese investors own, or I guess if you want to say every Chinese company is technically controlled by the government, Chinese investors and the Chinese government has control over, to a certain degree, every single company. Like, so many companies. No, I understand, but that's how it's always worked. Saudis are puppies. Dog, that's what I'm saying. The reason why I brought this up is because it's not about, like, foreign countries owning or what their internal politics look like. It has everything to do. It has everything to do with this one specific foreign country and us not having any control over the flow of information, not being able to put our thumb on the scale. That's my point.
Out a little bit. But to Brian's point, you know, this ban is only in effect in so long as a foreign adversary owns the back end of TikTok, and it can lift at any time. So as long as there's a deal that's worked out at some point, or the arrangement that TikTok has satisfies the government's concerns, then perhaps it can come back in full force even very quickly. So, you know, a lot can happen in this space, and we've seen the negotiations take off. Donald Trump, of course, has invited the TikTok CEO to be.
When I say fuck me in frustration at work, What I actually mean is, have sex with me, 62-year-old coworker. Yes, GILF lives matter.
Front and center at his inauguration on Monday. There's some speculation as to maybe he'll be able to work out some kind of a deal there. But remember, Diane, just 4 years ago, he was the one who signed an executive order banning TikTok. He was the one that wanted it out of the country. He signed a law banning TikTok from all government devices, which remains in force today. If you're a government employee, you can't download TikTok. So, you know, it's Donald Trump's method to use things like this for negotiation tactics. We'll see if he's able to pull something out of his hat. But in the meantime, come Sunday, according to the company, it will go dark.
And I do have some breaking news on that front, Devin. President-elect Trump has just posted on Truth Social that he spoke to President Xi Jinping of China, that the call was a very good one.
My goat, JD Pondon, JD Pondon, JD Pondon, baby. JD Pondon, baby.
One for both China and the USA, he says. And he says it's his expectation that they will solve many problems together and starting immediately.
You already know he's gutting the Treatlerites. You already know. You already know he's killing all of the Adolf Treatler supporters by eviscerating American trade with all of his tariffs. Okay? He wants the suburbs to scream. He wants every single drop shipper to drop dead. Okay? A true third worldist, a true Maoist third worldist, dude. You thought Xiaohongshu was the application. Turns out Xiaohongshu is actually not the red note, but the red book, the little red book that Trump has a copy of. He wasn't reading Mein Kampf. He was reading the little red book. The revolutionary sentiment lives within JD Pondon. He will take out every Treatlerite one by one.
He says we discussed balancing trade, fentanyl, TikTok, and many other subjects. President Xi and I will do everything possible to make the world more peaceful and safe. So it sounds like President-elect Trump has wasted no time trying to address this directly with the Chinese president. Of course, waiting to see what that all means. But what's your impression, Devin, or your reaction, I should say, to how much Trump has spoken about this, especially given, as you point out, he had a very different.
By the way, you misunderstand the Facebook is banned in China argument. That's about reciprocity of trade, market access. Doesn't matter, though, because the government didn't argue that. You're right as to why TikTok got banned, but legally it's no different than the restrictions on foreign ownership of media outlets. Wait, what? No, I'm saying that. What? Am I misunderstanding you? Maybe. I'm saying that I don't care. Like, sure, Facebook should exist in China. I don't give a shit. But also, I'm not Chinese. I have no control over what the Chinese government can say or do. I don't even have control over what the American government says or does. I'm in here in the process of criticizing the American government for the actions that it's taking. Oh, you're saying the government didn't argue trade reciprocity and market access as a reason to ban TikTok. Is that what you're saying? I don't even think it's necessarily the anti-Israel speech that was popping off on TikTok that is the major reason. I think the anti-Israel speech is the straw that broke the camel's back, because it's an indication of a much larger problem. Okay, you could point to pro-Luigi sentiment if you want as well. These are the types of things that our corporate overlords are genuinely fearful of. Okay, it's ultimately disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchy when you have loads of younger generations going, yeah, no, I don't actually have a problem with Luigi Mangione, who, you know, allegedly assassinated the CEO of a healthcare company. That is what is terrifying to people who are ultimately holding on to power. Israel just has a lot of Israel, and the pro-Israel lobby has a lot of influence in American Congress. So they were able to exert that influence and basically push this across the finish line. Republicans had their menu of cuts leaked to the press. These are all the things that they're considering to pay for Trump's second round of tax cuts. Low lights include 10% tariff, lowering corporate tax rate to 15%, ending home mortgage interest deductions, taxing scholarships, pick your poison. Holy moly. Also, the elephant in the room is that TikTok survived years of escalation with China, but a few weeks of moral panic about Palestinian activism pushed the ban through. Israel's in trouble really is the activation word that shut off boomers' rational political thought. Congress got so freaked out by the idea of Adolf bin Laden on the Columbia campus that they forgot why they hadn't ever banned an entire social media ecosystem from America before. I think it is yet another indication that America's soft power capabilities are diminishing. And also, American capitalism is kind of, with the private-public partnership and constant cost cutting, constant corner cutting, constant profit seeking, has actually eviscerated the institutional powers of like the State Department, the institutional power that the state intelligence apparatus also had. So they just don't have the same motion that they used to in terms of manufacturing consent. They don't have the same motion that they used to. So they're just trying to do this like ridiculous thing by taking matters into their own hands and like openly and boldly trying to stop this company at all costs from like poisoning the mind of the youth. And it was done in such a silly way, especially because the very nature of TikTok makes everything so publicly visible. It's like as a platform, as a social media platform, is the most successful. 170 million Americans are on it, right? It's infinitely more successful than Twitter is in terms of like getting normies to pay attention to a particular thing. That in and of itself is making the story much worse for them. If it was something that was like in the margins, like they would have an easier time, in my opinion, banning DJI. They would have an easier time, in my opinion, banning TP-Link, right? Like Chinese companies that they can claim are spying on Americans through these consumer products, right? They could do that. But with TikTok, it's like 170 million Americans use it. And also the very nature of the platform in and of itself is just like, it's a communication tool for a lot of normies. What is this? Hello, Americans here. Does anyone watch him? If you know who this is, what are your thoughts on him? I watch him. He looks good, but too woke, too gay. Love Kaya best. I'm too gay for the Chinese. I gotta mask it up. There's no way that's actually a Chinese person, dude. Are you kidding me? Have you guys seen what has motion in Asian countries? If I looked gayer, I would be considered hotter, I think. If I looked more androgynous, I would be considered sexier. That definitely was from China. The IP was from Anhui, a Chinese province. Oh, really? That's crazy.
Viewpoint in his last administration.
Right, and it's important to keep in that context front and center as the new president comes in. And as we talk about the concerns about TikTok, these have been
Have you ever talked to Chinese who actually live there? I've seen lots of tweets without any research, just making me laugh at. Yes, I have talked to Chinese people who live in China. I also unironically have Chinese relatives who work in China.
Front and center for the United States government, Congress, Republicans, Democrats, from the CIA over to the Pentagon, President Biden, President Trump. There's really unanimity that this is a concerning situation, and they have been in negotiations with ByteDance for more than 4 years. So it's not as if this law simply came out of the blue and now all of a sudden the government is going to ban TikTok. They have tried to come up with some sort of a solution for data security, putting Americans in charge of TikTok security on the board, putting some of their data in an American-owned cloud run by Oracle. But at the end of the day, the government has said,
like, for me, I think the reason why I'm still maintaining the position that it's not likely that TikTok is banned, and I might be totally off base on this, is because of a couple things, right? Like, one, too many Americans make money off of TikTok, both on the consumer side, like both on the small business owned and operation side. 7 million small businesses have started on TikTok. And too many institutional investors make money off of TikTok because they're, the corporate investors into ByteDance directly. Okay. There's also an unimaginable amount of money that goes into TikTok in terms of marketing, for example, like major media companies like UMG and all these other like record labels have invested a lot of money and effort into TikTok as well. But on top of that, the American market, the American social contract revolves around treats, okay? The American social contract is about easily accessible, readily available treats at my disposal at any given moment. And TikTok is a treat, okay? If you take away this treat, people are going to get very mad. If you take away any treats from the American market, they will get mad, especially once they've grown used to it. Okay. And TikTok is a major treat for 170 million Americans. Think about how Americans responded when they couldn't get a haircut during the 1 month long period of COVID shutdowns. Okay? Think about how Americans responded when they had to be, they were forced to wear a mask in public for like a week and a half. They lost their minds because everything falls apart if you don't have access to treats. Think about how Americans reacted to inflation. When treats are no longer as readily accessible and as affordable or are taken away from you, Americans go, what are we doing all this for? I don't have health care, right? My health care is a for-profit and tied to my job that I hate, okay? I sit around in traffic to get there all day, every day. There's no, the roads are filled with potholes. The ISPs are screwing us over. We're not getting good enough service. No bandwidth whatsoever. No technological improvements that are immediately making my life better or easier. I never see any sort of tangible benefit from the technological improvements. Anytime we see any sort of tech improvements, it's actually to improve productivity, which then ends up displacing more parts of the labor force. The world is seemingly on fire or underwater, sometimes at the same time. I don't have anything. The only thing I have is the dollar menu and ease of access to treats, a relatively inexpensive television that I can buy year over year. So when you take that away from Americans, they go, well, what am I doing this for? You took the last thing I had. You can't buy a house. You can't retire. The world is on fire. There's constant war all the time. Everything sucks. Dollar menu gone, bro. I know. That's my point. Dollar menu is gone. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. How do you think Americans responded when they had to pay extra dollars for their eggs or when the dollar menu went away? This is like my first time in 5 years watching you that I disagree. They're literally shutting operations on Sunday. What you mean it won't be banned? So TikTok is shutting down operations on Sunday. How do you think it's going to be saved? I think it's a flex. I don't think they're going to shut down operations, especially considering that Joe Brandon quite literally said they're doing a 90-day extension on the ban already. So that, it's up to Trump to fix it. I used to work for TikTok. We'll see. Do you feel me, though? Do you understand where I'm coming from with this, chatters? What is messy is that we hold ByteDance shares. I don't know how that severs cleanly with a U.S. acquisition. Currently working for TikTok, they plan more U.S. hires. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, TikTok themselves said that they're going dark, but they've also simultaneously not engaged in any sort of layoffs whatsoever, as far as I understand, in their American operations. That's odd. Biden is doing a 36-hour extension, as far as I know, not 90 days. No, it's a 90-day extension. It's so funny to think that these guys literally turned around yesterday. Oh, he did? I thought it was 90 days. Am I wrong? Biden didn't sign a 90-day extension. He gave it 36 hours. That's so stupid. I love that this is a self-inflicted wound by the Democratic Party, by the way, that actively pushed for this. Wonderful stuff, Mr. President. Wonderful way to leave office. Just making sure that no one under the age of 35 ever votes for the Democrats ever again. It's so sweet. It's so sick. Where's that tweet with the Chuck Schumer? I'm sure you guys have that Chuck Schumer tweet. No? This is what I was looking for. Thank you. No, not this. There's a video of Chuck Schumer talking about this yesterday as well. Not this. No, the video of Chuck Schumer.
Very opposed to TikTok.
What? No, that's not it either. But I mean, this is funny. It was a Ken Klippenstein tweet. Oh, this is the one I was looking for. Here it is. Congress panics, realizing no one's going to buy TikTok before the ban, a problem they created, with Senator Schumer saying it's clear that more time is needed to find an American buyer and not disrupt the lives and livelihoods of millions of Americans, so many influencers who have built up a good network of followers.
Few words about protecting TikTok's future, while also protecting America's national security at the same time. It's clear that more time is needed to find an American buyer and not disrupt the lives and livelihoods of millions of Americans.
That's cool, man. What happened? You guys didn't think about that ahead of time? I'm a stupid guy. Even I could see that ahead of time. I warned this. I said this is obviously a major reason as to why it can't be banned. 7 million small businesses. 7 million small businesses, man. $11 billion of revenue generated on TikTok year over year. Are you crazy? Just because ByteDance owns it? Like, it's such a stupid move. It was such an unimaginably stupid freaking move. And ironically enough, it was so stupid that it was initially a Trump move. That's what's also fantastic about this. It's amazing that the TikTok ban was 100% a Trump GOP thing originally, that Dems found some way to completely politically own and then set up Trump to be the heroic savior of a popular platform. Absolute masterclass. Every day that goes on, I am firmly committed to the belief that the Democratic Party, if not intentionally, is operating, maybe unintentionally or intentionally, as the controlled opposition party. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that they're just, their job effectively is to just make the Republican Party look good. The U.S. government, especially the Dems, act against the people and against their own best interest to fulfill the interests of the Israel lobby. I don't think TikTok ban is such an unimaginable outcome despite everything. There are certain things that are more powerful. There are certain interests that are more powerful in American, in the American collective consciousness than doing the bidding of a couple people with motion and lobbying power. Okay, I think there's a limit to how much the pro-Israel lobby can get away with, like, pushing Congress. You can quietly engage state by state and, you know, make it illegal to protest Israel. You can do that across the board over multiple decades, right? And they have done that. That has happened in 32 states. It is illegal to engage with BDS technically on paper. Okay, but you can't do something like this when you are taking away 170 million Americans' treats from their hands in this most visible, most public way possible. And you can't do it in a way where it literally ruins a ginormous percentage of American small businesses. I think that even if they were to push for this, at the end of the day, there will be severe political repercussions for it. That's how I foresee it.
So many influencers who have built up a good network of followers. That's why last night, Senate Democrats tried to pass a bill that will extend the deadline to give everyone more time to come up with a workable solution. But Senate Republicans blocked our bill, which is stunning because time is running short. We will continue to work to find a responsible solution to keeping TikTok going. Balance. We must end goods and protect against keeping TikTok going, protect American livelihoods, and protect against Chinese Communist Party surveillance. We must and can do all three. I have made my views clear.
There's nothing funnier than, I mean, this is the perfect demonstration of Democratic Party incompetence, by the way. Like, they wrote the bill, they pushed the bill, they signed it into law, and now they're like, we're doing our very best to try and stop this bill that we pushed for and signed into law. Well, why did you write it? Why did you actively push for it? You couldn't foresee this being a major political burden? Oops.
Clear to the current administration. And I will work with the Trump administration and with both parties to keep TikTok alive while protecting our national security.
It's crazy, man. It's so dumb. And here he is back. Like, we must... yesterday, Chuck Schumer hits this line. We must protect TikTok's future. We're also protecting American national security. We're not against TikTok. We're against a Chinese company in cahoots with the CCP owning TikTok. Senate Dems tried to pass a bill to extend the deadline. Republicans blocked it. Yeah, dude. You're doing a great job pushing this on the Republicans when the most public-facing, most popular Republican out there is actively saying he's going to save TikTok. I'm sure the American population will think it's not your fault.
I have been very opposed to TikTok. I was one of the first to expose the Chinese links. And I have urged that TikTok be closed down in America. I have been very...
Well, Biden can veto it? What do you mean? He signed it into law already. What do you mean veto it? He literally signed it. The TikTok ban was already signed into law and then also went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court also then said, yes, the TikTok ban is in motion. It already happened. Here's what Chuck Schumer told President Biden, by the way, in a phone call, that the ban would damage his legacy if it occurred on his watch. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the Democratic leader, recently told President Biden in a phone call that the ban would damage his legacy if it occurred on his watch, according to two people familiar with the conversation. Mr. Schumer, who said he wanted TikTok to be sold to an American owner instead of being banned, publicly confirmed on Thursday that he had pushed Mr. Biden to extend the deadline. God, we are so stupid. I can't believe how incompetent the Democratic Party is, how stupid the Democratic Party is.
None of that is actually good enough. So whether or not Donald Trump can now come in and talk to President Xi and pull something out of a hat remains to be seen. It's possible, but it's not like he's starting from scratch in the space, Diane. And just to underscore the threat, I've heard from a number of former officials with the CIA and the NSA really emphasizing that this is dangerous. We're not just talking about, you know, a hacker.
By the way, not enforcing it doesn't matter. The bill, in the way that it was written, extends a 5-year period, which actually goes over the Trump administration. So even if the Trump administration, okay, the bill, in the way that it's written, doesn't punish American citizens for using TikTok. It punishes companies like Apple and Google for having TikTok on their platforms, for allowing TikTok to operate on their platforms. It punishes them to the tune of $5,000 per individual user. So that's 5,000 times 170 million. Okay? And it can be used at any point. It can be implemented at any given point. And it has a 5-year period of implementation. So at any moment, even if Trump were to say right now that he wants to protect it and give assurances that he's not going to punish, he's not going to get the Department of Justice to go after Apple or Google for maintaining TikTok on their platforms, okay, he could, one, go against that at any given moment. He could just say, you know what, I've decided I am going to punish you for keeping TikTok. That's number one, okay? $850 billion fine. So that's number one. Number two, even if Trump were to, throughout his 4 years, defend TikTok and say that he's not going to punish, like give assurances and actually end up not punishing these companies for maintaining TikTok, okay, the next administration still has an entire year to literally punish these companies if they want to. Do you understand? So the way that this bill is written is to, you know, make it virtually impossible. Now, having said that, there's also an additional factor here at play. Google owns YouTube. YouTube is a competitor to TikTok. So the Android store not carrying TikTok is actually massively beneficial for Google anyway. But the only thing holding this together, as I've said, the two factors holding this together is the fact that 170 million Americans use TikTok and they like TikTok. It's an unpopular move to ban TikTok. And also 7 million small businesses operate on TikTok. There's too many dollars going back and forth on TikTok. There's too much commerce happening on it. So those are the two reasons why I foresee TikTok not going away anytime soon.
Getting your personal information online. We're talking about perhaps the biggest threat to the security of the United States, amassing large swaths of data on all Americans in every state, where they eat, what their faces look like, where they live, what their hobbies are. And the fear is, according to these officials, that someday down the line, if we were to get into a war with China or some kind of conflict, they would be able to weaponize that aggregate data in some way, maybe to pinpoint attacks, maybe to shut down key pieces of electronic infrastructure. And so that's the real danger. It's not so much about hacking your individual video of you doing a silly dance, but it's really about what they can extract from all of that on an aggregate scale.
I don't know. Some of us dance pretty badly, Devin. It could be dangerous. I'm out of time, but I do have one more quick question, Devin. We heard other Chinese-owned companies like Shein and
Dude, I'm going to say this one more time, and I 100% believe this. I trust the Chinese Communist Party. I trust the People's Republic of China with my hypersensitive data more than I trust Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or the American State Department. Get mad at me all day, every day. I don't care. I 100%. What are they going to do? What are they going to do with my data, man? What are they going to do? I trust the People's Republic of China and the Communist Party of China more with my private data than I do the NSA, than I do the FBI, than I do the CIA. I trust them more than I trust Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Google. Now, the point is, I don't trust those guys, and I still use their garbage platforms. Okay? That's it. That's it.
Him who brought up in those Supreme Court proceedings, now that the court has upheld this law, could we potentially see lawmakers try to go after other large Chinese-owned companies that also gather American data?
Potentially, and what it's going to be up to law enforcement now to take another look at this law, because it isn't written specifically with ByteDance and TikTok in the text, right? I mean, they were the target and the purpose of this law, but the language of the law, which was upheld today by the Supreme Court, talks about foreign adversary-owned social media platforms. There are a bunch of those, right? And so it's going to be up to the Justice Department now of the Trump administration to say whether or not they're going to target any of these other Chinese-owned companies and apps that are prevalent in our society, and whether they might seek.
So many apps, dude. Virtually all video games. Like, so many video game companies. Like, wait till these geriatric monsters in Congress find out that, like, Valorant has kernel-level access to your computers, okay? Any computer that has Valorant installed in it, in an effort to maintain anti-cheat, straight up has so much more access to everything. So much more access to everything.
The show here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170 million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create communities, discover new interests, and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers using our platform. We are grateful and pleased to have the support of a president who truly understands our platform, one who has used TikTok to express his own thoughts and perspectives, connecting with the world.
Glaze him, King. This is like, you know what this reminds me of? I mean, he's not Chinese. He's obviously Singaporean, okay? But this kind of reminds me of the day of mourning that took place when Henry Kissinger died in China. It's like, I get why you're doing that. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I get it. Like, not the best guy to glaze, but I totally understand why you would do that. Okay? Does that make sense? The only people on the planet that have every right to basically mourn and cherish Henry Kissinger as a positive figure in their development, in their nation state's development, is China. Because you support him in Cambodia. What do you mean? Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger is the reason why the People's Republic of China is the official recognized nation state and not the Republic of China that is Taiwan. They opened up the floodgates of normalization. China and Kissinger, Stalin and Israel, none of them had internet. Yeah. Only a tiny amount of people did that, Hassan. We know what he did, my man. I'm just saying it's valid. It's valid for the Chinese government to have an official statement of mourning for Henry Kissinger in spite of his many crimes. Okay. Whoa.
And generating more than 60 billion views of his content in the process. To all American users, thank you for making our TikTok community such a rich and vibrant space, for surprising and delighting us every day. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery, as well as a source of inspiration and joy for years to come. Thank you. More to come.
Major breaking news. The Supreme Court just ruled that a controversial ban on TikTok may take effect on Sunday. The ruling putting the spotlight on President-elect Donald Trump. And I just spoke to him on the phone. It was a brief conversation. And this was his first reaction. I was actually telling him about how the Supreme Court ruled. And he told me, quote, in response, "It ultimately goes up to me, so you're going to see what I'm going to do. Congress has given me the decision, so I'll be making the decision." So we're going to talk to our panel about that.
My goat, JD Pondon. JD Pondon, look at how hot he is. Look at how sexy he is. My goat, JD Pondon, baby. Oh my God, President Trump, please save me. President Trump, please save me. Save me, President Trump. Save me. He's coming, dude. He's coming. The Trump train is coming. Choo, choo. Okay?
That because it's not so simple, although of course he will have some options available to him. So before we get to that, I want to go straight to Paula to break down this ruling for us. Paula.
Yeah, easily the biggest decision out of the court so far this term, and here the justices allowing this.
Hasan, you have too much trust. Trust in Trump. It's a cope. Love you, law. No, I'm not being super serious about this. The only reason why I'm saying that is because one, he kept consistently saying he would save TikTok recently. Okay. And also, he's not like he is narcissistic and not necessarily the most like interested in maintaining American State Department goals or whatever, despite the fact that he absolutely despises China. Okay. I think that he really likes recognition. And someone somewhere along the way, possibly Charlie Kirk or many others, told him, you're popping on TikTok. Okay. So he sees this as a major W, and he's not wrong. It is a ginormous W if he saves TikTok. Okay. If he saves TikTok from being banned, it is the easiest W of all time. No negative consequences, only benefits. And he's Mr. Room Reader. And I've repeated this over and over again. As Mr. Room Reader, he had at least like the wherewithal to recognize that a lot of people were not exactly excited about what Israel was doing in Gaza. Now, make no mistake, he is super pro-Israel, but at least he ran in the exact opposite direction of the Democratic Party when it mattered. He went to Dearborn and was like, I'm gonna put an end to this. I'm gonna do it. Why did you see, as we saw, as people were tracking, 112% swing from the Democrats in parts of Michigan to the Republican Party? Because he went there and was like, give me the falafel. Yes, I will eat it. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop all the bloodshed. Okay? Like he at least had the wherewithal to recognize how people were managing the situation, what people were expecting, and also lied to the people. You know what I mean? You're still delusional to think it's smart to hate on Trump. You're going to lose the next election if you keep it up. Wake up already. Hating him nonstop is backfiring. Dude, there is no world in which you think I'm going to ever like actively, unless he does something good, in which case I will always openly recognize it and admit it. But if you think I'm gonna go out to bat for a wealthy billionaire real estate developer who failed upwards his entire life, who's a ginormous racist piece of shit and only narcissistic and doesn't care about anything other than himself, if you think that I will ever lie to my audience and tell them that like he has some genuine emancipatory interest in why he's doing a certain thing, right? You're delusional. All of you think this way. You're never going to change. You're never going to adapt. Just hate like the rest of you liberals, still crying and shocked you lost and will lose. Yeah, I can't have a normal conversation with you, unfortunately, because much like many Trump supporters, you're genuinely too fucking stupid to have a normal conversation with, because you've just made a bunch of different assertions. Just stop talking about him. Holy, he's the president, dog. What do you mean just stop talking about him? Imagine crying that I'm talking about the next president of the United States of America. But also, once again, you're so stupid that you think that, one, I'm a liberal, and two, that I didn't foresee Trump most likely winning the election. Like I regularly criticize the Democratic Party and maintain the position that Trump had a very decent chance of winning, even though I still slightly favored Kamala Harris all the way to the end. You're literally promoting him and pushing people to his side. Okay, thanks for your concern. If you're a Trump supporter, shouldn't you actually be excited at the prospect of me actually promoting Trump this way then? If you're actually a Trump supporter, you should be telling me to keep shitting on Donald Trump because it's pushing people to his side. None of what you're saying makes sense. I wasn't shocked by the electoral defeat even one bit. Also, I don't have partisan interest in the Democratic Party's success. You always get hate from libs because you do give him flowers when he does something good. Dumbass chatter. Yeah, he hasn't been here for the past couple of days, I think.
ban on the popular app TikTok to go forward amid bipartisan concerns about the national security risk posed by this app. Now, specifically, the justices were looking at a law passed last April by Congress with broad bipartisan support that said the app would be banned unless it was sold from its parent company, ByteDance.
So I'm going to get tax breaks from Trump law. Brother, if you think that it's like this is something that I'm excited about, or do you think if you think that it's something that I think is good overall, you haven't been paying attention to anything I've said. I think Trump's tax code is, you know, genuinely devastating for exacerbating the already existing American wealth inequality. I think Trump's policies in terms of his unrestricted, unlimited deportation protocol for anyone that's like slightly brown is completely unacceptable and Hitlerian. Okay. Trump is awful. He's an awful monster. But even an awful monster every now and then has the wherewithal. Hello, I am back. Not entirely sure what happened there, but I am back nonetheless. I believe I am back. Can you guys see me or hear me? Lost my internet connection because of my undying loyalty. Not an OBS crash, no. Lost my internet connection for a moment there, possibly due to all of the unlimited amounts of support that I was offering the People's Republic of China, and subsequently, what is happening? Okay, so this is giving it juice, but it's not giving it juice to that. All right. I was doing my regular pro-China hour, and all of a sudden, wait, what is it? There it is. All of a sudden, we run into some issues, you know? All of a sudden. I have to fix it real quick, but in the process, we're saved. Why are we saved? Because I also have an IRL backpack. Now let me fix the internet while I do this as well. Let me analyze what the problem is here. But you know, we have some fail-safes at this point. Can you use your phone as a hotspot to continue using your PC? I can use my phone as a hotspot, but it's not enough bandwidth. But also, what I could do technically is use my backpack as a hotspot as well. But instead of doing that, I'm just using it as a fail-safe in between while I fix my network issues, my network problems really quickly. Don't know why, but I'll just like restart my adapter and try to see if it works. And if that actually doesn't work, then I will potentially use the backpack as this new backpack that I have, I can actually use as a modem in and of itself. Is this the same cam you'll be using in Japan? Yes. This is the same camera and the same setup that I will be using in Japan. But yeah, we're going to get back to this. I'm going to get back to my commentary in a brief moment. Let's see if I can fix it and fix it fast. And if I can't, complete network shutout. That's interesting. Interesting and also frustrating. Okay. Let me grab a drink real quick. Hold on. Ooh, I just sprayed the camera. I wonder if I can quickly flip the modem as a router. I'm gonna get some technical support real quick. Is it possible to flip the bag into a modem without major problems? How long would that take in your estimation? I wonder if it's because of like network outages due to the wildfires or something like that. Nuisance that it happens at all, but I'm also going to be monitoring my router here, trying to see if I can gain access to it. Wait, never mind. Internet is back. Look at that. Boom. We're back, baby. All right, I'm flipping it back to the... I am, for the time being, flipping it back to the actual PC. I will see you on the other side, chatters. In the process of trying to fix the problem went away to begin with. All right, let's stop streaming. Let's start streaming again and see if it works. Hello, we're back. No, it's not muted. It's just that my microphone is that good. So once you get used to a certain level of sound that you hear, mic quality is dope on the IRL stream setup, by the way. How different? I wonder, do you guys have how different does my voice sound on this microphone as opposed to my other microphone? I wonder. More muffled sounding on here. Go back to the backpack, please. No, I will not be going back to the backpack. Okay. Backpack needs noise cancellation. Let's see. Let's compare it. Let's start streaming again and see if it works. Wait, why was there wait, there's a delay. Hello. We're back. No, it's not muted. Oh, maybe the delay was because I was literally maybe the delay was because I was like swapping it. The delay only showed up at the end. Crisper on the backpack one, but like a little too crisp. A lot of mouth noises. Well, on the backpack one, there's probably a lot higher gain. It's a worse microphone overall, but it's interesting. Anyway, where were we? What were we talking about? All right, let's get back to Pamela Brown sharing what Trump said after the TikTok's court ruling. JD Pondon, the GOAT.
Because the concern is that ByteDance has obligations and allegiances to the Chinese government. And the specific national security concern is that this app is collecting enormous amounts of data on Americans and that data could be used or manipulated in a crisis. Now, in its decision, the court said that even TikTok, quote, did not dispute that the government has an important and well-grounded interest in preventing China from collecting the personal data of tens of millions of U.S. TikTok users. Nor could they. The platform collects extensive personal information from and about its users. Now, Justice Gorsuch wrote, quote, speaking with and in favor of a foreign adversary is one thing. Allowing a foreign adversary to spy on Americans is another. Now, TikTok had argued that this ban is a violation of the First Amendment. As we know, nearly 200 million Americans use this app to express themselves, everything from the news to cat videos to the latest dance craze. But the justices appeared skeptical of that argument. And in their decision today, they said, look, this is very specific. We're talking about an app that collects an enormous...
It's an interesting predicament because liberals are like, liberals love resisting Trump. I wonder if they will turn around and quote unquote resist Trump on this and be like, he loves China. He's a Chinese communist agent, becoming even more reactionary for no reason, especially because being reactionary is the name of the game for the Republican Party. So you can never outflank them on racism or xenophobia. So I wonder if like liberals will try to do this silly thing.
amount of data.
They've already given a major W to Donald Trump by leaving him as the singular savior of TikTok, a beloved, very popular application by hundreds of millions of Americans. So that in and of itself is already kind of stupid. Craziness overall across the board. You know, truly despicable
for a foreign
stuff.
Adversary. So they said that even though First Amendment protections are usually given enormous deference, here they're issuing this narrow ruling. So legally, what could happen next? Well, it kind of falls to President-elect Trump if he is able to show that there are serious good faith negotiations underway to sell TikTok. This ban could be paused, but the Supreme Court today also could have paused this and given him more time to engage in those negotiations, and the court chose not to do that.
It is funny how someone in the chat said this as well. It's funny how the news media always says like, it's a silly dance application. Why do people like it so much? If it was just a silly dance application, people wouldn't be actively working to ban it. Okay? Like, they wouldn't be working to undermine this application that 200 million Americans use. They wouldn't be actively working to eliminate it. It was a silly dance application.
Emma?
Yeah, that's certainly notable.
You sure they're pretty dumb? No, dude. It's not just because it's a silly dance application. Okay?
I'm going to bring Joan in because it's interesting. You know, Donald Trump was once spearheading the effort to ban TikTok, and then he's had this reversal. He wants to save it, right? The justices actually noted that he once tried to ban it.
They did, right at the top of the opinion. In a couple different instances, the justices referred to the fact that in August of 2020, Donald Trump had actually issued an executive order against TikTok. And it also noted that he had expressed concerns for the vast swaths of information that TikTok collects on American users. And that goes to the justices' grounds. Just to remind everyone what the federal government had argued here, two grounds. They argued two grounds. One is all the data that's collected, the amassing of data from 170 million users. But then they also argued that TikTok not only had that data to use for blackmail or espionage, but also would be in a position to covertly manipulate.
Why are there multiple people sending me the Roseanne Barr Tom McDonald song? Is this another thing that's popping in the Discord server right now that you guys think is like really funny for me to react to right now? Or is it popping in a splinter Discord server so you guys are actively going, hey, this is great, please watch this?
Manipulate messages, different kinds of propaganda. The justices actually set aside the second reasoning. They decided we're not going to look at that one because it was enough for them to find that the threat to national security was in the data collection. And we kind of saw this coming because during oral arguments, several of the justices talked about information that could be collected now on young people who down the road, 10, 15 years from now, come into more important positions and then could be vulnerable to what had been collected on them. And just the risk of not just today, that data collection, but down the road, what Beijing could potentially do to it. And that was the crux of their reasoning.
Yeah. They're not doing anything right now. But what if they were to? We mustn't allow this to happen because they're not doing it right now. But, they could. Good argument, man. Yeah. But somehow TikTok's much worse. It's just like everything that they criticize TikTok for, I've long maintained the position that like virtually every other American-born application does worse, okay? If you're talking about like radicalizing the youth, at least in the direction of like anti-Semitism, or in the direction of misinformation, like spreading misinformation, like every other platform is just as bad, if not the exact same as TikTok, or significantly worse. We can't ban weapons of war from assassinating our children in classrooms. We can't get health care. We can't ban the for-profit attitude that corporations have in terms of being mediators in our healthcare without offering any real service whatsoever, just simply making more money. That's it. Generating value for wealthy corporations, the corporate owners. We can't do anything about that. But God forbid, down the line, China might use TikTok against us or something. I don't know. We should ban it just to be safe.
Today, Pam.
And so now you have Donald Trump, who told me on the phone this morning that, look, the decision is ultimately up to me. Congress has given me the decision to do it. Now, we know the law allows this 90-day extension if there are actual, real, tangible negotiations happening. But ByteDance has said it doesn't want to sell TikTok. And so there's this looming question of what's going to happen Sunday when this ban takes place. And between that time and when Donald Trump takes office Monday officially, and what options are available to him?
Yeah, I'm curious what he's being advised as far as how much discretion he has. I don't think this law, as it was passed and as President Biden signed it, really gives the president-elect, future President Trump, a whole.
HasanAbi, would you support Russia owning and operating a popular social media company in the U.S. subsequent to the 2016 disinformation efforts? I'm not saying China and Russia are 100% the same. Just wondering about the extent of your perspective. Yeah, I don't really care. Like I said, first of all, Telegram already exists. And secondly, the problem here is that Russia didn't own or operate a social media platform. And with a couple $1 million, they literally worked within the Facebook system to do this disinformation campaign that you think was so damaging. So that's the point. Like, my point is there are better ways of creating a resilient defense against rising misinformation. Okay? I said this even back then. If the United States of America and American democracy can crumble in the hands of a foreign adversary that has a fraction of the GDP that we have, the fraction of a GDP of a state, basically, inside of the United States of America, with a couple $1 million on a social media platform, we have far larger problems in this country. Okay? One must examine why propaganda of this sort could be even remotely effective. At that stage, the American education structure crumbling genuinely creates a national security problem then. But it doesn't seem like we're interested even remotely in solving that real issue. Does that make sense? What a superpower we are that we have regularly engaged in the same profit-seeking attitude in our domestic population to such a degree that we have basically made them dumber and dumber year over year, that they are susceptible to the whims of a foreign adversary that is tiny, that was able to successfully, and to this day still, able to make boomers, for example, who were fed a healthy diet of Red Scare propaganda and hatred of Russia, Russia was able to, through Telegram groups, undermine a century of Red Scare propaganda by using other American motivators like transphobia and homophobia and, family values to basically reverse a century of anti-Russian Red Scare propaganda virtually overnight. How do you not see that as a major problem? Like, think about that. There's nothing funnier to me than watching Republican boomers go from everything around the world is because Russia, scary Soviet Russia, ruined our lives and made our children gay, to virtually overnight turning around and going, Russia is the only nation that wants to defend the family values, so I like Vladimir Putin and what he's doing. That happened in such a short time span. Now, that was marginal. It's not all that consequential. I think if you were to ask boomers, they still pretty much hate Russia, right? They still pretty resoundingly despise Russia and are afraid of Russia. But it's crazy that you could even change any boomer's mind on this issue. You can't even change your boomers' minds on not being homophobic. The fact that there is a decent number of MAGA loyalists that also are pro-Russia is crazy. It's crazy.
Whole lot of flexibility in terms of being able to put the brakes on it once it goes into effect. There's a couple different options he has available. One, he could quickly see if he can put together a buyer group, and that is, again, if ByteDance and TikTok are willing to sell it, they have the option to just shut down their own service. They don't actually have to be bought, even if a buying group was put together. The other potential option that President-elect Trump might be thinking through with his team is whether or not he issues an executive order that directs the Attorney General not to enforce the law. In other words, not to conduct the investigations that the act calls for. But the law actually applies to the companies that provide access to the app. So it's the companies that provide the app stores that people download it from. And that puts those companies, if he were to say, look, this law is in place, but I'm just not going to enforce it, go ahead, companies, and still go ahead and provide access to it, that puts the companies in a really, really difficult place, because they're in a position then of potentially not complying with the law and risking huge fines.
Especially for Sunday when he's not officially president.
Well,
right?
he can't do anything before Sunday. We only have one president at a time.
Exactly, and they've made clear, the Biden White House has made clear, look, it's the end of our term.
They're going to let it go. So the question would be, once President Trump steps into office, what does he do then? Mm-hmm. And it's not so simple. The law doesn't give him a whole lot of flexibility.
I want to go to Elena Treen. Elena, when I spoke to President-elect Trump this morning, he talked about his call with President Xi of China.
The entire system of pacification was built upon people believing the propaganda they're subjected to, and the erosion of education making them unable to understand their exploitation. Gramsci wrote about how the masses had drifted away from the traditional ideologies and towards a structure of feeling that awaited full articulation. Nerd.
And, he said it was a great call, and they talked about TikTok, and they talked about several other issues. But that is notable because really the center of concern here that is also reflected in the Supreme Court opinion is about China, taking Americans' data and spying on Americans. So you have to wonder what really went on in that conversation.
No, exactly. And I'd also keep in mind as well that there's many Republicans in Congress who voted for this bill. I mean, it was a bipartisan bill that Congress approved.
Yeah, Republicans famously don't immediately backtrack when Trump says backtrack now. Yeah, Republicans in Congress are definitely going to go against Teflon Don, JD Pondon. Okay.
Last year to ban TikTok by January 19th. And there's many Republicans who think that this ban needs to move forward despite what Donald Trump is saying. Look, I'd also remind you that Donald Trump himself, back in 2020, before he departed office for his first term, wanted a ban on TikTok. It's actually something that the Supreme Court cited.
It's so funny that virtually every mainstream media outlet is just like, guys, you don't understand. This thing that you all enjoy, that you clearly don't care about if it's like even spying on you, is actually spying on you, and that's dangerous? Why don't you understand that it's dangerous? Hello? Please, please, advocate for the ban of this thing, please. This thing that you like. Yes, you will never get health care. Yes, you will never have socialized medicine. You will, like, all medication will cost an incredible sum in perpetuity. You'll never be able to retire. You'll never be able to own a home. And the very last thing that you use to basically forget that harrowing reality, we're going to take away from you, but it's good. It's for your own good. The government will only operate in a meaningful way, in a way where it actually has a tangible impact on your life, if it's negative. Okay, if it takes away your last treat, the treat that you use to just kind of forget how shitty your reality is, please understand it's good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I promise it's a good thing. Nobody under the age of 40 is looking at that and going, yeah, I love that. Thank you. Thank you for taking my treat away. I really love that. Just kill me now, please.
In its decision today that he felt that there were national security concerns about a Chinese-owned company owning TikTok. Of course, now we are seeing really the stunning reversal from him. A lot of this is, and we've heard this from Donald Trump.
Like, I'm willing to bet that TikTok as a treat is so powerful that even if it was like somehow undermining people's privacy in a more meaningful way than other applications, because it doesn't currently, okay? People will still be like, no, don't ban it. I don't care. I like it. But the very fact that like every American understands that they are constantly being spied on, like constantly, that they have no semblance of privacy on any of the other app platforms, where at least TikTok is more fun than Instagram Reels, they want the more fun thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, if all the other platforms had like severe privacy restrictions and privacy protections, and TikTok was the only one where it was just like all hands on deck, you know, even then Americans would still be like, I don't really care. But the hilarity of the situation is that there's no privacy anyway.
Directly in his own words, he believes
Eastern Europe is proof that TikTok is dangerous. Yo, not to take away the spotlight from the precious US of A, but can you check out TikTok has been used in Eastern European elections? The ban is totally justified. There are talks to ban it in the EU as well. Regardless of Chinese intention, TikTok is a very useful tool and weapon of manipulation, not propaganda necessarily. All right, bro, then deal with it on your own, all right? Don't come in here with some shit about Romania. I'm sorry, all right? I know what you're talking about. But yeah, that seems like a Romanian issue, all right? Deal with it on your own then. But it's funny because, once again, the same argument pops off. Facebook can be utilized in the exact same way. Facebook is utilizing the exact same way. It's not about TikTok, okay? YouTube could be utilized in the exact same way.
believes that he's.
Twitter is currently owned by a rabid, fascist, right-wing billionaire, Elon Musk. What do you think he's doing? Forget Facebook. Elon Musk is actively using Twitter to undermine democratic elections everywhere, just opening up an unlimited faucet of fascist propaganda. And you're over here being like, but TikTok is scary and dangerous. It's like, okay.
Warm to TikTok because so many of users in this country, there's tens of millions of Americans who.
Yeah, the owner of Twitter is endorsing the neo-Nazi party in every single European country. And you got Eastern European shadows in here being like, you know what's really dangerous? TikTok, please.
Use TikTok on a daily basis. Some of them voted for him because they saw a lot of his campaign through the app and by using the app. Now, we also know a couple things. Not only did he talk to Xi Jinping this morning, but he has been in regular contact as well with TikTok CEO Shou Chew. He's talked to him on the phone. We also know he met with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago last month. And Chew is going to be at the inauguration on Monday. We also know that Xi Jinping is sending one of their top officials officials from the Chinese Communist Party to the inauguration as well, something they are doing for the first time. All to say, this relationship, Donald Trump's relationship with the CEO of TikTok, but also...
Didn't Harris also use TikTok for her campaign? Yes. Like the Democratic Party used TikTok for their political campaigns. And there's apparently a cutout for some American content creators that will make like pro-American content on TikTok anyway, according to Ken Klippenstein's intercepted memorandums they found. Like, so it's obviously not that big of an issue. There's something there that they wanted to stop. Not entirely certain as to how they would be able to even do a cutout for like some American users in general, but like everyone uses TikTok. 170 million Americans use TikTok, man. That's a crazy number.
Xi Jinping is definitely one of those complicating matters in all of this. Even though Donald Trump has, really said that he wants to take a hardline policy on China, he also has Marco Rubio, if he is confirmed to be his Secretary of State, someone who is very much a hawk on China. He's actually sanctioned by Beijing. All of this is weighing into this decision. But I think the key thing is what Donald Trump is going to do once he is in office. And we do know that he is weighing an executive order to potentially push pause on this ban to see if they can find some sort of agreement with TikTok. I'm told in a short amount of time, maybe 60 to 90 days to put pause on this so they can try to find some sort of negotiation. So all of this is under consideration. But again, we will not know until Donald Trump officially makes that move once he is in office.
Here's the latest on the TikTok ban. It's official. The app TikTok is set to be banned. To the U.S. government, I'm never forgiving you for this.
That's awesome.
TikTok and its US users campaigned hard to block the law banning it in America.
Yeah, and then they found out once again that the American government does not give a single solitary shit about their opinions. If there's anything that could maybe radicalize you in this moment, I hope that this is it. Like, they just don't care. If the abortion ban didn't do it for you somehow, I hope this does. Okay? Holy moly.
But they failed.
Baby dog, that's just my baby dog.
TikTok previously said it would go dark in America on Sunday, taking with it all those dance trends, memes, and marketing opportunities.
Baby, work it. This is not a real cat, okay? But it looks like one.
Leaving creators like 23-year-old Queen Tay without the app responsible for 90% of her income.
Its algorithm is like no other. As somebody who has been posting on every major platform for years.
Abortion ban wasn't bipartisan Congress in 9-0 Supreme Court ruling. Wait, it wasn't a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Supreme Court is yet another way in which the American government, the body of government, operates. It doesn't just have to be the legislative body, okay? The point is, when you think about like the American institutions across the board, when you think about the Supreme Court, when you think about the House of Representatives, okay? No, TikTok was unanimous. TikTok was unanimous, not the abortion ban, okay? But my point is, the Supreme Court and also the legislative body do not operate at the behest of the public. They never have and they never will. That's my point. Hello? Virtually every branch of the government works against your best interests. This is all I'm stating. And for the TikTok ban, it was both the Supreme Court and the legislative body that pushed for it, virtually through unanimous consent. Supreme Court 9-0, TikTok ban came with like majority numbers as well. Do you think that was reflective of the broader popular sentiment from the American public? Of course not. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It never has mattered. So even if the abortion ban came through from the Supreme Court, it doesn't change that dynamic at all, because I'm thinking about it from the perspective of the average American citizen. Who the fuck looks at that and goes, well, technically this was just the Supreme Court. Like, it doesn't matter. It still harms Americans in the same exact way. It may be reflective of how Supreme Court feels about the value. Okay, but like Congress was overwhelmingly in support of banning it. That's how it even got to the Supreme Court to begin with. Now, one must ask the question why. One must ask the question why we never have this level of competence, this level of cohesion, this level of bipartisan support when it comes to tackling for-profit healthcare, when it comes to tackling gun violence. How come? Do you think that, I mean, after the past 15 months, chatters, wake up, especially after the past 15 months, where overwhelming majorities of the American public wanted a ceasefire implemented in Israel, many of which understood that the only way to get that was by denying weapons transfers to push Benjamin Netanyahu. In spite of the unlimited faucet of misinformation coming from mainstream media, people still recognized that and wanted it. Did it happen? No, not even a little bit. Clearly, no one cares. There's only bipartisanship within our political class when it comes to doing harm. There's never bipartisanship that they can find when it comes to actually helping Americans. Look at the Lake and Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit. It has a filibuster-proof majority because of senators that signed off on it. The Lake and Riley Act, which I've covered in the past, which will allow law enforcement to permanently detain and deport people under suspicion of doing crimes. So anytime someone looks Mexican, okay, and you suspect them of doing a crime, any crime whatsoever, including petty theft, you can just permanently detain them now. And if they end up being undocumented, it's over. Permanent detention. Doesn't matter if they actually did commit that crime, by the way. That's federal law. What is this? Thank God, TikTok influencers get a freaking job. Queen Tay, get a freaking job, Lamau, and provide zero freaking value to society. Get a real freaking job. Maybe save people from a low IQ attention span. Don't care. It's more damaging than helpful. Sell products that actually matter instead of Temu shit. Now, Hasan provides value. TikTok influencers don't. No, depending on who's looking at this, many people think I provide even less value than TikTok content creators. I think it's silly to be like, oh, I personally don't think TikTok provides value. It doesn't matter. The alternative is what? Becoming an Instagram influencer? You're on Twitch, chatter. Come on. Wake up.
And majority of creators could agree with that. That just sense of,
like, I say this as someone who's not even popping on TikTok. Like, I don't have that much of a TikTok presence at all. The HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex in the last couple of months have made some decent initiatives, decent efforts. Okay. But my motion on TikTok is pretty hit or miss. Having said that, you know, I still think it's absolutely ridiculous to just undermine an entire platform like this that millions of Americans use that actually does, in some instances, provide something positive. I think it's crazy.
Opportunity, that being lost will be devastating.
So will America's 170 million TikTok...
Also, what's funny is people are talking about how, like, Xiaohongshu is actually, like, banning gay people or whatever. You can't say cisgender on Twitter without being limited, okay, openly. But not only that, but also, no, they're not banning LGBT people on Xiaohongshu. What the frick? It's so funny. It's so funny that people are just like, you know, just running on this. They're entertaining this narrative. It's like, nah, Xiaohongshu, don't look at it yourself. But I've heard that they're banning gay people there, which is hilarious because it's mostly being said by people who hate gay people.
Users wake up on Sunday morning to find their favorite app is dead. Or could it get a stay of execution? It seems Donald Trump doesn't want to be the president whose first act in office is to terminate TikTok. He'd rather be the one who saves it. President Trump first backed the ban based on fears TikTok's Chinese ownership compromised American national security. But now he's changed his mind.
With billions of views, billions and billions of views, they brought me a chart, and it was a record, and it was so beautiful.
This unironically is probably the last saving grace here. It's not even a joke. Like, this straight up is like the only thing that's saving TikTok, most likely.
To see, and as I looked at it, I said, maybe we got to keep this sucker around a little while.
He's indicated he'll extend President Biden's pledge not to prosecute any violation of the ban, provided TikTok is sold to an American owner. But it's not a tune TikTok is dancing to, nor Beijing, which must approve any deal. They refuse to sell. Legal experts think TikTok is unlikely to ignore an act of Congress, and President Trump doesn't have the power to either.
Trump is inclined to do anything he manages to have the logistical and practical power to do. But we're kind of skirting a number of constitutional crises if he does that. His job as chief executive is to enforce and uphold the law. And if he's not enforcing and upholding the law, that's a problem.
Barring a repeal of the law by Congress or an unlikely climb down by Beijing, it'll be tough to keep TikTok alive in America, even for the deal maker in chief. Tom Clark, Sky News.
You mentioned Kevin O'Leary. He's with us now on the telephone. And sir, good day to you. You have made no secret of your quest. What's the price tag? How far have you gotten? Kevin.
Yep, sorry. Okay, so what we have here is the clock ticking. And what I think a lot of people don't understand about this situation, which is a derivative of the order, but this is where it gets complex. As of midnight on the 19th, any service provider that could...
CIA analyst pleads guilty to leaking classified documents about Israel. The analyst was charged with 2 counts of violating the Espionage Act and faces up to a decade in prison for disclosing sensitive information about Israel's response to an Iranian attack. Damn, they packed this guy up real quick. Remember when the CIA analyst leaked details about Israel's nuclear weapons program that America obviously was aware of because they were so aware of it that it's like a part of their... Like, they said, oh, they're not going to use nukes. Like, they checked it off in the box. That was awesome. But hey, God forbid we entertain that notion in public.
Could be an Apple. That could be an Oracle. It could be a video compression technology company.
Yeah, maybe he was, maybe he got his brain rotted by TikTok. That's why we got to ban it.
That's being paid as a consulting service. Any of them that keep this thing alive is subject to $5,000 a day fine times 170 million.
I hate this scumbag Kevin O'Leary who's like going on Fox News here to every day to just like improve his own social status and nothing else. First of all, you're a Canadian, okay? Go deal with your own country. Go deal with your own country. Nonsensical, okay? Secondly, you got no motion. He's just on there every day to talk about how scary TikTok is, basically. That's it. And how they must ban it. And the only reason why he's saying that is because he wants his buddies to purchase it potentially.
That's over $1 billion a day. Now, if you're the counsel for any of these companies right now in the last 15 minutes, you're advising your executive and the board that the risk inherent here is the first $1.7 billion of fines is going to be implemented, maybe or maybe not, until the executive order, which is untested.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary killed a woman in a boating accident and blamed his wife for it.
We don't know if an executive order can override a law from Congress. There's a case in 1937 that was used successfully, but you don't know. So as of right now, unless the company enters into an agreement to be purchased by an American syndicate, and Biden, who's the executive right now, waives for 90 days, this thing goes dark at midnight. Because who...
God, I hate reactionary Canadians even more. Because, like, they always come to America and just behave in this ridiculous manner. They always, oh God, it's like, go mess up your own country, man.
Who's going to take on $1.7 billion risk at midnight? Who's going to do that? What counsel would advise? This is the most interesting, complicated, crazy situation I've ever been involved in. I'm really excited about it.
So it's been said that the CCP out of Beijing...
Like, this is just false. Look at this. 85,000 likes. Chinese app red notice. Removing LGBTQ content and suspending accounts. Hilarious to say this. Not only is it false, but hilarious to say this on Twitter, of all places, where there are numerous anti-queer terrorists that are some of the most prominent accounts on the platform and routinely get elevated by the owner of the platform. This is happening in the same week where Facebook's very own Dick Zuckerberg came out and was like, oh yeah, dude, if you want to say like, you know, trans people are mentally ill, then you're totally allowed to do it on Meta. It's just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? What is this take? What is this statement like? Oh man, the Chinese are anti-gay. Also, I'm anti-gay too, but when the Chinese do it, I hate it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That very same account. Remember when PC Gamer used to be about video games? OnlyFans model. BioWare accused of deliberately making Mass Effect Andromeda female characters ugly. Just stumbled upon this old article. We've been having this ugly character gaming culture for almost 10 years now, apparently. Wow. Guess what subreddit is believing it? Of course. the funniest part is they literally didn't see that coming. It's just like all of these people who are anti-gay being like, well, when China does it, it's bad. When they're not even doing it. No one cares. Chinese apps do definitely have a lot of a hair trigger on bans for sure. I mean, TikTok included. Okay. But it's funny to be like, yeah, they're unconditionally banning all of the gay accounts when they're not doing that while you simultaneously are openly anti-gay. It's so fucking stupid. On the application, some of the largest anti-LGBT. I said something so funny about just lying about this while also being anti-queer on the application that promotes some of the largest anti-LGBT terrorists. Theoretically, if Twitter was owned by a China-based company, would you still want it to be available in the US even though it's turned into a right-wing leaning platform? That's actually a good question. That's a great question. I unconditionally don't want right-leaning platforms. That's part of the reason why I don't have an issue with TikTok, even though it has a healthy diet of misinformation and right-wing nonsense on it as well. It still also heavily not favors, but it still has some semblance of parity with left-wing ideology being broadly represented on it. My issues with all of these platforms stem from the unlimited amount of misinformation that exists in them and the American government not doing anything about it. And I don't even know what the best possible way to move to combat this misinformation is in general. But it's just like Twitter already is owned by partially owned by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's wealth fund is the second largest investor in Twitter after Elon Musk. But yeah, Red Note is like, as far as I understand, is like super gay. So that's why it's funny that they're like, oh, they're very anti-LGBT over there. It's just not the case. Why do these people say things and don't back it up with any proof? Because he got 85,000 likes on it, man. Who is going to offer a context note to it? Who's going to offer a context note to it? All the people that write those like content warnings and context notes are all Redditors, and all Redditors hate China. So they love spreading fake shit like this. Yeah, no, they're not. Hey, I'm a Redditor for like 16 years and don't hate China. Okay, you're one of the few. Also, why would you ever admit that you've been a Redditor for 16 years? You couldn't get that information out of me in a CIA black site under torturous conditions. Let's continue.
Could control the algorithm, which would do a lot of negative things here in the U.S. and influence a lot of people in ways that, frankly, we don't want to happen. This past week, some others have argued that the CCP could get access to your passwords. Is that true?
Nobody knows.
Why are you asking Kevin O'Leary this question? Why would he know anything? He's a dumbass boomer. It's like you would have a better chance. You would have a higher statistical probability of encountering a random person that is more aware of like OPSEC and tech related issues if you were to do a man on the street interview where you pose the same question than asking Kevin O'Leary. What does he know? He knows nothing.
Extent of which the algorithm provides data, it's been highly speculated, but, you know, there's a reason that Congress put this order in front of the Supreme Court. There's a reason they ruled in favor of it. It's not worth taking the risk. And so the obvious solution is to sell it to an American syndicate as per the order, and then decide whether you're going to rewrite the algorithm completely or fork the code, as it's called in the software industry, which I don't think many of the subcommittees are going to allow.
Okay,
We just don't know.
Okay, so I hear all your hesitation. One last question. Thanks for jumping on the phone. Kevin, what is the price tag to get the deal done?
Right now, $20 billion's on the table. Cash, $20 billion.
Will that do it?
Well, I don't know. We're 10 minutes old. I like to say.
Breaking up on the phone.
Okay.
We heard the important thing. That was $20 billion. Kevin, thank you. Charge your phone. We'll bring you back.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to brave the cold at Monday's inauguration, and we will be braving the cold, including some of the biggest names in the tech world. Nancy Cordes is covering the Trump transition. She's in West Palm Beach, where it's a whole lot warmer there. Nancy, get good morning, and let's all get ready for a shock to the system.
I am recalibrating my outfit choices as well, Gail. Monday is going to be a cold one. And you're right, there is a growing list of tech titans who are going to be getting the VVIP treatment.
I love that Kevin ended it with, well, there's a reason why Congress banned it. And it's funny because he's like, Congress, the most tech illiterate geriatric people on the planet, they famously understand these things. Oh, if Congress in our gerontocracy were to come to this conclusion, then it must be true. Forbes continues to hang out in chat, reporting your takes from days ago. Here's why Red Note will probably be banned like TikTok. I mean, yeah, a lot of people have been saying that.
Treatment on Monday at the inauguration. The latest is the CEO of TikTok. He is going to be joining Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and the CEOs of Apple and Google, who have all been invited to sit right up on the platform where Trump will be sworn in.
That's a flex, by the way. This is straight up a flex. Our tech oligarchs, everybody, they're all on board. All matter of communications platforms are now completely servile to the great God King Donald Trump.
Alongside Trump family members, former presidents, and cabinet picks. Now, most of these CEOs have been on something of a charm offensive in recent weeks, visiting Trump at Mar-a-Lago, donating millions of dollars to his inaugural committee. And it sure sounded like that's exactly what President Biden was referring to in his farewell speech the other night, when he warned for the first time about what he called the tech industrial complex and a growing American oligarchy. One other interesting development from here in Palm Beach yesterday, Trump announced that he was named.
Bill Gates talks about the recent 3-hour-long dinner he had with President-elect Trump. Gates says the only other person to join from the Trump side was Susie Wiles. Gates said he was impressed with Trump's interest in the issues he discussed, including polio eradication, specifically with cases in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and many African nations in Gaza. Gates also said Trump was excited about the possibility of accelerating approvals for a cure for HIV/AIDS that the Gates Foundation is working on. Gates donated $50 million to the Kamala Harris Super PAC.
Have you met with Donald Trump since the election?
Yeah, I had a chance to go.
It's so funny that like these multi-billionaires just have direct access to the freaking president. Like they just like what are we doing? How is this any different than having lords and monarchs? It's so I don't know. Maybe I'm the friend who's too woke. I don't know, but it just feels crazy to me that they're just like, that's just a guy, man.
Go have a long and actually quite intriguing dinner with him.
What did you discuss? What was intriguing?
Well, we touched on a lot of things. It was over 3 hours. To my surprise, it was, just he and I, his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and the person who helps manage things for me, Larry Cohen. So the four of us sat there, and it was quite wide-ranging. Global health's the area that I work in, and such amazing things have happened and can happen.
It was not in public before. Yes, it was. It was. But they're just flexing at this point. They're just so much. It was readily available to those who seek out this information. But nowadays, I think it's even more in your face. That's the only difference. Like, it's just crazy, man. Like, people always flex about how, like, we're above this now. Like, we're no longer living in a feudal state. When we just have a neo-serfdom, a tech feudalism, if you will, in America. And yeah, the lords are kissing the ring of the new God-ordained monarch.
There, I spoke a lot about HIV and that the foundation's literally working on a cure for that. We're at an early stage, and so he, in the COVID days, accelerated the vaccine innovation. So I, was asking him if maybe the same kind of thing could be done here. And we both got, I think, pretty excited about that. We talked about polio.
Why do you think Microsoft is not kissing the ring? Yes, he is. What are you talking about? He had a 3-hour conversation with the president-elect. I don't really get why Bill Gates is back. Could you explain? Yeah, I mean, where do I begin? In spite of all of the innovative research that he talks about in the field of medicine, Bill Gates literally personally went to AstraZeneca, went to Oxford, and made sure that the patents for AstraZeneca at a time when everyone needed the COVID vaccine was maintained as private IP because he was genuinely afraid that if the international governments decided that in times of crisis, you can actually open up patents, that would spell trouble for his bottom line, considering that his entire work revolves around enclosures around intellectual property, enclosures around software. So he actually staved off global cooperation in the scientific community and most likely caused many people to die as a consequence of that. If AstraZeneca was able to freely deliver its patent to India, the global South would have gotten cheap access to the COVID vaccine instantly. He also lied in the process. He said, don't actually publicize this patent, because if you do, India is not capable of creating a competent enough vaccine. It doesn't have the facilities to create these vaccines in the same way. If you universalize this patent, then India will make bad vaccines, and it will cause a lot of people to be anti-vaxxers because people will die. Now, of course, what's really crazy about that is that India has the facilities to create the vaccines to begin with. That's so insane for him to say. It's like insanely racist for him to say. So with that one moment, Bill Gates probably cost the lives of tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands of people around the world, while claiming that India doesn't have the access to the technological improvements to develop a competent vaccine like a good vaccine. That is before we talk about what Bill Gates has done as the principal party in gutting American education, okay? Yeah, Bill Gates is a demon and has helped defund Washington state public schools for charter schools. Then voters clapped him at the polls, and the state Supreme Court clapped him too. Massive advocate for charter schools. Yeah, here's Melinda Gates. Following criticism, the Gates Foundation encouraged Oxford to sell the exclusive rights to its vaccine to AstraZeneca instead of allowing it to be open source. Melinda Gates that Oxford needed to partner with a pharmaceutical company to provide its vaccine. She added that the Gates Foundation can now work to ensure the vaccine is affordable. Yeah, the world loses under Bill Gates' vaccine colonialism. As many countries wait for COVID vaccines, the world needs a patent-free people's vaccine, not more of Gates' intellectual property stubbornness. Purely self-interested, by the way. It's a dangerous, I covered this extensively at the time, an incredibly dangerous precedent for the likes of Bill Gates and many other billionaires if one were to see a world rid of the patent structure where there is endless cooperation in the field of innovation, across the board, whether it be software, hardware, medicine, anything, pharmaceuticals. Because if people got a little taste of that international cooperation and actually were able to innovate dramatically, because there is unlimited potential in the global South, as I always like to say, that would be devastating for these profit seekers who seek to continue enforcing enclosures on data, basically. So yeah, I don't care that he's a nice guy, supposedly. India is the hub for the global South to get cheap, high-quality medicines. It's the It's the ones and only sector that has not been fully destroyed by capitalism yet. The global South heavily depends on said market for medical assistance on the most remote, underprivileged, and vulnerable areas. Yes. So yeah, fuck Bill Gates.
Naming Jon Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be his, quote, special envoys to Hollywood, a new position to promote American filmmaking. That led to a rather amusing statement from Mel Gibson, who said that he found out about it at the same time we all did, but that he is ready to heed the call. Gail?
All right, Nancy, thank you very much. On Mondays, CBS Mornings will come to you live from the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Then CBS News will bring you extensive coverage of the presidential inauguration. Starts at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, right after our show. We're going to focus on the transition of power with the swearing in of President-elect Donald Trump, his inaugural address, and, of course, their traditional parade.
And President-elect Trump's inauguration is now set to move indoors due to weather in Washington, D.C. It'll be the coldest inauguration day in decades, with temperatures expected near or below freezing. White House correspondent Karen Travers has the latest on that. So, Karen, how are these inauguration plans changing?
Yeah, this is a major change, Diane, one that they certainly...
Oh, no.
Certainly do not take lightly when you think about all the planning that has gone into this inauguration day and everything that goes into the parade, the security and all of that. But the temperatures are expected to be very cold here in Washington on Monday, likely in the low 20s with wind chills in the single digits. So they're going to move everything inside, not outside of the Capitol on a platform. It will be inside in the rotunda for the swearing in and the speeches as well. President-elect Donald Trump put out a statement responding to this change, saying that he doesn't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. He said it's dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, even horses, and the hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours on Inauguration Day. Still, he says, Diane, if you're going to decide to come, dress warmly. He also says that they're going to open up Capital One Arena, which is the downtown arena here in Washington where the Wizards basketball team and the Capitals hockey team play. He said they're going to open that up for a live viewing of the historic event at the Capitol and also to host the presidential parade. Not sure exactly how that's going to work and bring things in, but the president-elect says he's going to show up there at Capitol One and be there after his swearing in and join his supporters in the arena. Diane?
All right, White House correspondent Karen Travers. Karen, thank you.
The Security Cabinet approving the deal. What more can you tell us about what was worked out?
Well, the Israeli Security Cabinet did indeed just vote in favor of this agreement, voting that the full government, meaning the full cabinet of the Israeli Prime Minister's government, vote to approve this deal and put it in motion. And so we expect that that will be the next stage of the process here. In the next hour or two, most likely, we will see the Israeli government likely approve this agreement. That will then set in motion this process where the Israeli Supreme Court will hear petitions from Israelis who have been impacted or who are victims of the crimes of these Palestinian prisoners who are set to be released. But that is largely a pro forma process. The Israeli Prime Minister has enormous leeway to release those prisoners in a deal such as this. And so it does appear, Fred, that everything is now on track for this ceasefire agreement to go into effect on Sunday. We don't know exactly what time the ceasefire will start or what time those first hostages, three female civilian hostages, we expect to be released on Sunday. We don't know exactly what time that will happen, but it does appear as if finally, after quite a bit of uncertainty yesterday about the fate of the...
If you want to cringe and off yourself, no, I'm not going to do that right now. Important context on this deal. Yeah, Israel says its forces, not the Red Cross, will transport Palestinian prisoners released under the Gaza deal to ensure Palestinians do not deviate from the strict security guidelines and refrain from any expressions of joy within Israeli territory. Remember, this is important. This is what they did. This is what Itamar Ben-Gvir made the law. Remember, during the brief truce in November 2023, Israeli police visited the homes of freed Palestinians in East Jerusalem, warning them to refrain from any display of joy. During the November 2023 truce, Itamar Ben-Gvir ordered Israeli police to use an iron fist to stop any Palestinian celebrations and said expressions of joy are equivalent to backing terrorism. Victory celebrations give backing to those human scum for those Nazis. Yeah, if you celebrate your loved ones finally coming home, even though they were held hostage by the Israeli government. Bro takes tweets as facts, Lamau. You have to be the stupidest fucking person on the planet, right? Dog, this is from Jeremy Scahill, a numerous time award-winning investigative reporter. What are you? This man worked alongside someone else who's maybe fallen from grace in uncovering the truth about the NSA spying scandal. Oh my God, dude, reducing this to simply tweets is so funny. Quite telling that a number of Israeli troll accounts are claiming this post is false. Perhaps they need to raise this issue with the notoriously pro-Hamas Times of Israel. Are you shocked? Yes, I am shocked. I'm shocked at the utter stupidity of people who fancy themselves to be intellectually superior to the hogs that they claim to hate. Guys like this will regularly, because they're like Reddit brained, right? They honestly think that they're so much more intelligent than Trump supporters. And yet when it comes to an issue where they have where they've exhibited unimaginable bias, they are literally dumber. They're dumber than the average Republican.
This ceasefire agreement here in Israel, with a lot of political wrangling happening between the Israeli prime minister and his right-wing governing coalition partners, it does appear that at least now everything is back on track, that this ceasefire agreement is likely to be implemented on Sunday, and that we are on the way for a 6-week ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, one that will see the release of 33 hostages, hundreds of Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli jails, the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid. But it is important to note that until that moment, when that ceasefire goes into effect on Sunday, the war is very much still continuing in Gaza. The Israeli military is continuing to drop bombs and missiles inside of the Gaza Strip. People are continuing to be killed. More than 100 Palestinians have been killed since this ceasefire agreement was announced. And so that is the tragedy of the moment. Even as we are on our way towards better days and towards a moment of calm, 6 weeks of calm inside of the Gaza Strip, right now, people are still dying, and the final victims of this war, until that ceasefire goes into place, likely have not yet happened yet. Fred?
And so, Jeremy, you mentioned there's been a lot of political wrangling for the Prime Minister Netanyahu. If this indeed goes through, gets the full support of the full body, the full cabinet, does this fortify his position, or does this still reveal vulnerabilities for him?
It certainly does still reveal vulnerabilities. Itamar Ben-Gvir, the national security minister, held a press conference last night where he said that he will indeed resign from the government alongside altogether 6 seats that he and his party hold in the Israeli Knesset, the Israeli parliament, if this ceasefire agreement is approved, and that is indeed what is happening right now. That means that Prime Minister Netanyahu's margin of majority in the Knesset is going to drop from 8 seats to just 2 seats of majority. And then there's the question still of what is the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, going to do? He and his party, who holds 7 seats in the Knesset, have made clear that they will leave the government unless the prime minister provides them with assurances that Israel will go back to fighting the war in Gaza once the first phase of this agreement, meaning that 6-week ceasefire, concludes. And we don't yet know the extent of the assurances that the prime minister has provided Smotrich, whether in fact he will wait until the end of that 6-week period to decide whether or not to leave the government. But certainly if the prime minister is listening to Smotrich and to his right-wing political allies, then that will short-circuit a process that is supposed to begin on the 16th day of this ceasefire, and that is negotiations to extend that ceasefire and to ultimately bring about a permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We know that that was the intention of the Biden administration, to start this with a 6-week ceasefire, but that ultimately the hope being that negotiations could ultimately lead to a permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and an end to the war as we know it today. That is very, very much uncertain at this stage, given the political dynamics here in Israel.
All right. Jeremy Diamond, thank you so much. So once again, the deal has been approved by the Security Cabinet in Israel. Now it goes to the full cabinet for a vote. We do expect them to meet later on this hour, and we're going to have much more on this later on in our program. All right. Both President Biden and President-elect Trump are taking credit for this ceasefire deal. Take a listen.
I told him what I was doing, what I thought could happen. What we did, we brought in the people, or going to be his national security people. We brought them in closer to tell them what was happening as we hand this off.
It was so ungracious of Biden to say, oh, he did it. He didn't do anything. If I didn't do this, if we didn't get involved, the hostages would never be out. They would have never come out.
Yeah, this video, this part is really insane. This Lawrence O'Donnell interview is so psychotic. But I guess it technically offers... it technically could be used as evidence if we lived in a just world. Like Joe Biden's response to why Benjamin Netanyahu convinced him to use bunker busters in a just world would be used in a Nuremberg-style trial. Like, actually, Joe Biden would be prosecuted alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, and should. But given the unlimited power that the American government has, even over international courts of justice, it's, he just feels confident that he can say these things.
All right, let's bring in Margaret Talev, senior contributor for Axios. She's also the director of Institute for Democracy, Journalism, and Citizenship at Syracuse University, and is joining us now from Washington, D.C. Great to see you. So, all right, so at least the Israeli Security, Council has agreed on this deal, and now we're looking at this out loud kind of clarification of who helped get the deal this far, Biden or Trump. Biden did say that this deal was one that he offered last May. Trump's envoy was at the table. We heard Biden say they invited them.
What is this guy saying? Suck, fool, you lost? Oh, he's posting the Israeli flag and then the U.S. flag. I'm messaging my family in L.A. That's where my family lives. My cousin said they're safe, but the air quality is terrible. Hi, HasanAbi. Hope you're having a good morning. How does this guy turn into like a sociopath? Damn, bro. We don't talk about Palestine enough. JK, love your channel and what you represent. What happened? I'm unbanning this guy because I need to investigate his brain. He went from like, I love your channel, man, to like Israel, USA, Israel.
Was them to help collaborate. So, I mean, I guess it's safe to say this is a unique transitional move. Is it important, who kind of gets the upper hand on credit?
If you are a hostage and you are going to get your freedom back, it matters 0%. If you are Joe Biden or Donald Trump, it apparently matters a lot. And so I think, Fred, what we're seeing here is sort of maybe not the best of politics, but the way politics should work, which is that
I think if you're in the media, I think if you're a member of the media, it's important for you to, I'm here. I used to be a medical technician. Yeah. And don't ban this person. I want to investigate what happened that they're just like posting the Israeli flag and calling people soy boys or whatever. I think if you're in the media, it does matter because your job is to accurately report on what is going on. And if that is your job, then you should say the truth, which is that there was one party responsible for not agreeing to the conditions, Israel, and Donald Trump, either through additional assurances to Benjamin Netanyahu in private correspondence or through directly threatening him, was able to force Benjamin Netanyahu to concede to the terms of the negotiation that they were supposed to say yes to all the way back in the month of June or July, which was initially written out and presented by Hamas all the way back in February. I think it's ridiculous to just cast this aside as like petty disagreements between Donald Trump and Brandon. Sure, who cares? Oh, they're just trying to look for credit. Your job in the news is to address what changed. What changed? Because the deal that is being implemented that Israel finally caved on after months of pushing it aside in an effort to continue bombing and killing thousands of Palestinian women and children, elderly men. There was one factor that changed in this process, in this equation. The election happened and Donald Trump became president. I wish that we had a competent legacy media that would actually investigate these matters and try to figure out, for example, what assurances Trump may have given Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what journalism is about, right? Was there a previous agreement that took place that would be in direct violation of American law, where Donald Trump sidestepped the Biden administration and cut a side deal with Netanyahu to continue the war? That's another question I would ask if I was a journalist. And last but not least, if that did happen, why did the Biden administration not do anything about it? Because they have an endless amount of power over Israel, knowing full well that maybe, just maybe, Donald Trump actually violated American law to cut a side deal with a foreign ally conducting this war that the overwhelming majority of voters wanted to end. Why did the Biden administration not do anything about it? Why were they completely incapable of stopping Israel's offensive siege? These would be the questions I would ask if I were a journalist. Ironically enough, the reason why I am not a journalist is why I ask these questions. Because if you are a journalist and a legacy publisher, if you ask these questions, you are no longer a journalist and a legacy publisher. That's the point.
Public servants in both parties come together to get something over the finish line. And that's what we've seen with Brett McGurk, who has President Biden's longtime negotiator in the region. And with Steve Witkoff, he's a real estate developer, deeply involved in Donald Trump's inaugural, but also has been tapped as President-elect Trump's incoming envoy for the Middle East. And we saw McGurk and Witkoff kind of divide and conquer, take different meetings. McGurk sticking with the parameters of the deal that the Biden administration had been laying out and developing for months, and Witkoff using his and Donald Trump's relationship with Bibi Netanyahu to be in the room while McGurk was on the phone. Okay, that's all fine. And guess what? It seems to have worked. But Trump saying he should get all the credit, Biden bristling over that, then Trump bristling because Biden bristled. That's all politics. It's a lot of politics, and it's happening at this moment of transition. We were talking a moment ago about the politics for Netanyahu in Israel, but in the United States, obviously this is a big political moment, the inauguration of Donald Trump on Monday. And there are some echoes, it's definitely not an exact parallel, but some echoes of that from Carter to Reagan.
Oh,
the
yeah,
end of
I can't help but think of that.
Yeah, and the end of the Iran hostage crisis. And it was a little bit different in that case, but again, you know, it's clear by both.
It was a little bit different because Carter was incompetent, but was still dealing with a foreign adversary. Joe Biden wanted the war to continue and held all the cards to stop it and chose not to do so. And I'll take it one step further, chose to lie actively at the behest of Israel as Israel undermined his influence, making a mockery of him. And the reality of the matter is the media also played this song and dance as well and still continues to do so. Whenever they talk about like, wow, how could Trump actually apply the right amount of pressure to Benjamin Netanyahu after Joe Biden tried for 15 months? They're literally lying. They know how easy it is for the American government to turn around and be like, yeah, you're done. Cut it out. They know how easy it was for the American government. Without our weapons, Israel cannot continue killing these people. Israel cannot defend itself without our weapons, without our surveillance. You had secret British spy planes flying from Cyprus over Gaza to also, on top of the American intelligence, offer additional intelligence to and strike targets to the Israeli occupying force. This was a multifaceted, multi-nation approach. This genocide was not only supported, not only defended on the public stage, but like directly supported by numerous Western nations. It's ridiculous that I can figure this out as a Twitch streamer sitting in West Hollywood, but these major reporters seemingly are oblivious to that reality. How could I so accurately, down to the wire, correctly predict exactly what was going to happen with the Trump administration from where I'm sitting? I don't have the gift of foresight. I'm not precogging it. I don't have a particularly large brain. I don't. I'm not a very intelligent person. So how come they can't do that? How come they can't apply a little bit of criticism, a little bit of critical thinking?
Both presidents would like to take some credit for this. And I think the truth is that it's not clear whether this deal would have gotten done on this timetable, if not for the timing of the start of Trump's presidency. But it's also true that Biden's team absolutely spent months working on the details of this. And more broadly, it's true that this is not a United States war. This is a war between two other nations or governing groups. And
I don't have the gift of foresight. I don't even have the gift of foreskin. Even that was taken away from me. Anyway, maybe you could you should reconsider assumptions. Like what? It's just like the coverage on this matter was so bad. Like virtually all Western press just actively dropped the ball in an effort to do as much propaganda as possible that is pro-Israel in nature. And all they did was just undermine the truth. All they did was actively and deliberately brainwash their audiences into believing a falsehood. Rotten but not forgotten. R.I.P. my tip. Rip my tip. Drew.
And there are many other factors at play that made a deal elusive and that are putting pressure for the deal now. So it's sort of typical U.S. political egotism to make it seem like it's all about these two presidents and either one of them can claim the mantle. But the bottom line is, in a few days, this is going to be Donald Trump's situation, the U.S.'s situation under the Trump administration to manage. And President Biden will be former President Biden.
I hate
Born
this.
into a war they might not live to see.
I hate this so much. It's not interesting to say, oh, this deal was 15 months in the works. That deal was already in the works. We know that already. We know that already. What's interesting about it is which was the party that actually was involved that refused to sign off on the deal? And also, why did Biden not pressure the party that refuses to sign off on it? Why did Biden refuse to apply pressure to the party that did not sign off on it? But because they've started their position off of this lie that it was actually Hamas that was ruining the talks and not Israel, when it was just truly untrue, they have to maintain this lie over and over again. All the while, I have to show you this.
First time you said the words ceasefire to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The first time was probably when he moved really hard on the Philadelphia line and took out a hospital. Now, it's true that Sinwar and those guys were hiding beneath the hospital. The thing about Hamas is they had all their facilities underneath schools, hospitals, churches. I mean, so you...
Bro, you are such a piece of shit, dude. Like, even after all of this countless damage has been done, this decrepit monster is still using the last remaining processing power he has in his mind before it shuts off to actively lie at the behest of the apartheid genocidal state of Israel. Like, in his dying breath, he's gonna be like, I'm Israel, hi, Jack. In his dying breath. It started off with a lie, 40 beheaded babies, and it's still ending with a lie.
And to get them, you had to take people out. Let me put it this way. I'll just say, when I went to Israel, immediately after their attack by Hamas, 8 days later, whatever it was. And I told them we were going to help. And I said, but Bibi, I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it. You carpet bombed, not his exact words, but you carpet bombed Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people because you had to in order to win a war. And I said, but that's why we came up with the UN. New deals by which what we would do relative to civilians and military.
So he was... Well, you did it, so why can't I? Is a crazy, childish way to approach this subject. I just know how much worse things are going to get under Donald Trump. But every time I hear or see stuff like this coming from a prominent Democrat, the previous administration's leader, I think to myself, it is virtually unconscionable to vote this back into power. To reward this with a second term is so insane to me. And I know the alternative is going to be worse. So far, that's not the case, but it will be day one. Just wait. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. Woo, accelerationism is so funny to say because it's the Democrats and their incompetence that is accelerating us towards fascism. You can't say woo, accelerationism when you hear me say this, when simultaneously the Democrats that were the party that were pushing on October 6th, one day before October 7th, a new bill that would actually fund the border wall. And their message going into the election campaign was, we are the border party. The Republicans are actually incompetent and don't truly want a border wall. Who do you think is accelerating America towards fascism? The supposed counterbalance to fascism that defends fascism tooth and nail, or a Twitch streamer that wants the Democratic Party to be competent, that wants the Democratic Party to be anti-fascist, that cannot comprehend how far right they have become as they endlessly supported a genocide with our tax dollars. It's insane, man. It's insane. Just wait till you listen to what his justification that Bibi gave him was, which he basically summarized earlier.
Was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II.
Well, what he was really doing is he was going after me for saying you can't indiscriminately bomb civilian areas. Even if the bad guys are there. Even if the bad guys are there, you can't take out 2, 10, 12, 1,500 people, innocent people, in order to get the one bad guy. And he made the legitimate argument. His perspective said, look, these are the guys that kill my people. These are the guys that are all over in these tunnels. Nobody had any idea the miles of tunnels are down there. It's amazing what they built. And they're sometimes 200 feet under the ground. The only way to get to them is take out the places where they were under which they got to the tunnels. And so that's the first time I had the discussion about bombing civilian areas was when I went over after the 9/11,
That right there is an endorsement and an admission that is a direct violation of American laws and international human rights. The President of the United States of America said that our foreign ally leadership told me, well, they're the bad guys. They killed our people. So I said it's okay that you use bunker buster bombs on top of refugee camps, on top of hospitals, on top of schools where people were sheltering. There was never a moment where Biden was at odds with Benjamin Netanyahu. Make no mistake. That's precisely the reason why, in spite of Benjamin Netanyahu routinely making a mockery of Joe Biden over and over again, very deliberately, as I covered every single day, day in, day out, he still kept sending billions and billions of dollars of weapons, okay, nonstop.
Yeah, the massacre that occurred.
So on that first trip, 10, 11 days after October 7th, you already raised the issues of how to get to a ceasefire.
Well, not a ceasefire, how to prevent innocent death.
Yes.
And then I pushed really, really hard for more humanitarian aid to go in and ways to get it in. And Bibi, look, in fairness to Bibi, he's got a tough coalition too, man. He's got the most conservative cabinet of any Israeli prime minister ever.
With that, did you have reason to believe that the prime...
Dog, that didn't materialize. He built it. Wait, what? What? He made the coalition. Is this guy crazy? What's happening here? It's so wild to me that no one ever justifies left-wing action this way. Oh, we got a tight coalition here in the Democratic Party. We got a lot of progressives in this slim minority. We got slim margins here. We got to abide by their wishes. That never happens. Tight coalitions and tiny margins only work in favor of the most far-right elements. Isn't that weird? Now I'm talking about American politics. Like, it's not even just Israeli politics. Just in general, in the Western world, isn't it weird how slim majorities, tiny margins, and coalitions that are put together with, like, ideological opponents, seemingly, only seem to benefit the far right? No one ever goes, well, the Progressive Caucus is a very important constituency, a very important coalition representing a very important constituency in the Democratic Party. This is why we got to do Medicare for all. Murder gets legitimized when it's the left doing it. Wait, what? There's a small chance that Trump is at odds with Benjamin Netanyahu. Dog, I don't think you understand. Wait, him posting Sachs is crazy. But aside from Trump posting Sachs here, Donald Trump doesn't like Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? Sure. Fine. Whatever. What you have to understand here is that his own personal opinion of Benjamin Netanyahu is inconsequential because he loves the $100 million that he got from Miriam Adelson. I don't think Trump likes Benjamin Netanyahu that much personally. No American politician actually has ever liked Benjamin Netanyahu. Many of them have routinely talked about how they hate him, actually. Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan. There are plenty. It wasn't Reagan, sorry. But I think it was Clinton that, like, actively talked about how he hated Netanyahu, if I'm not mistaken. So Barack Obama did not like Benjamin Netanyahu, like, openly did not like Benjamin Netanyahu. And Benjamin Netanyahu regularly undermined Barack Obama. But once again, Barack Obama ended up giving Israel $38 billion in additional funds to defend itself on his way out. Barack Obama, who once famously sat next to his two friends, Rashid Khalidi and Edward Said, that Barack Obama, who Benjamin Netanyahu regularly shit on for being a black Muslim, okay? That Barack Obama still ended up giving him $38 billion, giving Israel $38 billion in lethal aid, okay? So you have to remember, regardless of the personal opinions that people have over Benjamin Netanyahu, and many American presidents have famously said he sucks. What matters more is what they end up doing for Israel. And what they end up doing for Israel is always going to be more weapons. So here.
An open mic during last week's G20 summit caught President Obama and French President Nicolas Sarkozy complaining about Israel's prime minister, according to a report by Reuters. I cannot bear Netanyahu. He's a liar, said Sarkozy. Obama, according to a French interpreter who was translating his remarks, replied, "You're fed up with him, but I have to deal with him even more often than you." The president didn't exactly come to the defense of Netanyahu, whom he most recently saw at the UN in September. It's not surprising, says Martin Indyk, who served as U.S. ambassador to Israel during the Clinton and Bush administrations.
It reveals the inner feelings of the president towards Prime Minister Netanyahu. I don't think it's any secret that these two leaders have not gotten on, basically, from their first meeting on.
And an Oval Office encounter this past May further revealed the frosty relationship between the leaders.
While Israel is prepared to make generous compromises for peace, it cannot go back to the 1967 lines.
That would be a generous compromise for peace. What is he even saying?
Netanyahu essentially lecturing a stern-faced President Obama. Today, White House Press Secretary Jay Carney, in an off-camera briefing, would not comment on the open mic gaffe. He instead stressed the president's support of Israel, most recently in opposing a vote to give the Palestinian Authority membership in the UN's cultural agency, UNESCO, a move France supported.
America's commitment to Israel's security is unshakable.
It's an embarrassing incident as both the U.S. and Israel keep a close eye on regime changes in the Middle East and on the growing threat of a nuclear Iran. But, says Indyk, it may have no real effect on U.S.-Israel relations.
It's unlikely.
Yep. This news bit from like 2011 is literally just describing everything I just told you. Like, I summarized basically every part of this news bit.
Likely that these personality differences that have been highlighted by this mic that wasn't turned off are going to infect the coordination on Iran. If you like, the subject is too serious to be affected by personalities. They agree on the nature of the threat, and they also agree on the way to deal with it, that is by ratcheting up sanctions.
Of course, this does give ammunition to President Obama's critics, namely Republicans, who
That's crazy. She's still on CNN.
Have said he hasn't backed Israel enough. We've heard from the pro-Israel advocacy group, the Anti-Defamation League, expressing disappointment and saying this was an unpresidential exchange.
They said it was anti-Semitic.
The war in Syria, and you may actually hear from grown-up reporters.
This is Jeffrey Sachs at Cambridge, by the way. He was there a week before me. One more. This is literally from the talk he gave at Cambridge a week before I gave a talk at Cambridge, which is crazy. This means I'm that much closer to Donald Trump once
who
again.
Are lying through their teeth or ignorant beyond imagining that, oh, the war in Syria, yes, Russia intervened in Syria. Well, do you know that that Obama tasked the CIA to overthrow the Syrian government starting 4 years before Russia intervened? What kind of nonsense is that? And how many times did the New York Times report on Operation Timber Sycamore, which was the presidential order to the CIA to overthrow Bashar al-Assad? 3 times in 10 years. This is not democracy. This is a game. And it's a game of narrative. Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? Well, first of all, it was completely phony pretenses. It wasn't, oh, we were so wrong, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. They actually did focus groups in the fall of 2002 to find out what would sell that war to the American people.
Dude, I love putting conspiracy music, like the Interstellar soundtrack, behind Jeffrey Sachs, because that's the only thing that hogs respond positively to. I swear to God, if you were to translate like Lenin's speeches, and then, obviously it can't be in any other language other than English. And apparently Lenin learned English in an Irish accent, so maybe you could do that if you want. But if you were to play conspiracy music behind it, like you could get the hogs to actually be on board with or Parenti. That's even better. Get a yellow Parenti speech and blast it with conspiracy music. You will literally make the hogs revolutionary third worldists. I'm not even kidding. It's just so funny to do this with the likes of Jeffrey Sachs. Like, you're looking at an academic and a member of the state that like viciously destroyed the USSR initially, but now is trying to atone for those sins at least a little bit. And you have, as long as you slap it with a conspiracy sticker, like as long as you slap the conspiracy music to it, people are like, hell yeah, he's speaking truth.
Abe Schultzke, if you want to know the name of the PR genius. They did focus groups on the war. They wanted the war all the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you, because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way.
I don't fully agree with that. I mean, I do agree that he's a deep, dark son of a bitch, but this is a very commonly held perspective among many people that like the Ba'athist parties were taken out, or at least like Iraq and Syria were always active targets at the behest of Israel. And it was actually at Netanyahu's direction that we, attack these places or whatever. I think, especially as it pertains to Syria, like that played a role for sure. I've said this before. I think like Bashar al-Assad was not only weak, but also was a tyrant. And outside of that, even the very fact that his weakness as a leader played a role in Syria being used as a logistical hub for Iran, connecting Iran to Lebanon in Syria, through Syria, connecting Iran to Lebanon so that they could offer weapons and even manufacture weapons and give it to Hezbollah. Having said that, I think America's interests in the region are set by Americans and not by Israel, not by Benjamin Netanyahu. Doesn't sound like a good return on investment for USA. I think that even if it's not a good return on investment, it's still done for corporate interests. It's still done for weapons contracts. It's still done for oil. They think Arabs can't rise into a revolution known as a conspiracy that the CIA did. I mean, it's not a conspiracy to say that color revolutions are often backed by the CIA, and real public dissatisfaction with any kind of autocratic administration very quickly turns into something that destabilizes that country at the behest of American foreign policy objectives. That much is 100% correct. And as a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say it's usually the case. Rarely do you ever have the CIA doesn't have enough motion to instill dissatisfaction upon the public to the degree that there will be a real revolution in any country, right? They don't have that, which is why they will grab onto real points of contention. Like in Afghanistan, if it wasn't the Afghan government, the USSR aligned Afghan government's genuine ineptitude and awful violence on the countryside against those who they consider to be radical Islamists, if that had not taken place, then the CIA could not have actually armed and given people enough motion, like arm them, radicalize them, and actively use them as a weapon against the Afghan government, which then, of course, obviously led to the USSR actually invading Afghanistan. But that's the problem. It's a bit of both. It's always both. It never is born out of nothing. And sometimes it is born out of, I guess, nothing, and that's when it's ISIS, okay? But it's very difficult. It's very difficult for America to create genuine resentment against a government out of nowhere, okay? And the only reason why ISIS could basically be cultivated and crafted was because of the prior destabilization that America had engaged in the region, okay? That's not out of nothing, to be honest. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm saying that like ISIS in and of itself was not a popular movement or a popular mobilization, whereas color revolutions often do start as popular movements and popular mobilizations that the State Department takes advantage of and redirects towards a cause that benefits their destabilizing goals in the area, destabilizing goals in that nation, a foreign adversary. Okay? And with respect to ISIS, there was no popular mobilization there at all. It's not a color revolution at all. And that's the reason why I basically stated that ISIS in and of itself was separate. But even then, ISIS would never be able to exist in a country that wasn't destabilized already through prior destabilization efforts, through prior instances of war. Okay? That's why many in the region will, be the first to tell you that ISIS is an American invention. Understandably so.
But that war was totally phony. So what is this democracy versus dictatorship? Come on. These are not even sensible terms.
I am once again very jealous that right-wingers openly get to do stuff like this and say stuff like this without any scrutiny whatsoever. It's very frustrating that Donald Trump can straight up post a Jeffrey Sachs video with conspiracy music on the background where he just straight up says, Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason why we went to invade Iraq, which I don't even agree with, by the way. I don't even think he would fully agree with that sentiment either. I think it's a little bit reductive. But he can say that, and not a single one of these anti-Semitism defense institutions will turn around and get mad at that shit. But I can't even say Israel's an apartheid state without a bunch of motherfuckers coming at me and being like, that's the most anti-Semitic thing you've ever said, Hasan. How come right-wingers always have the unlimited amount of allotment? How come they can do whatever they want? I feel like if we were to, he just said it, but you said he wouldn't agree with it. No, I'm saying I think he was explaining it in a very reductive way. I haven't really listened to his broader analysis, but I suspect that Jeffrey Sachs is not like Benjamin Netanyahu single-handedly is responsible for America invading Iraq and doing 9/11 truther. You're jealous that Trump has motion? Yes, bro. Yes, I'm jealous of his motion. I'm jealous that, I swear to God, Donald Trump could literally bring about Medicare for all, okay? He would never do it, but if there was one guy who could do it, it's him. And it's not just because he's the Teflon Don. It's also because he is a right-winger. We are so captive to the whims of the right that a dictatorial right-winger could just be like, yeah, honestly, we're going to kill every Mexican, but also simultaneously, you're getting free healthcare. And Americans would be like, all right, I guess I'm on board now. The very same Americans that be like, nah, that shit is gay as hell. If a Democrat was able to push it through, would turn around and be like, no, I love that, actually. Thank you so much. Look how gracious and bountiful our Lord is. It's so goddamn annoying. If Trump does give Medicaid for all citizenship to illegals, wait, what? And to illegals, will you support him? What? He would do basically what Bismarck did in Germany and implement welfare in order to prevent the left from making any gains and bolster his own popularity. That's Jenk's argument. Yeah, the difference is I don't believe that he's going to do that. It is also endlessly frustrating, though, because, it's frustrating because, I care about good things happening, right? I care about good things happening to American people. I want the government to be competent. I want the government to actually work at the behest of the citizens. Okay, I want the government to improve the material conditions of working class Americans. But it's endlessly frustrating that the only people that have any sort of political freedom to do anything really are the Republican Party, and their audience is so receptive to it because they're so personally invested in the cult of Trump that they would be like, all right, I'm Medicare for all now. I'm actually in favor of Medicare for all now because my God King did it. If it was Obama pushing for it, they're like, oh, he wants to do gay communism healthcare. If I go to the doctor will tell me gay. But when Trump is doing it, it's good. It's glorious, my king.
Minister was delaying agreement with a ceasefire for his own politics and with the...
Come on, guys. I think Trump is really going to do something that's going to help the majority of Americans anytime now. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he would never do that. No, make no mistake. I'm not delusional. I'm simply annoyed that if he were to do that, that would be the only time it's allowed. That's what's annoying. It's like, it's maybe even doubly annoying that he does have the capacity to do that because he has motion, but he won't. Of course he won't, because he's a piece of shit. Part of the reason why he won to begin with. Do you not see what I'm saying? You're saying only Nixon could go to China? I mean, I guess to a certain degree, yeah. That's what I mean, yeah. I'm so annoyed that the Republicans are bound by a cult-like affirmation, which gives the Republican Party unlimited bandwidth to actually do things that would expend political capital. But then, even though they have that allotment, they waste it, or not waste it, but like they only use it on awful things. I would go so far as to say that Donald Trump using that political capital on pushing for a ceasefire and also maybe saving TikTok, which, you know, we'll see if he's actually going to do that or not, is literally him doing that for good things. But of course, they're going to do it for unlimited taxes for the wealthy and tariffs and all this other stupid stuff.
Political knowledge that a ceasefire would help your reelection campaign or Vice President Harris's presidential campaign?
No, I don't think it had to do with it to help our campaign versus Trump. I don't think that was his calculus. But I do think he's in a position where, even now, it takes a lot of courage for him to take on that coalition he has, because they're going to vote him out of office tomorrow. Remember, there was already the big fight about what he was going to do relative to the court. And so, in fairness to Bibi, he had enormous political pressure not to do some of the things, that in my belief I thought were counterproductive.
Mr. President, I'd like to end this conversation where we began it, which is you last night getting up from that desk, and as I was being hustled out of the room with the rest of the press, I saw your family surrounding you, Vice President, and whenever I see that,
I think China is the ultimate horseshoe theory issue. There's like this dude in Taylor Lorenz aligned with MAGA, but nobody else. Dude, there is perhaps no better indication that Nate Silver is so out of touch than to confidently express his opinions on an application that's being used by 170 million Americans. Nate Silver, I'm willing to entertain the idea that there are two incredibly popular sentiments in the United States of America. If I were to show your photo to 170 million Americans, I'm sure that a big chunk of them would be open to killing you with hammers. Okay? That and preserving TikTok. Who do you think is more popular? Fucking Nate Silver or TikTok being used by 170 million Americans? If I were to present TikTok on the one hand, Nate Silver on the other to 330 million Americans, and I was like, you will save TikTok. You get to have your treats. You don't care about anything else. You just only care about treats, right? You will get to preserve TikTok. You will get to save your, small business that you've operated on TikTok, which is 7 million of Americans, right? But you have to kill this man with a hammer. So many people would say yes to that. Like, can you imagine this fucking asshole being like, nobody wants to like defend TikTok, dude. It's just like Taylor Lorenz and Nathan J. Robinson. It's like, dude, it's not even remotely popular to ban TikTok, man. You're the stat guy. You're the fucking stat guy. How do you say stuff like this? Stop being embarrassed. The xenophobia is in thinking China is bent on global domination, literally an irrational fear of China, very definition of the term. What exactly are you afraid of China doing, Nate? And can you connect it directly to the working class in America? What are you talking about? I don't believe it's accurate to characterize China as bent on global domination. I'm aligned with MAGA. Even though one of my prime criticisms of the Trumpian right is their fearmonger about China, the point here is baffling. Like, the thing I just genuinely despise about these fucking demons is they're so locked in on their worldview. They just never actually open the window to look outside. This guy, Matty Iglesias, like all these people that have motion within the Democratic Party, within like the liberal halls of intelligentsia, are so unimaginably out of touch and so confident, so smug in their stupidity, it blows my mind. Like, the aftermath of this election should have been a moment of feeling a little ashamed of yourself, right? And what did Matty Iglesias do? At least Nate Silver was like offering Trump's chances as a much higher likelihood all the way until the very last second. So like respect to him on that front, but especially Matty Iglesias, right? Matty Iglesias verbatim got every single thing he wanted out of the Kamala Harris campaign. And then he didn't waste a single moment immediately saying they didn't go, they went too far left. What's really frustrating about this process, putting together a team so I lose every election. What's really, really frustrating about this process to me is that there is this veneer of intellectualism present in the halls of liberal intelligentsia, right? Like the likes of the No Opinion or the likes of Matty Iglesias. Like all these guys, they have this air, this confidence, this intellect that they put forth. They're like, I'm well read. I know what's going on. I know what's up. You have to listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. But their zealotry, their ideological zealotry for third-way neoliberalism, and not even third-way neoliberalism necessarily, but like whatever the Democratic Party is saying they want to do, these guys will be institutional defenders of no matter what, unconditionally, especially Matty Iglesias. Like that kind of zealotry and brown nosing causes them to be wrong all the time. And there are a lot of these people. There are a lot of these people out there, like the Reddit neoliberals, who are just like, I have no politics of my own. I just will always defend the Democratic Party unconditionally, no matter what, even if they lose all the time. If they lose, then, well, true democratic liberalism hasn't been tried, right? They do this over and over and over again. And it's frustrating because they are so devoid of any sort of real conviction, right? And simply are just trying to play catch up and defend the Democratic Party's ineptitude and incompetence. They are no different, in my opinion, than the QAnon supporters are. The very same QAnon supporters who are anti-vaxxers, who are absolute dumbasses, right? Like these guys who are just so stupid. Oh, they don't believe in real information and empirical evidence. Like, excuse me. Here's my Brookings Institute research. Like, you do all of this, and then your output is just as fucking stupid as Ashley Babbitt. Like, how do you live with yourself? You engage in the same thought-terminating cycles that these guys do. It makes me so mad. The only difference is that Ashley Babbitt and her kind, okay, are mouth-breathing fucking morons that everybody understands are stupid and not well-read. You, on the other hand, are Ashley Babbitt, but gay, okay? Smug, gay Ashley Babbitt. That is the way I see a lot of these, like, neoliberal thinkers, okay? Just as delusional, just as committed to the ideological zealotry, but a little bit better read, knows how to use larger words, and also smug and gay. Very annoying. In Babbitt's case, not only mind-altering, but life-changing. Yeah. Methinks you don't... Yeah, exactly. Methinks you don't actually really understand politics. You just don't understand, silly. How can you build a coalition when there are simply people who are at odds with the agenda of the administration? I don't know. Jail them. No one ever asked Trump how he builds his caucus, okay? No one ever goes, hey, how is Trump gonna build his fucking caucus? No one asked that question, okay? He just whips him into shape. What do you mean we got 10 different senators from Maggie Hassan all the way to now John Fetterman, who's joined those ranks as well, to the likes of Joe Manchin. Oh, they're just gonna always play the role of the spoiler. Nothing we can do. Jail them. Throw them in jail, okay? Make them play ball. I don't care. There are many different ways in which a competent administrative state can enforce its agenda. This is the agenda that people voted for democratically. If you care about democracy, you're going to make those fuckers vote for these bills that the people want, that they demand, that they voted for, that will genuinely improve their material conditions. Even if you're not going to jail them, remove them from their committee positions so they can no longer entertain, wine and dine, or get wined and dined by fucking lobbyists, okay? Remove the crumb of power they have. Oh, Hasan, West Virginia is a plus 35 red state. If Joe Manchin isn't there, we're just going to lose that. Okay, fine. We lost it anyway. He's there for the right votes. He's there for the appointments. He's there for the court appointments. You simply don't understand the minutia of politics. I do. He's there for the court appointments. He's going to be there for the agenda. And if he's not there for the agenda, he's no longer going to sit on the fucking energy committee. That's it. You think Joe Manchin would get this level of clout and prominence if he was just another inbred hick fucking Republican senator from West Virginia? Of course not. Oh, he might flip parties. No, he has no motion in the Republican Party. The only time he has motion is if he plays the role of a spoiler in the Democratic Party. So fucking make him commit to the goddamn Democratic Party. This is not that crazy of a statement, okay? Same with cinema. Oh, economies grow until they die, but before they do, they try to cling on by making splinter economies, i.e. TikTok. The economy relies on it to stay afloat. They're born, they grow, they make babies, they die. For babies to be made, somebody has to be fucked. Andy Weir. In this case, the government is getting fucked and doesn't like it. Figuratively jailed, right? Like, fuck off out of the party or really send them to jail as political prisoners. Honestly, you don't want to know what my actual opinion is. Actually, you know what? I'll say it, okay? My opinion is that every politician is riddled, filled to the brim with a litany of different conflicts of interest that put them directly in the crosshairs of a multitude of different federal regulatory agencies. So I simply say, if someone is not playing ball, Chinese Communist Party style, utilize the regulatory agencies to make them remember that they are a real American citizen after all. Because if the average American citizen engages in the same conflicts of interest, whether it be insider trading, trading on not publicly available information, for example, they go to jail. So why not send Joe Manchin to jail? Why not send Nancy Pelosi to jail? You have that power. Oh, I'm sorry. The average Americans have to abide by the law, but our politicians don't? What a ridiculous situation. If your daughter is caught price gouging insulin in the state that you are the senator of, she goes to jail and you get investigated for your involvement in the affairs. So yeah, why let this corruption run rampant if you're not going to use that corruption to push for your influence? What is the slippery slope argument? If you don't want to go to jail, don't do crimes, okay? Virtually every politician is so corrupt to the bone that we have basically decided, like, they're all corrupt. What are you going to do about it? Basically, what's happening in Mexico, in order to get the judicial reforms passed, to get judges elected by the people, the ruling Morena party cut a deal with a corrupt senator to vote in favor of it. What do you think about that kind of practice? Good. What do you mean? Cutting a deal with a corrupt senator? Oh my God. You think I would care if we got some of the worst scumbags on board with Medicare for all, for example? It's not a direct equivalent here. Okay, let's say the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is an inherently undemocratic and flawed institution. Okay, let's say in order to abolish the Supreme Court, okay, and make people directly vote for Supreme Court justices going forward, you need legislation to be put in place. And in order to get that legislation with a filibuster-proof majority, you have to go to some of the biggest racist Republicans to vote in favor of it. You think I'm going to say no? You think I'm going to say, oh, man, we can't do that. These guys are bad politicians. They're bad people. I don't care. Same with Medicare for all. In order to get a filibuster-proof majority for Medicare for all, we're going to have to get some politicians that are really right-wing on board, okay, without making any concessions to them whatsoever. Okay, great. I don't care. The Mexico situation is even better than Chatter said. More than cut a deal, they threatened him with jail. It's awesome because the senator was omega corrupt. There you go. Wait, so they are doing what I was saying. Never mind. They were already using prison as an alternative. I'm just saying. My point is that the deal was this senator was basically getting investigated for corruption and bound for jail, so the deal was stay out of jail as long as you vote for us. Oh, great. Yeah, no, awesome. I mean, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying that Biden should do. If politics is the art of what's possible, okay, and we're already making corrupt deals with awful charlatans on a regular basis to do untold amounts of evil all around the globe and to our own fellow Americans, then why not do it in favor of something good for once? That's my issue. That's why, even on Pod Save America, I said, if there was a genuinely committed, real social democrat, doesn't have to even be a socialist, a real social democrat that is going to socialize key sectors and improve the material conditions of the American public, I would be I would be the #1 regime defender. Okay? That's it. And that's me being pragmatic. I wouldn't turn around and be like, well, actually, they're not implementing, they're not developing a militant Marxist-Leninist vanguard party, so I'm not on board. Like, there are plenty of people who would say that. Not me. Not me. I'm down. I mean, look, I glaze China all the time for good things that they do. If the American government was doing similar things in terms of like even development, in terms of massive infrastructure projects, in terms of building a network of high-speed rail, greatly improving public transit, genuinely improving the social safety nets, I would be a regime defender. That's it. It's that simple. Yeah. No, sorry. I'd be running around saying democratic socialism is the left wing of fascism. I'd be running around while we're implementing socialized medicine. I'd be running around being like, no, these are social fascists. Okay, these are social fascists. Where are the workers' committees? This is social fascism. Unacceptable. What we must do is go back to the norm. Unrestricted capitalism. Anyway, speaking of which, by the way, turns out our Democratic Party is willing to do bipartisan compromise, when in fact the Republicans are never willing to do bipartisan compromise, but the Democrats certainly are. And they're not there to do bipartisan compromise for good things, mind you. They're there to do bipartisan compromise for bad things. The Senate is advancing the Laken-Riley Act as we speak. Let's take a look.
The Riley Act is one step closer to becoming law. The Senate voting today to advance the bill, which would mandate federal detention of undocumented migrants accused of theft, burglary, assault.
Accused being the key word here, ladies and gentlemen. Accused. Not arrest, not just simply arrested or convicted. Accused, okay? As in, I think that you, a brown man, stole something. Yo, Jason Viewer here. I don't have a political take. Just want to say you're cool and shit. None crazy. Some glaze. Some light glaze and shit. Whatnot. All right, peace. Nonchalant. That's sick. Hey, phase up. That was real nonchalant.
And other crimes. Kelly Beeson is in the newsroom with more on this.
Yes. So, Nicole.
No, there's no more habeas corpus for undocumented migrants once passed. Okay, that's it. And what are you going to do about it? Are you going to take it to the Supreme Court? Do you think this current Supreme Court is going to actually entertain that notion? For years and years, I have said that the Supreme Court is inherently a political institution. It is not, and any sort of like John Roberts take on trying to overcome the political biases or the political nature of this institution is simply to try to make it seem like a legitimate non-political body. Okay, the Supreme Court always has been and always will be. The Supreme Court always has been and always will be a political instrument, a political institution that will go along with the needs of whichever party appointed them initially. Okay, or even worse than that, just, liberal capitalism usually. Okay. At least now more Americans are aware of that, because you just asked the question, what is this Supreme Court going to actually genuinely abide by the Constitution? No, they're not. They're going to undermine
this Senate vote today. It does tee up the final passage of this bill early next week. So the bill is named after Laken-Riley, a Georgia college student who was killed almost a year ago by a Venezuelan migrant who had been arrested for shoplifting ahead of the attack and paroled in the U.S. And there's his photo. Now, as you said, the legislation mandates federal detention of immigrants without legal status who are accused of theft, burglary, assaulting a law enforcement officer, among other offenses. Now, because this bill was amended, it will need to head back to the House for approval once again before President Trump can sign it. And if it is passed in the first days of his administration, it would hand Trump an early win on one of his key campaign issues.
It will help ensure other families will not have to endure the pain of a criminal, illegal alien inflicted on Laken and her loved ones. This bill will prevent countless nightmares so daughters like Laken can go on a jog and not have their dreams forever stolen from them.
Now, only 10 Senate Democrats voted yes on the Laken Riley bill, many raising concerns about the lack of funding available to deal with the likely uptick in detainments that would follow. So the Department of Homeland Security estimating it would cost nearly $27 billion to implement this law just in the first year. The department says given the existing resources, Nicole, it would be impossible for ICE to execute on this. So we'll continue to monitor how those concerns are addressed in the days ahead.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
10 Democrats in the Senate, including Jon Ossoff, by the way, which was kind of shocking to me, voted in favor of this, making it a filibuster. Mark Kelly, of course, predictably, but Jon Ossoff, too, voted in favor of this and voted so that it would have a filibuster-proof majority. Fetterman promised to never vote to harm dreamers because his wife, Giselle, was a dreamer. He has shattered that promise by backing the Laken Riley Act. Yeah. Fetterman-Britt partnership is fueling the Laken Riley Act. Britt asked Fetterman to join her bill. He did immediately, and more D's followed. Friendship goes back 2 years. She visited him at Walter Reed. Text chain with them as spouses. He calls her husband the big unit. She didn't have to twist any arms or do any convincing, Fetterman says. To be the first Democrat to step out of the way, we need to do something. I think it's been tremendous, Britt says on Fetterman. Hold on. How are you staying sane? It's because this is expected. Are you still doing that collab with Terry Yummy? Yeah. You don't get it, man. Fetterman is a dreamer. Yeah, he dreams about something, all right. He dreams about the crayons that he's going to be eating. Fetterman was the only leftist grifter. No, that's not how it works. He didn't grift to the left, chat. He went right wing. It's not about what your starting point is. That's why I always say you only grift to the right. You only go right wing. And I don't even think he's a grifter. I think his brain melted. Like, I unironically think he stroked out into conservatism. And that's not speculation. Like, that's something that he volunteers. Like, I genuinely think brain damage made him conservative. He said as much. He said as much on the Bill Maher show. Jackson Hinkle is a left-wing grifter, you say. Except Jackson Hinkle is fucking anti-trans, anti-gay, and anti-Semitic. Like, what are you talking about? That's the problem. Do you understand? These people get more prominence when they go right wing on key issues. In order for someone to quote unquote grift to the left, there needs to be a lot of support for leftist politics. There needs to be monetary support for left wing politics. There isn't. Okay? So it's incredibly stupid to grift to the left. You don't get anything out of it. Okay? People sometimes arrive at more progressive politics due to their own personal circumstances, okay, where they develop a better understanding of the things other people go through or change their minds or whatever. But there's usually a penalty associated with it. That's why for every one guy that is like financially successful to this degree, there are a million right-wingers that would literally kill me in a money spread, okay? Why would you grift to the left? I don't run ads. I no longer even tell you at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, or the middle of the hour there's a 1-minute ad break. There's a secret one. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Thank you for the 5 Get the Subs final round brewing. Yeah. The left are a collective, the left are an eclectic group of people who are just like constantly angry at one another over minor differences in opinion or misunderstandings. Call me Pancakes. Thank you for the 5 Get the Subs. I'm not going to watch this Nigel Farage video from 2019. Wait, the top of the hour ads are brag. I knew you would become a mask off capitalist. Yeah, that's funny because I'm not actually running the ad. I lied.
Calling.
What is this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for calling this hearing. Mr. Isaacson, if I could just start with you. In March of 2024, you wrote, "The murder of a nursing student in Georgia has a lot of people on the right."
Thank you, Hassan's Poop Sock, for the 10 gifted subs, and Hassan's New Pharmacist for the 5 gifted subs.
Talking about migrant crime like it's an actual issue. That'd be Laken Riley you were talking about?
Laken Riley was an unusual case.
Yeah, here, let's have a look. Here's Laken Riley.
Yes.
Her murder, her horrific murder at the hands of this illegal migrant who was also unlawfully paroled in the United States. Her death not an actual issue?
It's a tragedy.
But not an actual issue?
Migrant crime is much less of an issue than U.S. citizen committed crime.
Not an actual issue. Those are your words. Her death, not an actual issue. I just want to get, no.
Like, dog, you know what he means. Ugh, God, browbeating over this. Like, hey, when the right does it, though, it's not woke, okay? It's only annoying when SJWs do this, okay? Weaponizing a misunderstanding on purpose. The broader point still holds, okay? Albeit an awful tragedy. The only reason why you're talking about it is because you want to weaponize this tragedy to create a completely fabricated notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for a lot more crime that they're actually responsible for per capita. It is ridiculous. Oh, it's so shameless. It is so shameless. It's so fucked up. Just browbeating over this left and right. Oh my God, I hate it.
Of course it's an issue. It's a tragedy.
So what do you mean by your post? It's not an actual issue, meaning we shouldn't be paying attention to it. Senate's wasting its time this week on the Laken Riley Act that would address the circumstances of her murder. What's your advice to us? We just discontinue those proceedings now?
I think the Laken Riley Act could do a lot of harm. It would allow me to say, oh, this person shoplifted, and that would be enough probable cause to get somebody deported.
Interesting. You're here. Who invited you to this committee hearing today, Mr. Isaacson?
The minority party.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're here as a spokesman for the minority party. I just want to make sure the record's clear on this. The spokesman for the minority party is advising the Senate that the Laken Riley Act is a bad idea and we ought to stop it. The spokesman for the minority party is saying that Laken Riley's death and migrant crime is not an actual issue. I can't frankly believe that I am hearing these words. You said it's not an actual issue. I read you the quote.
Laken Riley's death was not an actual issue.
You said that the murder of a nursing student in...
Oh my God, I hate this fucking piece of shit so much. Holy moly. Oh.
In Georgia has a lot of people on the right talking about migrant crime. You put it in quotation marks, square quotes, like it's an actual issue. She's dead because of migrant crime, right? Let's try something else. Here, do you know who this is?
I can't watch this. This is pissing me off. This is pissing me off. I can't do this.
Donald Trump's second term is just days away. On his way to the White House, a campaign promise repeated at every rally.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out.
But many of America's 11 million undocumented migrants have built lives here, doing the jobs most U.S. citizens avoid. What do they think about his return to power? I've come to the huge farmlands around Bakersfield, California, to find out.
Here they harvest nuts, citrus, lettuce, everything. Practically, they feed America from here. And the majority of the workers in the fields don't have any documents.
Raul is one of them. He and his wife came here from Mexico 10 years ago. They have 3 kids, all born here, all with U.S. citizenship.
Así es como realizamos el trabajo día a día y pues con este trabajo pues nos alcanza para pagar nuestra renta, para alimentar a nuestros hijos y mandar a nuestra gente en México.
It's hot, back-breaking work, which pays little. If Trump makes good on his promise, Raul simply doesn't believe there's enough U.S. citizens willing to do the job.
Mire, como puedes apreciar el campo, no miro ni un güero trabajando. No sé cuál es el sentido de que nos va a sacar a todos. Nosotros los latinos somos los que hacemos el trabajo, como puedes apreciar.
Nearly half of America's 2 million farm workers lack legal status. Industry groups have warned of food shortages and higher prices if mass deportations go ahead.
Andan buscando el de ese carrito Camry que está ahí.
But with immigration officials already targeting the area, the most pressing concern here is avoiding the authorities.
Un poco con temor porque pues no sabemos qué es lo que realmente vaya a pasar, pero pues esperemos que no, porque pues todos venimos en busca de una oportunidad y pues sacar adelante a nuestra familia.
Back in town, those fears are spreading.
Estuvimos platicando con algunas personas aquí en Arvin y los vemos muy asustados por, pues ahora que viene la nueva administración de Trump.
Local radio host Javi has American citizenship, but many of his listeners are undocumented.
Sé que hay muchas dudas, sé que hay muchas preguntas por parte de ustedes. Entonces, hoy, ¿qué les parece si abrimos el micrófono para que nos platiquen un poquito de eso?
This radio station allows listeners to share their concerns as well as tip-offs to avoid immigration raids. But not all of the Hispanic community is against what Trump stands for.
¡Habla Filiberto!
¿Qué pasó, Filiberto? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí riéndome de ustedes.
¿Por qué riéndote de nosotros?
No, porque el que está preocupado, dicen que el migrante no, el que está preocupado es el ilegal, el mantenido. El migrante, nosotros las personas decentes, los ciudadanos que nos hicimos y todo, no tenemos miedo, al contrario, estamos orgullosos que va a llegar el justiciero mayor.
El justiciero, oye, pero a ver.
If this guy turns out to be undocumented, I'm shutting this off. If it turns out that he has an immediate relative that's undocumented, I'm shutting it off. I'm shutting it off. I can't deal with this right now. Wait, he already said he is undocumented? Oh my God. Wait, did I miss that part?
To avoid immigration raids. But not all of the Hispanic community is against what Trump stands for.
¡Habla Filiberto!
¿Qué pasó, Filiberto? ¿Cómo estás?
Aquí riéndome de ustedes.
¿Por qué riéndote de nosotros?
No, porque el que está preocupado, dicen que el migrante no, el que está preocupado es el ilegal, el mantenido. El migrante, nosotros las personas decentes, los ciudadanos que nos hicimos y todo, no tenemos miedo, al contrario, estamos orgullosos que va a llegar el justiciero mayor.
El justiciero, oye, pero a ver. El justiciero...
This is a debate high on emotion and low on facts. Trump's campaign promises were vague, and Javi is skeptical about the impact there will be this time round.
Son solamente 4 años de administración. Somos muchos millones en este país. No, tendrían que contratar a muchos.
My dad is like this dude. He believes Trump's doing the right thing. My mom was undocumented when he met her. No, I've literally heard, dude, I listened to the report from the New York Times this morning over the Nicaraguan lady who was undocumented, who was talking about how she knows other undocumented people that have been in the United States for like 10 plus years at this point. She's been here for 20 years and she couldn't comprehend, like, or she could, but she just could not deal with the reality that, like, undocumented migrants that have been here for 10 plus years are mad about the newcomers, saying like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you coming in here? It's so, there's perhaps no better indication that the American brain rot is set in when you are literally still undocumented on U.S. soil and you think like, oh, all these newcomers got to go. That's it. Half the time you can't even speak English and you have this mentality. And I'm like, you're American. That's it. Welcome. You are truly assimilated to the American brain rot where you're just like, yeah, I'm Guatemalan, but all these other Guatemalan motherfuckers have to go. I'm Guatemalan, but I've been here for 10 years. Give me citizenship. Fuck those other Guatemalans. That's wild. That's wild. It's like, yeah, I'm Guatemalan, but I've been here for 10 years. And I hate them. I hate them, okay? So many people that still don't have citizenship truly think that it is because of newcomers that they don't have citizenship yet. They think these newcomers are actually cutting the line. It's like, bro, you cut the line. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean they're cutting the line? Okay, so did you. You just happened to cut the line 10 years ago. What are you talking about? Like that, what an insane statement to make. And a lot of people literally think that, like, that is that's the setback. That they think that, like, you know, if more people were to come in, if more people stop coming in, that they would just like automatically get citizenship or something. They also falsely assume that this government won't come after them. There's also this other commonly held notion that ICE won't come after them because they're law-abiding undocumented immigrants. They're law-abiding in the sense that, like, they have jobs, but these other ones that are coming in, they're criminals. It's like, no, they're not. And the people that are making these rules do not distinguish between you and them. You are both undocumented and, perhaps more importantly, brown, okay? And also, there is no real reason to deport them either because they, just like you, are not responsible for a larger share of crimes than American citizens are. It was never about crime apprehension and crime detection and lowering the percentage of crime. If that was the case, they'd be focusing on American citizens. There's a Salvadoran saying, I heard, God will never allow a Mexican to prosper.
Mucha gente para que eso se diera. Lo dudo mucho.
Are there any formerly undocumented women that feel this way? Or is it just men being entitled fascist thugs as always? That's so funny to think that this doesn't transcend beyond gender. No, of course there are undocumented women that feel this way as well. What are you talking about? Have you never seen a QAnon abuela? What do you mean? No, there are hella women that feel this way too.
Whatever his policies look like in reality, Trump's hardline stance on immigration has won the support of many Americans. Although illegal crossings at the southern border dropped sharply at the end of last year, the issue helped propel him to the...
There was an NBC video after the election of naturalized immigrants saying that Trump was going to deport the bad illegals, not the good ones. Yeah. The problem there is no such thing, okay? If you are, quote unquote, a bad illegal, as in an undocumented person that did a crime, you already get fucking deported. Or depending on the severity of your crime, permanent prison, okay? Like, the notion that the American government does not prosecute significant crimes committed by undocumented migrants is so idiotic. I don't know where to begin. Okay? Like, there are people who unironically think like, oh, when you're an undocumented migrant, they let you do the crime because they're woke. The police are woke. The federal agents are woke.
The White House. Now some undocumented people feel they are the collateral damage from increasingly right-wing rhetoric.
No podemos decir que estamos tranquilos, o sea, no. Es un miedo que nos ha sembrado no solamente a mí o a mi familia, a muchos latinos que estamos aquí. Nos ha sembrado ese miedo de que no se sabe qué va a pasar.
Maria came here 3 years ago after fleeing violence in Colombia. Age 24, she's already set up a cleaning business, providing jobs for other migrants while sending money to her parents back home.
Entonces queremos hacer un cambio, de cierta manera un cambio, digamos, de estas nuevas generaciones, hacer un cambio tanto aquí en este país, tanto en el país de nosotros. Vinimos a hacer las cosas bien, o sea, no vinimos, como vuelvo y te digo, a ocasionarle un mal a este país.
At a moment of political division, Bakersfield Hispanic community is pulling together. Raúl and his family are attending a parade for the Virgin of Guadalupe, the patron saint of Mexico. It's a tradition which connects people from across Latin America, at a time when many feel they are being singled out.
El 90% está sentida, pero más que nada que cómo se siente, tienen miedo, tienen temor que separen a las familias, que el esposo vaya a trabajar y ya no
One in 15 families in the United States of America is a mixed status household. 1 in 15. Remember that.
regrese. Y este miedo está hasta el 20 de enero. Cada vez que se acerca enero, el 20 de la toma de posesión, hay más miedo. Pero tenemos que estar unidos.
Ronald Reagan once said America's strength comes from its immigrant heritage and capacity to welcome foreigners. It's now up to the incoming Republican president to decide how far that welcome is extended.
All right, the reaction to seeing the remains of the SpaceX mega Starship rocket streaking across the sky. The rocket, which is the largest one ever built, was on its 7th uncrewed test flight when minutes after takeoff. It experienced...
This is the Union trailer.
I happen to be a current Amazon worker at JFK8. The pay and the work conditions are totally a nightmare.
They expect you to do 200, then after that they want you to do another 3, and then they want you to do another 4. They think that we're fucking robots.
Starting today, 8,000 Amazon warehouse workers on Staten Island will begin voting on whether they want to form a union.
You sign up, man, get a free plate, contribute to our movement. We can all help.
When's your next class?
Mine is now.
So you need to put the game down and find out how to get in there. We got to continue to fight because this company has not been held accountable.
Is Chris Smalls. He was fired when he went outside and protested.
You make Amazon $638 million a day. It's time we get paid our fair share. Cancel all your plans unless it's family related. They ain't family related, we have to send. Like, we got to. There's nothing that can stop our momentum. The only thing that's gonna stop us is if we stop ourselves. Right now, Amazon is on their high horse, and we want to punch them in the face.
We should just go in, occupy that training room, and don't even let them hold the meetings.
Can we talk outside?
Hey, you know that's illegal, right? You're not supposed to be doing that.
This is the long haul, right? This is the marathon.
This is our shot to make things better.
2 minutes, you could be arrested. For what?
Huge. You know, the eyes of the world are looking at you right now.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's just getting started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a copy of the screener for Union. We're going to be watching it now. The show that Amazon has stopped the distribution of, now being shown on an Amazon platform, ironically enough. Free speech, baby. It's movie night. Are the filmmakers okay with this? No. They told me I'm not allowed to screen this movie on my platform, and I'm stealing it from them, and didn't send me a screener specifically so I could watch it.
This is the first human test
on
flight
stream.
for Blue Origin, and on board, billionaire Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, as we are tracking this huge flight for you today. Still exciting to hear that sound, Nicole.
I've got goosebumps here. I wish I were on that.
Penis rocket. Don't upload this reaction to YouTube. Yeah, they hate me, famously, around these parts.
Instant view?
Yeah.
Just like a hack.
Would you like a burger or hot dog?
All right, I'll take a burger.
Sure.
Wait, are you small?
Yes.
Wait, you're like low-key famous, no?
Okay, I've been on Dr. Phil, I've been on CNN, I've been on 60 Minutes, Fox News, I've been everywhere. I'm here as a volunteer. That's why, people don't ask questions. They just walk past us every day. Don't come ask questions. Don't just assume,
People scared. I was
scared. I'm the one who got fired. Everybody else got their job. He was with me day one. Like everybody else is still here. I'm the one that got fired because I did the protest here last year. So David Sapolsky, the top general counsel for Amazon, said that pretty much that I'm not smart or articulate to make me the whole face of the unionizing efforts against Amazon. They'll be in a better PR position than to answer questions about health and safety for the umpteenth time. It's like, what? It said make smalls the most interesting topic or something like that. And then at the bottom it says like general board agrees. So that means like everybody, including Jeff Bezos in the room agreed on that. That's like, wow. It's like they took a vote on it. Like, I was like, yo, that's
another
crazy.
question I have. Okay, so even though you don't work at Amazon anymore, right? So like, you're fighting for us to have a union. So suppose we do get a union, how would you play a part in this?
I'm the president. Already.
Also,
we had an
there's a
election
provision in our constitution, so people who are wrongfully terminated by Amazon, they don't get forced out of the union. So after we win the election here, everybody's got to like rerun.
You got to re-vote, so y'all can have a chance to vote again for who y'all think run as president, vice president.
Andrew, did you just join today?
Yeah. Mhm.
Were you coming off your shift when you left?
Yeah. So I was leaving and I was waiting right there by the bus stop, and Connor came up to me and he asked me. He told me about what was going on. And yeah.
What department were you in?
Packing.
But you worked at nights, right? Night shift.
Nice. Daytime?
Yeah. No, I'm on day shift.
Hey, what's up, bro?
I just got fired, but
Really?
yeah, I'm gonna what's the name? I'm gonna get the appeal, and what happened was that they didn't let me know certain things, so I got fired for it, but I'm gonna, but you know how there's a whole bunch of people there and it's hard to like clock in. No, they were saying pretty much because I wasn't clocking in with my car directly through the gate, but the thing is that it's too many people right
They said
there,
that you were
so-
stealing company time?
They said I was stealing company time.
Company
and stuff
time,
like
yeah,
that.
that's bullshit, but I'll do the appeals packet.
Yeah.
And,
I was gonna get the card from you guys because I know that you said like I can reach out to the
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just let me know when you get the packet and don't fill it out.
All right, got it. No problem. Thank you. Appreciate it. So we've been forming sort of like a workplace committee. Derek Palmer, he's still employed there. We got some other Amazon employees that have been talking about unionizing that work there, and we talk to them all the time. We're ready to either decide to go independent or we're ready to sign on to any union that wants to represent that building. Kevin.
I happen to be a current Amazon worker at JFK too.
Nice to meet you, bro.
And I'm looking forward to this because the pay and the work conditions are totally a nightmare. You know, I don't even talk about this in the building because I don't know who I can trust yet. That's why I had to do this on a very low.
What shift you work?
7:15 a.m. to 5:45 p.m.
Derek, you got him. Kevin, meet Derek. Derek, meet Kevin.
Yeah.
We got you. Talk to Derek, and that's it right there. What department you in, Kevin?
Well, right now I work in the picket department.
Damn, you probably would have been one of mine, man. I would have been your. Damn, man, I would have been your supervisor. Sorry, brother, you ain't had the pleasure, man. But just stick it out, man. Stick it out. Stick with us. We'll support you, man.
Believe me, I'm trying to sweat it out because I feel like a slave in there. I mean,
oh, I know. We got you, Kevin. Christina Brown, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate you. And you've been there for me and the crew since you found out about my sister's passing. So she died January. And she came there to be a sorter. She had no business coming there and do COVID testing. And she was not in a protective gear, like not at all. She was not a medical physician. She was not a health aide or anything. Why was she doing that?
And we saw the that facility didn't even have any plexiglass in there. No plexiglass. Nothing.
Didn't at all. When I look at my niece now, it's just like I just cry.
Everybody here supports you, and we support your sister's cause, which is, you know, not getting enough attention. She is the reason why, you know, we got to continue to fight because this company has not been held accountable.
And I want people to understand that my sister, no, she is not the first person to die.
Right.
I want people to understand that.
Essential workers, chat.
Union literature for Amazon.
Amazon Union. Union. Amazon Union. There you go. I'm telling you, they want to rush to get home. They're ready to go. Look, especially that it's 5:50, the ferry's here too. The brainwash, for one, the brainwash, two, they're tired.
This is because, you know what? I'm gonna tell you why this is because you know, a lot of people that were sitting there never really been, they might have heard about unions, everything, but there's very few of us that's been in unions. These people, you can see in their eyes, they're dead.
So I heard from a reliable source that the captive audience meetings are starting tomorrow. Also, they're hiring like crazy. Like when I came in this morning, there were new people lined out the door. You know, it's crazy. Like starting Amazon your second day, going to a captive audience. I think they want to be people's first impression of, you know, what the union is, what it wants. We need to challenge the idea that these captive audiences are even legal. They are inherently coercive. They interfere with our rights as workers. We should just go in, occupy that training room, and don't even let them hold the meetings.
How are you? Hey, my name is Kimberly. I'm just your escort. Today you're going for your first training. There's going to be several trainings throughout the next couple of weeks. I'll take you there and bring you back. All right?
The union wants to speak for you. They think they can do a better job speaking for you than you're doing for yourself. Based on their priorities, they will decide what to negotiate on your behalf, and you will have to pay dues whether you're happy with the ALU or not.
We're proud of our track record together.
That's crazy.
The ALU
We're a
has
family.
no track record.
We're a family.
They've never represented any employees anywhere. All they have is promises. But they can't guarantee anything. We're asking you to do 3 simple things. Get the facts, ask questions, and vote no to the union.
So that's the ultimate theme. Remember, your signature is worth something. So protect your signature.
Hi, my name is Natalie. I'm a sort inductor on the ship dock, and I'm actually one of the organizers for the Amazon Labor Union. Just to let you know, the leader of the ALU is Chris Smalls. He was fired last April when he went outside and protested because we were not getting PPE inside the factory, even though we were processing it for the rest of the world. Okay, so him and his friends that also worked here got fired. Okay, so when I say that we put a union out there that is worker-led and is Amazon.
No hands.
Tell me what else you'd like to do.
Pay now.
I have most of this. It's on the MVP. Cool. Payments to keep your account active is $30. Is that the amount you want to pay?
Yes.
Thanks.
When's your next class?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine is now.
So you need to put the game down and find out how to get in there.
I'm trying to, but I can't.
There's no Zoom,
There is a Zoom.
so get in the Zoom.
Let me pass it to. Oh, did you want me to pass it, Chris, or did you say you want to start the meeting?
Who else is left? We got Seth. Oh, Madeline. Let me introduce y'all to Madeline. Madeline is hopefully going to be another salt bus. Hopefully, she's in. You're in Florida, right? I've been talking to her on the phone, and I'm trying to convince her to come up here and join us with ALU and get hired by the company and salt the building for us. So, Madeline, unmute yourself, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Madeline. I did student labor organizing when I was in college, and now I'm hoping to continue my work in the movement with y'all.
Where did my clipboard go? We're all Amazon workers. We're trying to form a union that's specifically for Amazon workers, which is why we're trying something completely new here. It gives us the legal right to bargain all of our wages and working conditions as a group instead of as individuals. The way it works now is if you want a job here at Amazon, you have to sign whatever the collective.
Hey, I don't want to bother you. I'm sorry. I see you eating your Mac, but we have hot dogs, hamburgers. We got some baked ziti. We got some real food over there. So
okay.
let's have a walk. Let's get some real food.
Hey, you know that's illegal, right? You know that's illegal, right? You're not supposed to be doing that. I'm talking to you. You know that's illegal, right? Don't do that. Happy birthday to you.
Jay, get this guy load up. No, just load up.
Make a wish.
What are you?
Thank you guys. This is so special.
The transit Google. Y'all know what it is.
Last year I was in there going to hell. This year I'm here chilling. PAS means particular annoying station. Star, that means double fare. That means that you can't transfer between directions. My commute starts around here. That means almost 2 hours all the way to JFK somebody like Daquan, he lives around here, he will take more than 2 hours. And my beloved sister, Angie, who lives in Staten Island, has to pick up her son at school and get to work on time. But the buses are not quick enough. And it gets so crowded that if you miss one, you will have to wait either 15 to 30 minutes to the next one. Even though that all of us, we come from different backgrounds, we developed a familyhood bond that will never, ever be broken.
Wow, you look so handsome. Do you remember anyone last time at the factory? Who do you remember from the factory last time?
Connor. You just tell Connor my...
Hello, everyone. Connor.
I'm Jay. Jay, how are you? Man, I ain't like that fucking meeting. I don't give a fucking no.
That was crazy.
It was just hostile as fuck.
Yeah, that's cool.
God.
Lecturing us.
Just at least get
She
to
went
know us.
about
That's what I thought it was
she,
gonna be.
instead of like asking us questions, she just assumed that we didn't know what we were doing.
It's crazy because we never met her before, and she was like talking down to us like we did
Like
something
we-
to her. I was like,
Like we did something
That's
wrong.
exactly what happened. Talk about we gotta protect our characters. We can't do this and that. And we gotta act a certain way. Like I felt like I was talking to us like fucking kids and
know
shit.
how to behave.
Yeah, I know how to behave.
They got the impression that we don't take this seriously because we make decisions that don't make sense to them.
Right. Like I'm tired of everybody assuming shit. Like that shit is crazy to me. How the fuck people think they know what the fuck we about? Everything we do is for the people. I want to make sure y'all doing it for the people. We are the fucking people. Talk about the president. We don't give a fuck if Biden endorses or not. We don't care about Biden. He's not
We're never
working
getting a
with us.
Biden endorsement.
Yeah, like we don't care about no politician. That's why I say she don't know what she's dealing with.
We are Amazon workers.
We have to match Amazon's intensity and power in several different ways, not just traditionally.
This is gonna go on for years. This could go on for years, Chris.
Yeah,
it could.
I agree.
It could
that's-
also not. Y'all gotta understand, we are the NWA of the organizing world.
Right now, Amazon is on their high horse, and we want to punch them in the face.
That was crazy. I was like, what are we talking about here? Talk about losing. Like, it's gonna take years? It's not, look.
No, what the fuck are they talking about?
We're not about to spend years in JFK. You gotta think outside the box.
That's the only way you're gonna beat the people. They're from the inside.
The inside out.
Everything about these niggas, like
Everything. And we know that these dumb motherfuckers do dumb shit. I don't know who's on. We know that Amazon makes stupid ass mistakes. They can have all the money and resources in the world. They still do dumb shit.
I wish they would have a union busting glass while I'm there. I'm walking in that shit and I'm talking shit.
You know, I can't change who I am, and you can't change who you are. Gerald can't change who he is. Jordan can't change who he is. 4 niggas started this shit. It is what it is. And at the end of the day, it's gonna be us that have to lead the way.
How you doing, guys? Amazon's spreading a lot of misinformation. Please take one of these. It'll help you understand what's going on. How you doing, guys? Please take one of these. One, you cannot be terminated as easily anymore because now they have to deal with us as well. So all of that, you're fired just because, you did one thing wrong. The firing process is going to be a lot harder. You getting
And
right.
there's nothing wrong with that. Like you shouldn't be doing all of that. Go home. You want to go to a house. Like I've been there. I lived out of my car too for a whole summer. And it ain't 3 years, but I couldn't even do a summer. But I had to get back on my feet before I got married. So I know what you're going through, and it's like, yeah, you got your routine down, but you shouldn't be going through that working for the richest company in the world. That sounds crazy. All right, no problem. No, my phone died right on time.
Chris, who's that?
Natalie, she's homeless. She just told me today. Like I'm like, why'd you didn't tell me when you first met me? And she don't want to be helped. I'm like, nah, you can't tell me this and then think I'm not gonna help you. Like, what do you think is going on? But she's gonna come around. But it's crazy. Like, she just said that she's been living out of her car for the last 3 years. Crazy.
I've been training a lot of new hires. I spent half my time training and the other half of the time answering questions about the union. I'm like, I'm really happy you guys are here. You know, congratulations, welcome aboard. But we got to stand up for ourselves. I said, when they start disrespecting you, I said, you stand your ground, you look them in the eye, you tell them you're not going to tolerate that shit. You don't get paid enough for that. And then you tell them, you want to do my job better than I do? Let's switch right now.
My managers have no idea I'm
Wow.
organizers.
You wear the
Causing
shirt?
no
Nice.
No, I don't wear the shirt at work. Yeah. So they have no idea.
Perfect.
You would think with like Amazon surveillance technology, like they
Yeah.
would have pinned me down by
Well, you
now,
have a
but-
college degree too. That's going to help you really. That's really going to help you up the ladder.
But they don't know that.
That's exactly what they
They've never
want.
asked me anything about my background.
They can make the safe assumption.
Or you think so? Like,
Yeah.
They never asked me anything.
If I took one look at you, I would know college grad. It's a compliment. No.
This is
It's
so
a
well
compliment.
done, by the way.
When I talk to the women about the union,
It's pretty crazy.
everybody's going to bring up the pay.
Okay.
Everybody's going to bring up longer breaks because everybody's tired, everybody's sore. But if you go deeper and bring up the gender discrimination, the lack of promotions, the micromanagement, being treated like workhorses while the guys aren't doing any work, that's another thing that's really annoying.
I have to start over.
Please put us over 13.
They were
That's
embedded
all
with the
I-
union for over a year, 300 days of filming from the beginning from their unionization campaign.
1,353.
It is a legit movie. It's a documentary,
Right where we need
chat.
to be. 4 weeks. We got 4 fucking weeks.
If the numbers from May were true,
I'm trying my best not to
we'd
pause.
only need like 50 more signatures to have a third.
Cancel all your plans unless it's family related. If it ain't family related, we have to fucking tent. Like, we got to. I applied to be a manager 50 times. You probably got less than a 2% chance of becoming the manager from becoming the PA. And if you're black, shit, you got 1% chance. When I mean I was training managers, I was literally training them. How the fuck am I gonna be a PA when I know more than you? You gotta come to me for shit. So, who's the real manager? Me. They just didn't realize that how much I was invested into the company. They didn't realize that. It's fucking crazy, but I don't give a fuck. I hope I get the last laugh. That's all I know.
The problem is if he refuses to comply, he can get arrested. So if he refuses to take down the tent, which like I think would be the plan, like if the cops come and they say, you have to take down the tent, Chris is gonna say, no.
Right.
And that's probably ground, and that's when they would arrest him.
Which is like a good strategy. I mean, that's organizing. I mean, that is.
No, that's putting his life in danger. That's not good.
I mean, that's
We
literally.
just have
I mean, that's
to make
literally
sure he
was
does
like.
it safely. Planned
not
arrests
good.
happen all the time.
That was the
like,
MLK organizing strategy, is put ourselves in positions where we will get arrested in a way that the people arresting us
And look what happened to him.
look bad. I mean, he got shot, he got assassinated by the FBI, basically. I mean, it was a whole other thing. The police arrested him many times.
You guys are out of your mind.
He needs.
You
Seth,
guys
you
are
know
acting
what?
like it's not that big of a deal because you're white people. You guys want to get
why.
arrested? Try being a black person and getting arrested in New York.
I'm not saying he should do it. Like,
He
it's
wants,
his decision.
He wants to do it.
I'm the one
There's a
saying
very high
telling him
probability
he
that
needs
it's
to be
not going to
careful.
turn out well.
So we can't let the fear of the most like remote possibility.
It's not a remote possibility that a
Neutralize
black
any
person
sort
could be
of
killed by a
organizing
cop in New
potential.
York. That shit happens
I
all the
share your
time.
concerns.
Chris could die.
This sort of fear is going to destroy.
It's not a fear.
any
It's a
sort of
reality.
union organizer.
It's a reality.
We're getting possibility that he gets arrested for the tens is already like
I
not.
love
It's
how
not
you've
100%
only
that he
been
would
in
get
this
arrested.
group a month and
That-
you're already ready to put his life on the line for this.
The difference is Chris is crazy. Like, just the right amount of crazy to do that, though. Just so you guys understand, chat. It takes someone who is crazy and diligent
How long have you been
and
working
stubborn
here?
to be able to unionize an Amazon
Okay,
distribution
cool.
facility for the first time ever.
If you could change one thing about the job, what would it be? Like anything. There's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, hit your rate.
Yeah.
I got written up 3 times for parking when I first started. 3 times. They said you get
Dang.
right up, then you get terminated.
So, todo esto es gracias a los trabajadores, somos voluntarios y no tenemos miedo porque
porque sabemos que esto está protegido con la ley.
Folks, here's the card.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, buy in.
Of course I'm buying.
I don't have
This
an
is the group
exact
you were
number
donating
right now. We
to?
have over
Yeah.
1,700.
One day.
Okay.
One day, man. I got you. Mom, you're gonna be surprised. Ask the right questions.
I'm at work right now. I'll probably be on later tonight.
Okay. But you better not be so late because I always fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get on early. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, take some.
You signed in the paper?
Yeah. This looks like something now. This first fucking box got dust on it.
The first one, right?
Yeah.
Sick guy. No, that's all our work now. Yeah, the first one. Yeah. First one. Yeah.
Finish this shit off. Put a gram.
I know.
Hey, you guys.
What
I do?
He doesn't have a call stand.
Give us just a second, just the folks with the petitions right now, or the showing of interest, and then let me find out how this is gonna work.
I'm gonna try. That's it, y'all. We did it. It's officially done. Notice to employees will be sent out in a matter of a week. Everybody in the facilities will be notified that a petition has been filed.
Hell yeah.
I think the way we'll do this is, we have our proposed leadership, and it's the people that have been essentially, that started this campaign, and hopefully, our vision can carry it through to the election. So for president, I'll nominate you, Chris, and then if somebody would like to second that nomination.
I second that.
Congrats,
First and
Chris.
foremost, thank you. Proud to be you guys president for the second half of this fight. I'm going to nominate Derek Palmer as the external vice president.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Thank you, guys.
No doubt. Well deserved, brother. I'm going to nominate.
Union is shortlisted for Best Doc at the Oscars. Voting ended just now. Keep your eyes peeled if they make it into the finals list.
Madeline to be our treasurer.
Hard second.
I second that.
Second.
I second.
Thank you.
Nothing in life is for free. Now you organizers, we promise you a lot.
Someone link this chatter. Someone link this chatter when Chris was on the show, please. So they'll stop consistently saying, can you get Chris Smalls on the show one day? Please, someone just link the YouTube video so he just stops spamming in the chat. Okay, please, someone. I know one of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay,
Folks,
there you go. There you go, chatter. I hope you're satisfied. And yes, I will have him on in the future as well.
Stuff, or even out things, just remember that those things come with the fight.
I think it's important to start with the definition of what is a union. A union is an outside group that attempts to represent workers. Unions typically work on the seniority system, where you have to wait your turn.
Hi. Could we talk outside? Sure.
It's wild that these sorts of captive audience meetings are legal in many states. Wild.
They wanted to get rid of some seasonal people because they're overstaffed, and they chose me. This makes my third time being fired from Amazon. Now, I'm not a person who stands around. I always work. I didn't fight it. I just come to work that Wednesday, and then within the afternoon, they said, you got to come to HR with us. I grab my stuff, I go downstairs, and that's it. They said, you were terminated. And I don't want to go through this no more. I want to work in a place where I know my job is secure, and I know everything is all right.
They fucked us over, yo. We had to withdraw the petition. How the fuck do we meet all the requirements and exceed the cards and still get fucked over by the NLRB because they decide to give Amazon whatever the fuck they want to do? They saying 900 of the cards, people no longer work for the company. They fired damn near half of the people who signed up the cards. It's just it's a bunch of bullshit.
So this BTO, let's see if they got it. 9.
Hey, Matt.
I got 9.
How are you? I'm good. Actually, not great, but Yeah.
Laura just sent me a text.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to call you about.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Oh, we just found out this morning.
Hello, comrades. I'm Justine. I've been at Amazon for almost 2 months now. I've been doing community organizing for over a decade now. I believe that organizing the working class is the most important thing that we can be doing, and I'm in it for the long haul, and happy to be here.
Thank you, comrade. All right, everybody, let's get started. I know there's a lot of mixed emotions going on, mixed feelings. I'm hearing all the rumors. You know, especially with the withdrawal that's happening right now, we just have to focus on getting more signatures to refile. And my hope is to do that within the next week or two. Right now, we're at a little bit over 100-something cards. Our goal is to hit about 600 before we file. We already exhausted our budget, and the fact that we did withdraw, that is going to create doubt, and workers are going to lose hope the longer we're out the game. We're going to resubmit. That's all we got to keep in our heads, is that we're going to get to an election. I know Justine has her hand up. Justine, go ahead.
Thank you, comrade.
No
So something that I disagree with Comrade Chris on. So I don't see this as a make or break moment of like, we only have the next 2 to 3 weeks, right? So I think that that is coming from a place of recognizing the weather and being outside at night in cold, right? So, but I think that that means that we need to change up our tactics, right? And I think it's very important
that's not correct, though.
Chris, let me talk though, please. I think that we need to hit a higher number, and I think it's okay that it takes longer than 2 to 3 weeks. As a like strong, powerful team, like be ready to take on those escalations, and like that doesn't happen instantaneously. Like you have to build towards it.
Justine, the reason why I'm saying 2 to 3 week window is because we don't want to wait until after peak season, when we know they're going to fire everybody after peak season. If we get them before peak season is over, we have a better chance. But Justine hasn't been here long enough to know that peak season, that's what they do. You know, you got to understand.
No, I know that. Yeah. I know that.
They hire us during.
I'm aware of that.
And so when it comes to the bargaining unit, we can't include seasonal workers. We're not planning to do that. So we have to file now so that we don't have to include seasonal workers. And as far as the weather, we've been dealing with Mother Nature from April. And that's the weather being out here has nothing to do with us staying out here. People that have been here every single night with myself.
Chad, if I've ever this white, please kill me.
So it's easy to say, we're doing this and doing that.
Instead of saying, okay, how do we beat this weather? I think we just have to say, like, this might take more than 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, I agree with Justine and Jason.
The meetings aren't going to be going on until further notice. So
they are going to try to fire as many of our supporters as humanly possible, which is why we can only give them a week or 2, because they can't do too much damage. If we give them like a month, they're going to
have to like, we got to explain to people inside the building, or like,
okay, how do we
in the break room, hey, look, if you guys have any questions, this is Slack chat, not something who's getting right.
This might like take more than 2 to 3 weeks.
Like, say, like a Facebook group, like, here, ask to join this group, something where everybody can come together and just talk. That way people feel like they're involved instead of just
because I think
regular 20 people
that we don't withdraw. I think that's really important.
I don't know why, but I didn't expect so many cringy white people to be involved in this. What are you talking about, dude? What you consider to be cringe is just like normal people. That's why I always say, like, have you guys ever been around normal human beings, especially activists in general? Yeah, a lot of them are cringe. What matters, what it comes down to, and what matters at the end of the day is whether or not they're kind, empathetic, and if they're trying to help. Like, yeah, not everyone's going to be cool when you go to the DSA meeting, okay? It doesn't matter. 99% of y'all would sound that way in these meetings. Do cringe white people are a part of organizing multiracial coalitions? Yes.
Don't listen to that asshole. Good old Staten Island weather.
got everybody here. Let's get started. People can say what they want. People on the outside don't know what's going on. The bottom line is, when we stay grounded, when we stay together, there's nothing that can stop our momentum. The only thing that's going to stop us is if we stop ourselves. So this week is the most important week of the campaign. We're going to use a different strategy.
Have a good one. You want to?
He's always
How you
helps.
doing, everybody? Free pizza, free food, free weed. It is a thing.
See what I'm doing, man? This something.
Love us. Oh my God.
I love y'all, I swear. You know how much this shit costs. Shit.
Listen, oh my. Pizza, weed, like you can't go wrong, man. I'm finally gonna go home happy.
Yeah, you know, look.
This just made my day.
You already know.
A lot.
You know. What we here for? Tell people like, my union cares. I don't give a fuck what Amazon talking.
I was just telling him, they be giving us bootleg Tylenol. Like, shit the pills. That doesn't even say Tylenol, it's just a little tablet. You're looking like, what is this? You don't even feel better.
I'm gonna hook you up, I'm gonna give you a lot. No problem. What's going on? What y'all doing? Man, you already know. Merry Christmas. Free weed for Christmas, man. All we asking y'all to spread the word. That's it. We don't want nothing in return. Just to spread the word. We fighting for $30 an hour, the job security, to keep your cell phones. They're gonna take that shit away. All of that.
All right, and you guys want to sign up?
No doubt, bro.
So grab a slice of pizza, please do so. You don't have to sign up. It'd be nice if you did, though. I work days, yeah. I just got out. We got free pizza, free soda, and free weed today. Please help yourselves.
Baby, you know what happened? You know what's up? Nigga, we got the election. Bring your ass here now.
What's your name?
Mitch.
Mitch on TV.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I just want you guys to know it is illegal to take down union literature when it's in a break room. We are legally allowed to post it.
Yeah, you're putting it right back. Here you go.
Great. Awesome, for sure.
Yeah, they put it right above the urinals, and they put them on the inside of the stall doors. You see, the first thing they bring up is the dues. That's the thing they lean on. You know what we could do, actually, is what if we made a piece of paper that looked almost the same as this, but it was like, no, the facts, union members make more, etc. We put that over it, and they probably won't even notice. When I'm in there, I'll put them all up.
They out here hitting us with almost 100-year-old techniques. It's actually hilarious.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's just getting started. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, brother? Have a good one, man. Have a good one.
I gotta pee.
In the past, we've been saying 1%, and now we're talking. Cass, you were saying $2.50. Chris, you think $5 every other week.
What they're saying in the meeting is that we're not being transparent about the dues. Just throw a number out there. That's it. Keep it moving.
When I explain it to people, I say the dues, the proposal that the union's going to make that we all have to vote on is going to be something along the lines of 1%. That means if you make $500 on your check, $5 of that goes to the union. And everyone gets that when I explain it. There's no confusion.
And the feedback that I've been getting is they want a number. Like that percentage shit, they don't got time to figure that out.
It's just about the way information is being received. They don't calculate 1% when they say that, you know, and they want to see a number.
What happens if we do happen to win people a really good contract? We get them $30 an hour and we're only making $2.50 per person.
I know that, but I'm just saying I don't think that $2.50 is a bad start.
Because I think it's easy also to put it in terms of, like I always say, like, you know, 1%, which is like $6 a week, and union members on average make 11% more. So if you even got an average pay raise, you'd be 10% better off. I think when you put it in terms like that, it's really easy for people to see the benefits.
It's wordy, bro. You gotta understand. That's wordy.
Because I feel like Amazon just is going to use that against us.
No, they're gonna do it anyway. Because what they're telling workers is that, you know, these union dues is going into my pockets to make me rich, and I don't want that happening.
Hello, how are you? Is that Mr. Adipone? How you doing? Great. My name is Brema Sila. I work for Amazon, and also I'm a volunteer for the Amazon Labor Union.
Right, yeah, we have the similar thing with the UPT, where it's like if we're, 6 minutes late, they take an hour of our UPT, and then if we put in time, then we still have to go to HR and try to fight to get the hour back.
Really?
So we want to get rid of all that.
Oh, wow. Well, actually, I'm his mom. I'm helping you. Yes, you're speaking to his mom.
We're trying to contact every worker individually, whether that's by call or by door or in the break rooms. And so I'm trying to phone bank 8,000 workers by the end of the week.
I'm just calling to answer any questions you have in regards to us, and if you're planning on voting yes for the union. Oh, you don't work here anymore? I'm so sorry. Well, have a great day.
As my mom's a nurse. So when I told her like we were fighting for $30, she was like, "You guys think you guys deserve $30 an hour?" But what changed her mind was she was telling my grandmother about what I was doing, and my grandmother was like, "Yeah, your aunt, she works making up beds in the hotels, and she makes $30 an hour doing that." And my mom was like, "What?" I was like, "She almost makes how much I make." Making up beds at a hotel, and my grandmother's like, "Yeah, because she's in a union." And I think that also changed her heart. But I think with me is that because although I'm very to myself, like whatever I think about, I'm very strong-willed. So I think what really got her was that when she was trying to tell me like I didn't deserve it, I was telling her how much I deserved it and everyone else in the warehouse deserved it. And so I think like she really she liked that.
We're asking you to vote yes. Vote yes for job security. Vote yes for your friends. Vote for who are fired. Vote to scrap the system that writes you up. All of these things are possible. You make Amazon $638 million a day. It's time we get paid our fair share. And I believe that on March 30th, 2022, we all together will be on the right side of history.
Nice. Thanks.
Should send the link to the Latinos for Amazon.
That in the group chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Unions and groups like that, they can lie. They can make up things that we can't do. Okay? Right now, there is an organization called the AMU, and they're asking to have you pay dues so that they can represent you. We don't feel like that's necessary. We don't feel like you need representation.
What up? All right, crew.
Right? Everywhere we go. Everywhere we go. People want to know. People want to know who we are. Who we are. We're all workers here.
First, let us hear what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. I thought that was very rude of you guys, yo.
Exactly.
What y'all doing is cool, but let us hear what these people are talking about.
Classic old head, dude. Possibly a paid plant. Wouldn't put it past Amazon. All I'm gonna say, look, you guys were saying like, oh, it's cringe to the other lady, Justine, or whatever, but like this right here, that's cringe. Okay, wouldn't put it past Amazon to play someone or even hire someone specifically as a plant. They have done that in the past, where they will get like Pinkertons, or the company will specifically hire people on the assembly line that are only there for a short period of time during union activity, that will just like get in there to be like, you guys, like, I don't really trust this union stuff. We are kind of a family, aren't we? That type of shit.
How you gonna want me to join something you're being cool right now? Yo, get out the way, bro.
So let's talk a little bit about what this process would look like, right? So when there are dues involved, if your wage stayed the same, it would actually end up being a little bit.
Oh, when there are dues involved, if your wage stays the same. That's interesting. Well, good thing when there are dues involved, that means you've unionized, which means that your wage actually goes up, because when you're unionized employees end up getting at least a 10% boost in wages and benefits. So do union workers get paid through dues or through the company? What do you mean? If you're a unionized employee, you still get paid by the company. Are you talking about people that work specifically for the union? They get paid through the dues.
Hey, Okay, say they unionized, right? And you're not a part of the union. They ain't taking no money out your paycheck, right?
That's not entirely correct.
What?
That's not entirely
So
correct.
you mean to tell me if they have a union in the building and the majority of the people are part of the union and I decide that I don't want to be a part of the union, they still can take money out of my paycheck?
That is correct. So,
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Oh, come on, bro. Okay.
The way the dues are decided is because
That's what I'm more concerned about.
Yes,
You
sir.
take money out of my
Yes,
check.
sir. Because we're a democratic union, right? Every worker has a chance to come to meetings to put forward proposals of how much dues would be, and we would all decide together what we think is fair.
During another setting, you will have your own time to speak to the promise.
Okay, that's the problem we have, is you guys don't give us equal time. You bring everybody
You
in.
get to take your own time.
How much are union busters for employee relations paid?
I think we're getting off the point.
Oh, damn. Hey guys, sorry. That's not a part of the seminar. Can you please keep asking questions like that wonderful young man in the front? Excuse me, sir. Can you please keep asking questions in the same line, in the same vein as this wonderful young man, Hank? I mean, Jonathan, I don't know you. I've never met you before. You just remind me of my friend Hank, weirdly enough. I've never met you before, although I feel a certain closeness to you, young man.
So those union busters, those consultants that come up and talk to you, ask you what you think about Amazon, they get paid $2,000 a day to provide that service. Department of Labor's website.
So there's a lot of things that need to be changed, and that's the reason why we're here. That is the reason why we have to start doing it in the first place. I've been with Amazon for 6 years. It's been the same exact thing. The same amount of person time, same amount of fatigue, same amount of vacation.
Damn, guy in the front is pissed. He's like, damn, y'all are getting paid $2,000? They offered me way less than that to ask these pointed questions.
Why is there no change with a building, with a company that makes $1.1 trillion? Why can't you afford to pay more? Why?
When's the last time you got a raise?
I've been with it. So after 3 years, so in case y'all don't, no, relax. In case y'all don't know, after 3 years, you don't get a raise. How? How don't you get a raise after 3 years?
I like money talk. So
All right, we're back. Awfully suspicious. Awfully convenient timing on that. Awfully suspicious and awfully convenient timing on that. I post I hate unions in the chat. All of a sudden I'm back. I'm back in. How'd that happen? That's weird. I hope you learned your lesson. I did. I'm so sorry. I will never entertain unionization.
Big dog is getting it. You gotta wrap it up because they don't want us talking to you. I'm hungry.
Somebody said all meetings were canceled after ALU organizers got in. My meeting was now, and it was canceled, as were the rest of them for today.
Yeah, another worker was telling us the same thing, that they got the text that it was canceled, and they were like, that's y'all's doing.
People heard about y'all walking in there, so.
They can threaten us all they want. We're not leaving.
Subscribe with Twitch Prime, chat. It's free while we're watching this Amazon Labor Union documentary. Or for $6 if you would like to. These are the ways to support this broadcast. No, you didn't miss the resolution. Yeah, he switched. No, we saw that part. I got boomed right as he switched his opinion on the union when he realized that the union will help him get paid more. No, I paused it. I paused it as soon as it got effed. Oh, wait, maybe some of you didn't see it. Okay, well, he switched. He was like, damn, I'm making more money. Okay, I'm rocking with the union now. Hey man, fellow union lover here. Just wondering if you will give equal time to Amazon point of view, winky face. Just curious since you claim to be so impartial. Also, remember to vote no to unionize, chat. A Tokyo Geek, thank you. A Tokyo Geek, thank you for the 10 gifted. King Token, thank you for the 10 gifted. Mr. Cookies and Chaos, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, how come no equal time spent on Amazon's $1 trillion perspective? Just curious. Genuinely curious. Why doesn't Amazon just fire the organizers? Well, one, they did. Chris Smalls was fired. If they don't work there, they can't organize. And we've already seen that Amazon isn't slow to fire employees. One, they did. Two, it's illegal. That doesn't stop companies from doing it. And they did do that. And they did that in the beginning of the the documentary to Chris, but also technically it is illegal. It's just that litigation takes a long time. Companies are not afraid of the federal regulatory agencies. The fines are not large enough. There's so many different reasons. Hassan's Poop Sock, thank you for the 5 gifted. Inner Heaven, thank you for the 10 gifted. Yeah, use your Bezos bucks while you're watching this.
When did this happen?
So all of these write-ups are very close to date. For you, it was last week.
Yeah.
Justine last week. For
And
you,
yours
last night.
was last night.
Yeah. 2 managers came. The first one couldn't get me. She said, come down with me to HR. I said, I want a representative. I want Brett Daniels. She got frustrated. She left. She came back later. She spilled her message verbally, and I said, I want Brett Daniels. I need a representative. But anyway, she went on. She
Calm
said,
like a
this
Tom.
is
Thank
not
you for the 10.
write-up, but this is a verbal
Who was
warning.
your
She
call?
said,
Thank you for the
don't
5.
go to the meetings uninvited. I'm like, okay. They didn't stop there. Another operation manager came, and then she showed me her computer. She's like, you had low performance last week. This is a write-up by the system.
Wow.
Wait. So they wrote you up for productivity?
Yeah. Poor performance.
You know, for me personally,
It's interesting because chatters asked, like, why don't they just fire people? Well, here it is. Here's what they do. In order to get around directly firing people who they suspect of engaging in, unionization activity, they will sometimes just find different and very convenient ways in which they write you up over and over again until they ultimately have enough justification to fire you. The other truck drivers come up to me and tell me they wish they got paid what I do, so I tell them unionize and pay those dues then, chat.
I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, but I think a little bit suspicious. Is it because they want to send a message?
Yes. Candace, I'm like, Candace, why do I get the impression that you're targeting ALU organizers? I'm like, does this have something to do with the election?
Wow.
Yeah, and that's I'm like, Angie, girl, you next, because they have their list. I already know that. They have a list.
So they're targeting y'all. They're gonna give all y'all write-ups. They did Karen yesterday. Y'all all gonna get one eventually. And now people gonna look at y'all and be like, well, they got written up. I'm not trying to get involved. So we don't want to mention nothing about it to other workers, but just file our lawsuits and be prepared that they're gonna give y'all write-ups. Let's just continue doing what the hell we doing. You know, we just gotta survive the next 18 days. They raised the minimum wage to $15 back in 2018, but they took away our stocks, they took away our monthly bonuses in return. What's up, man?
To ask anyone who's not an Amazon employee to please leave the property.
You already know we ain't going nowhere, man. Do what you gotta do. You know what's up already.
Chris, man, please, we respect your right to do this, but
right.
Please.
So do what you gotta do. I'm not going anywhere. Call the cops.
So can you explain just what happened real quick?
That's the dude that fired me 2 years ago. You know, it's him right there. He know me. They can do what they gotta do, and I'm gonna do what we gotta do. That's what we got lawyers for. I ain't worried about them. If they wanna call the cops, call the cops. God damn, all this wasted tax dollars, yo.
Hey, Chris, like I said, man, I'm gonna ask you and anyone who's not an Amazon employee has to leave the premise, please. Anyone who is an Amazon employee, I am not speaking to you. You guys are free to stay.
Okay, but are we in a parking lot that says visitor, right?
You are currently trespassing on Amazon property if you are not an Amazon associate. So
Right,
anyone
right.
here
Well,
who is
you
not
didn't
an
answer the
Amazon
question,
associate.
though. That sign over there says visitor, right? I'm a visitor.
With who? What are you doing?
I'm visiting with him. They work here.
How long have you been here for, sir?
A few minutes.
So you're refusing to leave?
No, I said I'm gonna leave when he leaves.
Are you refusing to leave?
I said no, I'm gonna leave when he leaves.
Are you leaving, yes or no?
Yeah, I said yeah.
If you're not leaving within the next 2 minutes, you can be arrested.
Y'all not enforcing no law. Y'all just wasting your time.
You have 30 seconds or you're getting arrested. It's very simple.
I'm gonna get arrested? How am I gonna get arrested for? For what? For what? You wanna arrest me for what?
If you do that,
Hey, look, man.
Right now you're obstructing police business right now. Back
No, you're not. No, you're not, man. Get up out of here.
You're obstructing police business.
he's a worker. He works here. What are you doing? Hold on. Stop off. Get your hands off of him.
That's a he's a worker.
Let me go. Let me go.
That's exactly right.
Pigs.
What are you doing? Stop. Get your hands off of him. Get your hands off of him. He's going outside. Check to see what's going on. Yeah. They're hurting my wrist.
Interesting to see a private corporation so readily and easily utilize taxpayer funded public servants to do their violent bidding. it's like second nature. It's just shocking to me, you know, a guy who knows nothing about how anything works. Watching this for the first time ever, let me tell you, I'm shocked. I thought these guys were there to protect and serve. It almost feels strange that the very same cops are brutalizing the people that pay their salaries with their taxes at the behest of a private corporation. Interesting. They get to have a union, by the way, but it's not a real union. Let's be real. It's not a real union. Cops don't have a real union. It's not a, you know, they're protecting and serving. All right. Oh yeah, they are just protecting and serving capital rather than protecting and serving the public.
Jason is a worker. Jason is allowed to be here.
I got it. Do me a favor, give these guys a little space, so we're gonna back up there. I understand, but you're not gonna interfere with it.
Explain how cop union isn't a real union, because their job is inherently to do this. It's to protect capital. So their job security oftentimes revolves around how violent they can get rather than how great their pay can be or benefits, even though they get those as well. This is why they're class traders. Technically, they're still wage laborers, but their entire job is to defend capital. It's like unionizing a group of union busters, because that's what they are. When push comes to shove, that is precisely what they do. That is their role.
I'm trying to send to my IG. Well, how are we going to get them out of here? You can't look at. Do we have any money?
Let's figure it out.
Not a bond.
We got some money, but can't really spend it right now.
Why are you arresting them? Why are you
The documentary is called Union. That's it. Very simple. It's the story of the unionization of the Amazon distribution facility in JFK.
No, Chris. This is serious. You saw me how I was on Saturday.
How was you on Saturday?
Very exhausted.
Jason.
My whole body was
Jason. Jason. You talking to people that worked at Amazon for years, especially me. I was a picker. I know exactly what you're going through. Why are you acting like I don't? Tell that Connor worked at Amazon for 3 years. I think he know what peaks he means. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's all the same.
It's all
struggle.
Jason, everybody body is hurting. What's going on?
He feels like
Jason
not being at Amazon because it's a lot of pressure, and he feels like he's not being heard.
What does he mean he's not being heard?
Well, he's not allowed to talk about it.
We all understand what you're going through, but this is what we signed up for. I feel your pain, brother, but we're not ignoring that. It's just that getting on each other about who worked harder. It doesn't matter. Jason, this is the long haul, right? This is the marathon. We know that. What do you? We give up on what? What are you giving up on? Why? I can tell you this all the time. Whenever you going through shit, call one of us. But like getting on your comrades right now is not the way we going to be doing this. Who cares about who working what department?
But we'll figure that out. That's enough. We're supposed to start at 8:45. Obviously, that's not happening.
And this box is...
Maddie, we canceled the meeting.
This box is the box sticker.
Actually, I called the meeting for 9 o'clock.
Anybody wants to?
Yeah, but we all said 8:45 because Casio.
Well, some pretty classic communication issues.
You can't just cancel the full meeting just because we're late.
Casio wants some
Well,
break.
he can.
I'm the one who called the meeting.
And they only gave.
I like the 8:20, girl. This forget about the meeting. If we say something, we gotta do it. We can't just like, all right, we're gonna show up late and then.
I mean, Chris Smalls, you're gonna lecture us about being late and things. Seriously?
Wait, you won't lecture me, bro? You've been in Mexico.
I'm not lecturing anybody. I just feel like that's.
Hold on.
That's a weird position.
Let me tell you something, bro. Don't do that because you've been in Mexico. Don't do that. Number one, I can be late. I can be late because I sacrifice my time all the time. Trust me.
Oh, I didn't. I haven't.
Oh, wait. But I started way before you.
No,
Don't disrespect me. You understand? You understand? Don't disrespect
You're yelling at us.
I'm not yelling at you. Look,
I
this is what I'm
feel
talking
like
about.
I'm
This-
being
this-
yelled at
look,
by my
Maddie,
father right
Maddie,
now.
Maddie, listen. I'm not your father. I don't want to be. I have my own kids. Listen.
I don't understand why this
listen.
turned into a screaming
It's not a
fit
screaming.
instead of just a
It's one person
conversation.
talking right now. And the floor will be yours too. We're family. We're family. We're going to argue and fight, but y'all going to listen.
You can't yell at us for being 15 minutes
We're not
late.
yelling at
Yo,
you.
I'm fucking tired.
Oh my God.
Listen.
Everyone's so
Listen.
sensitive, but when everyone does it to each other, like, it's not a
Listen.
problem. Like, just listen. It's
Listen,
not that serious,
it's not a
guys.
problem. It's not a big deal.
This ain't a productive conversation.
It is a
It is a productive conversation.
It's not even leftist infighting, dude. As situation worsens, as things become more hectic, it's understandable. Have you guys never done a group project or something? Like, this isn't even leftist infighting. It's just normal, stressed people.
I'd rather a real union come in. 1199, Teamsters, Local 79, someone that been around. This is a new union. Nobody knows what this man's going to do with this money. Even if you charge $5 a person, who's to say he's going to actually stay on the up and up?
And the employee was talking about the head of the...
Look at the media. Look at the media. Look at the media. Immediately finding the local news going and finding a guy that's going to be like, yeah, this guy's no good. I seen him. I don't trust him.
Amazon Labor Union, a former employee, Chris Smalls. The Amazon Labor Union hasn't really received that much support from normal institutional players like RWDSU or 1190.
Your coverage in real time clocked this shit? Yeah, I remember covering this at the time. Being like, this is some classic anti-union nonsense.
How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
It's so nice to see you.
Never forget, the media's sole job in this situation is basically to undermine the unionization efforts at Amazon. They will use anything and everything at their disposal. This includes literally going to other labor unions and being like, well, why haven't you guys worked with the ALU, for example? Now, they showed that in the beginning. Like, I'm not going to dive too deep into the background stuff, but like, there were attempts where they did approach other labor unions initially to get help from them. Some of them did offer help. Some of them did offer support. But ultimately, this is how they chose to unionize. But it is interesting that, like, while the media ultimately is not interested in anyone unionizing in general, they will even go so far as to use other unions to be like, yeah, see, larger unions are not fucking with Amazon Labor Union. Who knows? Maybe they're fraudulent.
How are you doing?
I was so emotional. Like, I wasn't responding to anybody for a few days. It was a lot to take in.
Yeah.
It's really disappointing to have to give up after a year of putting your heart and soul into something.
Why do you feel like you had to give up?
I wanted to be a part of other organizations that actually appreciated what I could bring to the table. Instead of constantly feeling like I was being fought with every single day, or ignored, or dismissed, or disrespected. I can't leave one boys club at Amazon and work for another boys club in the union. I can't do it. Chris is gonna do whatever he wants to do, period.
It's not true. There are other people on the executive board and in the workers committee who are gonna hold him accountable.
Over 50% in JFK 8 do not have faith in the people that you have faith in. What I hope happens is that everybody votes no, enough people, so that a national, established, experienced union can come in.
They're not coming. They're
with
not
the
coming,
resources. They're coming.
They're
They're
not
waiting.
coming.
They're itching for this.
Not.
Maddie.
The Teamsters have withdrawn their petition in Canada twice. In Canada.
That's in Canada. That's not in the U.S.
Yeah, it's easier in Canada.
They've already announced that they're going to do this in the U.S.
Yeah, and they haven't been able to do it.
And the reps have been coming by for the past year.
The Teamsters are not coming.
And the retail wholesale department store union?
They're not coming. They're going to lose in Alabama, probably.
They're coming, Maddie.
And the Teamsters aren't coming either. This is our shot. This is our
She was
shot
right.
to make things better.
I don't want to be in the union. I shouldn't have to pay for the union. Supreme Court
You believe in a right to work state? You believe in right to work laws?
Maddie.
I care about this.
They did lose in Alabama. I'm saying she lost. I mean, she was
I
right.
can't imagine doing anything else.
How was your day? That's every day.
Fail school.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
The wall was so packed. I did like a 400, bro.
I hate shit.
God, they just don't fucking care, man.
Yo, we gotta fly. I gotta go get my kid.
Alright. What time of tape you using?
I'll be out here early tomorrow, man.
I got
I'm doing interviews or whatever.
I think this documentary actually is really informative and instructive for a lot of people because, like, I guess they just don't understand that, like, there are going to be disagreements. It's normal. It's healthy. And sometimes those disagreements can blow up to much larger problems. Like, it's never going to be a frictionless process. Okay. And I'm glad that this is in the documentary as well. It's not a perfect, love story. All right. These are real human beings. This is a documentary. It's not a movie. It's not fiction.
Mama, say ALU.
ALU. Woo, you did it!
So join us for some lunch during break time. Free lunch during break time. African rice tonight during break time.
That's why I said, like, Chris is crazy enough to pull it off.
Starting today, 8,000 Amazon warehouse workers on Staten Island will begin voting on whether they want to form a union. The Amazon Labor Union is campaigning for higher pay, layoff protections, and longer lunch breaks. Amazon employee Rafael Loriano says he's voting yes because the current 30-minute lunch break is barely enough time for him to make his way across campus to the cafeteria.
We have long hours. We're here 10 to 12 hours a day on our feet all day. Short breaks, shorter than I've seen any other company with this much hours.
Voting will be tallied in the following days.
Your last name begins with A and
They haven't really received a lot of support from these established unions, and they are a group of former and current employees that have basically tried this grassroots effort to create a union here. Now, we spoke with the head of the union, Chris Smalls, a former employee, just a short time ago, about their efforts and how confident he is going into today's vote. Take a listen. 3, 2, 1.
We met a lot of people who are voting no, actually.
Yeah. No, we're not going to have everybody on our side, but, as long as we have the majority. There's going to be some vote no's, there's going to be some vote yeses, but, we'll see what happens at the end of the election.
I was in the ALU. I am voting no. And I would prefer that a more established, experienced national union would come in, because with a Goliath like Amazon, they have all the money and the resources in the world. We need a strong, established national union.
Thank you very much, Natalie.
Great, thank you very much.
Have a good shift.
You too, thank you.
It's like, they think that we're, excuse my language, we're fucking robots. They expect you to do 200, then after that, when you make 200, they want you to do another 3, and then they want you to do another 4.
Oh, and I bought that yesterday, so I try to take my boss concerns into consideration. But also I have to listen to the ALU also. They mean to help employees, workers. But so does the employer. So it's not always easy to take side.
All right. So I'm always stand on the side of the people. If the majority of the people in here stand that way, then that's the way I stand. That's why I said I wanted to wait till the last day, just to kind of feel out where I feel like the people are advocating for it.
So that's when the count starts.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 3.
There's actually 2 on the right I never met. That tall guy was in the tent, but I don't know his name.
6, 7,
But in terms of Amazon and
They are all NLRB representatives.
And then who's watching it? I think in the room is Chris, Gerald, Jay, Jason, Miller the lawyer, and then I don't know who's there on Amazon's side.
They need to understand. My heart can't take this.
Yeah, so 520.
there's a group of current and former employees that are organizing. It's a grassroots effort. It's not affiliated with any national union, so it's very atypical in that sense as well.
It's atypical, but it's becoming more commonplace, honestly.
The last count was 2203 to 1750. Only a couple of hundred left.
Holy shit! Oh my god.
Literally double.
ALU's now with the Teamsters.
Oh,
No. We got CNN. We got the article from CNN already.
Yo, Connor, did you see the New York Times headline?
It's so good. Like, who the fuck is calling me? Please stop.
How does
Amazon
it feel
workers
to be a
voted to
labor
unionize
lawyer
in a
of an
massive
officially recognized
New York
union?
the biggest win organized labor.
Fucking awesome.
Breaking, strong, baby!
This moment, damn, man, I ain't gonna cry right now, but and I spent the last 11 months, the folks behind me spent the last 11 months as well, inside, outside the building, at the bus stop, earning the trust of these workers, building relationships. We did whatever it took to connect with those workers, to make their daily lives just a little bit easier. A little bit less.
I mean, this is a humongous task. Every problem in JFK is ours. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, sorry to be a party pooper, but this
No,
is
you're right. I don't give a shit.
This is huge. You know, the eyes of the world are looking at you right now.
Monday, we right back at it. We're gonna be phone banking. We're gonna be organizing LDJ5 workers, making sure that they're committed to vote.
Do you think that's for Jeff Bezos?
Oh, we want to thank Jeff Bezos for going to space, because when he was up there, we was signing people up. We was out there getting shit.
He was buying in.
They paid, how much money it was for? $4.5 million to consulting lawyers and firms. The same lawyers I just shook hands while we kicked their ass. Thank you all, appreciate it. Holla.
Further, Amazon cannot even come to grips with the reality that the workers in Staten Island won their union election fair and square. Their strategy is obvious. They're going to stall and stall and stall.
Senator Graham? Wow. You can have oversight hearings all you like, but you've determined Amazon is a piece of crap company.
Oh my God.
That's your political bias. Thank you.
God, just
Well, first of all,
gargling
I wanna
on that
address Mr.
penis,
Graham.
dude.
You forgot that the people are the ones that make these corporations go. It's not the other way around. And I think that it's in your best interest to realize that, and you should listen, because we do represent your constituents as well. And we're the ones that are suffering in the corporations that you're talking about. I'm gonna let you know right now that on behalf of the Amazon Labor Union and the hundreds of thousands of workers across this country, that we will continue to organize. That this is not a left or right thing, this is a working class issue. And the workers at the bottom are the ones who make these corporations go.
Before we move on with this part of the story, I do want to mention something, okay? There's a specific part in this when they get the 30% vote where the Amazon, the company, immediately retaliates. In order for the labor union or the unionization process to start, they have to take it to the NLRB and get a 30%, 30% signature. Like they have to get 30% signed signatures from existing employees. Amazon immediately countered that by stating that 900 of those were, no longer a part of the company, right? So this is like an incredibly challenging thing to do in a company like Amazon. And that is part of the reason why they have this incredibly high turnover rate to begin with. Okay. Yeah. They fired them all, but I'm saying like, it's also truly difficult, but it's built in. The turnover rate is built into Amazon for that reason, for a couple different reasons. One, because if people are working on an assembly line style structure, they're more inclined to unionize. It's like one of the most effective forms of production that lends itself so perfectly to people recognizing their day in, day out awful work conditions and develop friendships and solidarity with their fellow assembly line workers. So when you actually churn them out 2 years in, 3 years in, there's less time for them to develop these relationships and possibly unionize. And then again, part of the reason why they fire them as well, randomly, so that they can't engage in this sort of thing. So they overcame great odds basically to be able to even get to that point. 1 month later, the ALU holds an election at LDJ5, a nearby warehouse in Staten Island.
Everybody stand by for the final count. It is 381 yes, 618 no's. I repeat, 381 yes, 618 no's.
You just talked to me. Yeah, I know we really put on a hopeful face the last week and really trying to push like that positive momentum. At the end of it, like, I think a lot of us expected this. This is a loss of a small battle in a very, very quick war.
That's right. That's right.
It was a miracle that we won JFK 8. It's a miracle that we got as far as we did in LDJ5. We can spin this to be.
It's not a miracle that we won in JFK 8. Let's not do that.
It was a historic feat. It was not.
Yeah.
It
was historic.
It was okay. Well, that's what I see what you're saying.
We're still going to take our campaign throughout the country, and we'll be fine. I promise that. Guaranteed.
After the ALU loses another election in New York, divisions emerge within the union over issues of strategy and decision making.
Well, wait, Chris, just hear me out, my guy, because I came here to have a meeting.
Yeah, they tried to organize and unionize other nearby facilities, and that unionization vote failed.
Our argument is, how can we make the process with this better and stronger? How can we learn from, what we lost and to ensure that's where I'm coming from, man. I'm about ALU right now. This isn't about personal issues, my guy.
People just want to do things differently. And, they want a chance to vote on, how we execute that strategy. It affects the union. Losing at these buildings is, it affects, number one, our organizing in JFK.
Why, Saj? They just putting a bag on the conveyor? How much they want to get paid for that? I think a decent wage, like a livable wage, would be good, don't you think? You lazy piece of shit. So your treats come and are delivered to your home in a timely fucking manner. Anytime somebody says some dumb shit like this, it's very frustrating because it's like, bro, what are you doing? You probably work somewhere too. You work somewhere as well, you dumb fuck. Don't you think you deserve more? You're defending the $1 trillion company? Because that's what these guys did. They took on a $1 trillion company. So when you actually shit on them so that they can get themselves and their fellow workers, better wages that they deserve, by the way. It's not like this money is not coming out of nowhere. This money is coming out of the profits of the shareholders, okay? People that have never touched the assembly line, people that have never walked into a distribution facility, people that are just simply sitting there. They have pre-existing capital, and that capital is accumulating because they've bought into Amazon across the board. Like, yeah, their profit margins are going to get a little bit smaller so that the people that work tirelessly every single day, day in, day out, can get more of the output that they contribute to, more of the value. And even that process is obviously gruesome, as you've seen here. A lot of emotions. I do want more pay for my team members, but I can't change upper. Oh my God, brother. If only there was a way for you to, organize alongside other people that have the exact same interest as you. Perhaps that should be your takeaway from this fucking documentary. Yeah, of course. No one is going to magnanimously offer you more money, silly chatter. That's kind of the entire point of unionization. That's why I always say it's not about left politics or right politics. It's about fairness, okay? It's about the only way that you can extract more of the value that you contribute to the company, okay? You know what? I'm management and salary, so I can't tell them. What are you? Oh, my God. Okay. All right, maybe this is not about you then, all right?
And it just affects the life of the union. You know,
So let me stop you right there, Colin. So the ones that feel that way.
Also, manager of what? Making $18 an hour? What are you managing, bro? People that manage subways make more than that. God damn, dude. Holy moly. Are you managing the sushi store, the kombini in Tokyo or something? What do you mean $18? I'd go and work on managing a Subway or a McDonald's or something if that's the salary you're getting.
Everybody.
That's not good.
What do you mean? A majority of the organizers said we need to go talk to them. That is a democratic decision.
There's only 3 people making decisions here.
That's not true.
1, 2, and 3.
That's not true.
I don't have a clue on what y'all talking about. So just stop with the BS.
Wait, listen. Y'all don't have time for
He's
this.
saying the workers he manages makes $18 an hour. I did. Yo, my bad. No, I wasn't playing a fool. I just didn't understand what the hell he was saying because he couldn't type anything appropriately. My workers make that. I make 90K. Okay, well, I hope they unionize. Okay, and then render your job useless if you try and get in their way. Bro, he typed nothing. Okay, he was like, what am I supposed? What's my takeaway from that? My bad. I didn't understand. He just wrote. He just kind of had a cat stumble over the keyboard moment.
Before you know it, it's going to be time for that contract negotiation, right? It's going to be time for the contract negotiation, and if you're not ready, you lose.
After 24 days of hearings, the NLRB dismisses all of Amazon's objections to the ALU victory. Amazon has appealed dismissal and is yet to begin negotiating a contract for the JFK 8 workers.
I felt that something else needed to be changed once I got my first write-up. You have this young manager coming up to you, don't even know your department, and giving my friends write-ups.
Is that guy, the guy going, hey, Fulf. Hey, yo, look alive, Fulf. I'm making 90K a year. He's like, it's time for a write-up. Listen, Fulf, it's time for your weekly write-up. You've been taking too much time off task.
And telling them, you're TOT, you don't have rate. And my friends are practically crying when the manager walks away because they work their asses off, and yet they're getting punished constantly for working hard just because there's this algorithm we have to listen to that's deciding.
See his question, if the union vote passes, can't these companies just close their plants and just outsource labor to a cheaper country where such protections don't exist? Doesn't that give them more of an incentive to do so? Are there protections in place to prevent this with unionization? Yes, there are incentives in place to prevent this with unionization. That's number one. And number two, how are you going to move your distribution facility to another place? Bro's like, hey, I don't understand. Why don't they distribute the facility? Why don't they distribute in China? Well, they do. Okay. But it still has to arrive somewhere. And that's where the Amazon distribution facility that we're talking about comes into play. You can't set up a distribution facility far away, because they have to be everywhere. That's unironically one of the beauties of Amazon expanding to such a vast size that they genuinely cannot. Only 20K viewers. You fell off hard, Hasan. I know, dude. My life is so devastating. This guy's still spamming it. He spammed it until Fossabot timed him out. You got timed out by a bot, dumbass. One day your favorite content creator will fall, hopefully, just as hard. Will fall off so hard that he'll fall on to my fall off moment on my 8th hour. My favorite content creator one day will get there and I'll talk about how awesome he is. But not yet. I'm out, owned by a bot. Anyway, yeah, there's not much they can. There's not much Amazon can do in that regard. They have to What are you doing tomorrow? Well, I don't know. Why don't you worry about yourself?
If we're fucking hard workers. It was just so wrong. I said something needs to be changed. And that's when I got my friends together at my house one day and I said, let's try to unionize. Because that's the only way we're gonna get them to listen to us. That's where our power is gonna come.
Why do you always shit on people who are asking
Unionize.
questions? I wasn't shitting on that chatter. The person who said you're falling off, I shit on, but the other one I didn't shit on. I was just laughing. It's a funny question.
That's what it's about. Those classes. Look here, take this one.
I think you called him a dumb fuck. No, I didn't. Dude, what are you doing? Why are you imagining? Are you scared about talking bad about the Turkish government? No. And also, I do it all the time. And also, what is happening right now? Dude, what is going on? I've noticed this tendency. I noticed this tendency where I will like respond to one chatter and then like 11. Yeah, I laughed, but like it was a little bit of a silly question because he hadn't thought about it, but it's fine. I wasn't like making fun of him, but it is interesting. Anytime I respond to one chatter, 11 chatters come in to be like, well, it's chatter's rights time. And also you might not have even wronged the other chatter, but I've imagined that you have. And now I'm going to make it everyone else's problem. It's crazy. Calm down. Hey, thanks for the subscription, chatter who said I fall off. Amazon labor union victory on April 1st made JFK first to 8, the first unionized Amazon workplace in the United States. See, I'm making my haters my motivators. I'm making my haters my subscribers. It is also one of the largest union victories in a generation, a part of a resurgence of labor struggle around the globe. Goose Major, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 10 gifted. I have heard about the raids in Chicago. This was an incredible documentary. Shouts out to them. Hope they win an Oscar for this. Anyway, I gotta go because it's not a big deal. My grandmother had a little fall, but she's fine. I'm gonna go and visit her and check in with her. But also tomorrow I'm gonna be balling with FaZe Swag, FaZe Up to my grandma, and FaZe Up to FaZe Swag. FaZe Swag and I are gonna be balling on Joshua Richards' stream against 2 TikTokers, where we'll be raising funds for the LA wildfires. But it'll be on my stream as well as Joshua Richards' stream, and then after that I'll come back and do a regular old stream as well. All right. Anyway, love you all. And that is all from me for today. But tomorrow in the morning, I'm going to do a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to do a regular stream for a little bit, and then I'm going to immediately go over there. Bro, you can't speak of your granny falling after falling off that thing? Wait, what? Okay. Anyway, peace, everybody. Gonna be 2 Twitch streamers versus 2 TikTokers. FaZe Up, me and FaZe Swag, representing FaZe Clan against 2 TikTokers. That's at 12 to 2. But I'll be live from my regular, I'll be live from here. But once again, thank you so much. Also, go to, hold on, I'll give you the website, but check out the Union, unionthefilm.com. or Union to Film on social media. All right. And we'll talk more about the news tomorrow as well. I know that there's a motion happening with ICE, potentially doing raids in Chicago on Tuesday, starting Tuesday, immediately after the inauguration. Peace, everybody.